gets there. We'll see if it holds $10 today, but it's starting to go to the upside. It's funny, like this week sort of starts like a lion and ends like a lamb, I feel like, here right now. Every day this week was pretty much a new all-time high. We have Tesla breaking out a little bit as well. That just touched 370 today, which is really nice. So we'll see what winds up happening there. A couple levels from yesterday into the close. 368 could play here in Tesla. So we had obviously a great Green Bay Packer game, like we thought was never in doubt. It should have been the score should have been higher.
There was like two missed deep ball touchdowns. Like it should have been a blowout in the first half.
Yeah, like when I was there, it was like 14-0, and I was like, this stuff doesn't seem good enough. 14-3, and then it was 14-9.
Well, I'm happy it was still a contest in the second half because then at least there was impetus for Kraft to get a TD late.
Right, that was a good one.
Had it been a blowout,
he
doesn't score that TD. I'm just saying.
Well, maybe.
Well,
who knows? If it was a blowout, he might have got more TDs anyways at that time. But,
who knows? That guy is going to be. I hate the fact that we got hurt, but he's going to have a big year now. I already thought he was going to have a big year. Tucker Kraft.
Yeah. Well, they spread the ball around too much. They need a true wide receiver one. So.
But I think he's going to be. I think he's going to be a weapon for TDs. I think he could get 8 to 10 touchdowns this year.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Actually, no.
Brock Bowers.
He already has 2. No one's Brock Bowers. But beginning with B and also looking good, not just Brock Bowers. BBAI.
Yeah.
Brock Bowers sounds like a made-up cartoon name.
He is a made-up. Actually, he is a made-up player.
It does. But Big Bear is breaking this trend. They do have a catalyst, the new system going into the Nashville International Airport, and this little slight downtrend, it broke it yesterday. Well, it started breaking it yesterday, the continuation today. That's going to be on watch. It's not going to do a billion shares like Open will, but let's be real, this should be a good one. I'm skeptical about Gemini. The IPO. There's a couple IPOs today, but Gemini is the biggest one. I kind of feel the way I did yesterday. I don't want to take the opening print. I'll probably pay for locates, and if I see a really obvious opportunity to short it, that just like the last couple, I think I would take a shot at that. But yeah, we're ending the week without a lot of economic data. We got some data yesterday. Today we just get University of Michigan at 10 o'clock. We're gonna get, and then Adobe really didn't. It's good for Adobe that it didn't go down, but it also didn't really move the needle.
Yeah, they beat everywhere, but only being up 3%. So yeah, I'm surprised it's not up a little bit higher there. And there's still a lot of worry about Figma and just sort of this is still Tesla here. I'll put it over to you. There, Andre. Adobe. Here's Adobe right here. Yeah, so this was, Adair and I were watching this. It had a huge move up, and we were kind of like, okay, that's nice. And then all of a sudden it came right back down. We thought it was going to be some guidance issues and kind of just petered off, and now it's 360. So yeah, I mean, it's nice. It's above the 50-period moving average, so that's going to be a good little look there for Adobe. And yeah, not much else going on. There was another reported, Restoration Hardware. They're down, RH. They were down more than this. I think they went to 190 at one point. Yeah, there it is right there. So they're only down 8%, but they went into the 190 area there as a little bit less of a guide there, higher quality products. But Bitcoin is doing nice. Bitcoin right now at 115. So I think, remember we said it's probably the next one to start to go upside a little bit here. It's been sort of languishing down near this, between 115 and 110.
Although
110 to 115.
It's ETH that's gapping a little bit better.
Yeah, I think all of crypto is going to go today.
Just a little bit better. But I do like crypto today because ETH is breaking a consolidation here. ETHA at 34 is what I'm looking at. But you can look at the spot price if you want. It's just a prior high on ETH, and we're busting through it. And as you can see, Apple. Yeah,
someone's saying that Apple's got downside there. I don't know what.
But it's not really moving that much on that headline.
What was it?
I mean, it's down 0.7%.
What's the headline?
Oh, delaying in China.
Oh, delaying in China. That's probably.
I mean, that'll end up on the rundown.
I mean, yesterday Apple got downgraded a couple times and still went up $3. So I don't know. I like the strength in Apple. I think, all right, on a move down, I'm buying Apple. So good. I was wondering what to do today. Down 0.76 there. Any delays in China is going to be probably what is it
the Air.
What is? Oh, it's on the screen there. It is. Okay, good. Sites, regulatory. I wonder who's. Are they the one doing that? I guess they're announcing that. Apple delays. Yeah, okay. So if it's coming from Apple, then a little more serious. I was wondering if it was one of those
Bloomberg
analysts.
reports.
Yeah, just one of those Chinese analysts. There's that one guy that's always all over.
Oh, Min-Chi Kuo.
Yeah, Min-Chi Kuo. Yeah, that guy's always all over it. So I think if it was one of his reports, I just punch long right now. But if it's going to be Apple
saying it,
talking about it, then it's a little bit different. So yeah, you can see some news at the top as well. Of our screen there, so that should be fun. So you can have a look there. But all right, so yeah, we're ready to go. We should be having Michael Noss, I think.
Today. I would expect it. It's a Friday.
on Friday. But yeah, Solana, people talking about there. There's not really any names you can look at for Solana yet, right? I mean, there's probably some treasuries and whatnot that are bouncing around, but the actual Solana itself. Whoa, what the? Yeah, you guys are right. 238. Okay. Yeah, nice moves upside today. Yeah, there's
that's a gap.
XRP3, 238 for Solana. That's a good one. Dogecoin 25. We talked about them, all these ETF talk, like, is this what's going to come through? Still Cardano doing nothing. But Dogecoin, nice 25 cents there. Solana 238. This is what happens, like when these names start to go, they really pick and choose, which cryptos go and when. So it looks like right now maybe it's Solana's turn. So I think it's Bitcoin's.
You know what's crazy? I mock the Golden Cross. Well, I don't mock it. I just say I don't really care about it too much. But I don't think in the last year I've seen a cleaner Golden Cross than the one on Solana right here. Golden Cross, it never goes against you. Does the 50 period crossing the 200 period right here, and then just trends up, holding the 50 period now, breaking out. Maybe crypto respects that kind of a thing better than stocks do because it's more new. I don't know, but that's pretty clean.
There's a lot of, they're dropping some ETFs in here.
Good.
You guys are all right, man. SOLT.
What's the best one? Because we can't, I can pull up Solana, but to trade this is a bit of a pain in the butt.
I think this is the right one. SOLT. That's a 2 times Solana ETF. It's done 100,000, almost nearly 1 million shares. Looks really clean. Look how good this is. Wow. Playing some of these double levered names here, like instead of buying Solana itself, I should just be doing some more research and getting into these names here. We don't have GSOL, that's on the pink sheets. Yeah, no, we don't have that. So it looks like SOLT, if anybody's interested there. This is up 10% and pushing here higher. Michael's come and talked about some crypto with us before, so I wonder if that's what's going to be on the docket here today. Oh, SOLZ, what is that one? Oh, this is also one.
Yeah, but the volume's pretty light.
Yeah, 100,000. So a little different there. One is this is going to be the proper, it looks like, only up 5%, when the SOLT is double that. So this is a 2 times levered. So thanks for everybody in the chat, Darwin and whoever posted their Ozen and everybody else in there as well. So, all right, it's 8:40. Let's go back over to the penalty box.
It's not that bad. Maybe we'll have to throw some stuff on the wall or something. Michael Noss is going to join us here for a look at an interesting system that he's been working on for Friday. We've moved, Mr. Noss, so I look a little bit different here this morning, but it's a little bit foggy, it looks like, in Halifax. How's your week been?
It's been fantastic. It seems like you were on the right side of the craziness this week and you had a great week, or if you were on the wrong side of the craziness, a lot of blow ups. But yeah, it's been interesting and hearing you guys talk about crypto. That's looking good as well. Can't really complain with markets at all-time highs.
Yeah, I like that you brought this idea specifically today, and we're going to look at intraday type moves and intraday type strategies that we can apply, because it's been, as you said, crazy, not only week, but a couple of weeks here with these low float names. So let's jump right into it here. How do you approach these types of, not necessarily specifically on the low float side, but very, very volatile intraday moves?
Yeah, so I am notoriously an awful day trader. So I didn't even approach it until, maybe reapproach it till a year or so ago, when I could develop systems, right? Because I'm a systems guy, and I find, especially for day trading, there are some people who are really wired for it. You're watching the right channel for that with Sean and Neil and all the guys there. They do well. Myself, I'm just not. So I need kind of everything planned well in advance, and the orders out, and the systems running. So we're going to talk about a system that got me to the long side, thankfully, on QMMM. And we're going to talk about this system, and this is something that we're running at Stats Edge, but I just wanted to give you guys the basics and kind of get you guys started about how you could systematize potentially your day trading, because the market's just going up every day. So I couldn't really find anything to talk about there. So this is the trade, right? I would love to say that I didn't chicken out of a bunch of this early, but the first little green arrow there on the bottom of the candle is a buy, and then the sell at the close. Again, I chickened out a little bit before that, but that's okay. The premise and the reason I wanted to show you this is to show that all of these day trades are happening exclusively on daily candles, which certainly can be done. And that's important for people who believe that day trading always has to be like super hyper scalping, or that they're, they have a job and they can't watch the market too much, you can zoom out and still make intraday trades, again, assuming you have the right system. So the next chart here, this is just the back test of the system. And you can see it's not always profitable, right? 2007, 8, 9, it just kind of tread water, didn't really do anything. 2019 and 2020, it treaded water and didn't do anything. So just like all systems out there, the premise is that it's not going to make you money every day. It's not going to make you money every week, month, or even year. But if you take this system and you apply other systems to it, it eventually kind of smooths out equity curves. But again, this is with slippage and commission accounted for. This is a good chart, a good equity chart to have if you can kind of maintain something like this in the long run. So let's zoom in, talk a little bit about the QMMM trade and what this system is actually looking for. So first of all, the entry parameter is very, very simple. We are taking yesterday's range, yesterday's candle. So I know all of the trades that I could potentially make the night before, or at least the morning of, and we're just using a Fibonacci pullback. So what I've drawn here is yesterday's range, the area between the colored zone on QMMM was this range, and the drawing I've done was a Fibonacci, and somewhere between the 50% and the 618 Fibonacci zone, that's what we're looking to buy as a pullback. So basically, simply put, we're looking for half of yesterday's range. If we can pull back within half of yesterday's range, we're going to buy it there. The stop goes at the low of yesterday's range. Now, and that's the trade. We exit at the close. Obviously, you can't do that on every symbol. So how are we picking the symbols? Well, there's a bunch of criteria in the system, and I'm running machine learning and all this stuff against it. But the next chart just shows the daily chart and why this one would have been picked. So this lower indicator is essentially just the range of each individual candle. So what I'm doing is I'm just looking for days that had the largest day in a large period of time, and more specifically in this one, this was the largest day pretty much ever for this stock, or the last year or so of action. So that's what we do. We look at all of the candles that made a really explosive move to the upside yesterday from open to close. So not really just even a gap, open to close. And then we're just saying if it pulls back halfway into that range, we're going to buy it there. We're going to put a stop below the day, and we're going to exit on the close. And we have about a 54 to 55% win rate. So not a huge one, but because we have a stop loss and we're only risking half of that yesterday's range, every now and then we get a QMMM. That was obviously, I think, the biggest win in the entire back test. But if you get your wins a little bit, every now and then you're going to get something that stops at that midpoint of the range and then rips all day. That's all you need to make that equity curve that I've shown. So that is the setup. Again, there's a little bit more nuance to it, but that's the broad strokes of the setup. And I just went through and I grabbed some of the names for you today of things that are interesting. So this AEI, no idea what any of these companies are. There's up to potential 40 names that could be traded each day. And with this one, you can see the lower indicator, that bar chart. Yesterday was by far the largest day for AEI of the entire window that we're looking at here. And then the midpoint of this range is around 320. So if this thing pulls back to 320 today, that's where the system will buy. We'll put our stop below the day, and then we'll see what happens on to the close. Next one here is CENX. Again, massive, explosive, wide-range day. Again, this is what we're looking for, is some igniting action. Usually this will be a news event or a technical breakout or something like that. The midpoint of this range is sitting around 2350. If we pull back into that range, that's where we're looking to buy with a stop at the low of the day, which would be around 2250. So we're risking about $1. And then we hope if it turns around and we get buyers continuing a move like this, that risk outweighs the potential reward we could get. Last but not least is open. Open may be a little bit overdone. Just looking at kind of the daily chart here, it's gone from 2 to 10. Full disclosure, again, I'll always tell you this, I own some of this from around the $3, $4 mark for a swing trade. Got out a bunch yesterday, but I just want to tell you, every time I talk about a stock that I'm in, I just want to tell you guys. So huge range day yesterday. Again, we're talking around $9 or so. We're looking for this to pull in. If it breaks the low of the day at 750, we're out. So I just wanted to show you, not necessarily, just, hey, this is a system that's going to make you all this money, because I showed you the statistics. It's right a little bit more than half the time, but just to show you that you can approach day trading the same way you do swing trading and investing in a very systematic way. You can test that there's an edge in what it is that you're doing, and then you're just looking to exploit that edge. And the beauty of day trading is that you can, go into margin, you can use prop firms, there's all kinds of ways you can get access to buying power. And what you're trying to do is you're able to exploit a small edge, but because it happens frequently, like every day, as opposed to a swing trade that might take a week or a month to play out, a small edge exploited very, very frequently is sometimes even better than a large edge that you're only doing every so often.
When you look at the overall market, how much have you looked into, I guess is a better way to put this, have you looked into how much the overall market just continuing to grind higher every single day contributes to maybe a follow through like that QMMM from yesterday versus, if I'm looking at open today, let's just say the market opens and just plummets all day long. It's not like we're going to be sitting there with a blind buy order waiting to just pick up shares at the 50% retracement just because it's the 50% retracement.
Yeah, and you can see that in the equity curve as well, because remember I pointed out 2008, 2009, it was about flat, lost a little bit of money, didn't really do too much. And then again in 2019, 2020, if you go to the charts of the SPY, there was a lot of down movement there. And even you kind of have to pinch or zoom right in, but 2025 this year during April, if you were buying things as the market was tanking, you were having a bad time. So the two ways to deal with this as a systematic kind of trader is, one, if you're sitting here, you could just use that discretion. You could take a look at the market when your alerts come in and look to take a trade only if the market is holding up or if you really like the name for some reason. What I do personally is I'm running, I think, 6 strategies currently from the day trading side of things. So the hope is that the shorts that I have, if the market sells off, will outweigh the longs that I have and vice versa. But for a discretionary trader, yeah, you definitely you'd keep a market indicator up in some way and only buy when the market's kind of giving you that direction.
We talk about tools in the toolbox a lot around here, so that's a very good example of it. Great stuff. Michael Noss, have a wonderful weekend. We'll speak again on Monday.
Talk to you soon. Yep.
Thanks, Michael. I have a funny feeling that Open Door just might be a symbol of interest to the viewers here.
Yeah, it could be.
No, and it's the fun thing about it too is like anybody. Well, assuming you have it. Ooh, let me put the fib on a higher time frame. There we go. Like assuming you have it, you can just do the old bang bang. And then, I can see that the 50% retracement's right there at like 9:15. I don't actually want the fibs on my charts. I'm not gonna throw it up, but that's the kind of thing where you're just always looking to, if you're looking to be involved and the name's going to do the most volume or the one that's actually the biggest player is doing some new vol. I think that's the kind of system you want. I mean, I'm looking at it here today. I think if we lose about the 980 to 85 area, then a pullback at least to 9 to 915 would make some sense. Like if you lose the immediate bottom, I don't see why it's not reasonable you could pull back into that 9. And for anyone who thinks it only goes up, we'll see what happens if it loses that underneath that 10 area. But I believe we've got some upgrades and downgrades to look over with Joseph.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the final session of the week. All right, let's take a look at what we have on the upgrades and downgrades. Now, to start it off, we have Alaska Airlines getting that price target raised by UBS to $90, and then GM by Barclays getting that price target raised to $73. Now, Ralph Lauren getting it raised to $335 by Needham, and then Acadia Realty Group also getting that price target raised to $23. Now, on the downside, we have Applied Materials getting that price target lowered to $175. Now, Adobe going from a outperform to neutral by BMO Capital, and Molson Coors by Barclays getting that price target lowered to $50, and then Farm Brothers getting it lowered to $2.50, guys.
You want old Ford. AMAT announces a dividend and gets a downgrade. It's like that, huh? It's just like that. Sometimes the dividend isn't the best thing in the world, but I'm a little pleasantly surprised by this GM chart. That's not bad at all. This has been in a very quiet uptrend. Let's see. I mean, again, I'm actually really surprised by this. The odds of breaking out, just because you got an upgrade, the odds of breaking out through an even dollar like this 60 area, which already rejected once, going back into November here, Yeah, that's a little bit tricky. All the way back to last year, and that rejected that $60 level. So it's a pretty big spot that this is trying to take out. But if GM can take this 60, I think I'd care more about it on a higher time frame because it's not really like a day trade. So I think like on a weekly level, if it can close above 60 on a weekly chart, I think I'd care more about this. But much better chart than I expected to see. I'm not a gigantic fan of the space, and there's trades in them. I don't know if there's actual there's holds that I'd ever want, and Ford and that $12 break could get interesting as well. So yeah, GM, not bad at all. Let's see if it can hold 60 next week. There might be a long in there, just not now, not today.
Yeah, I was going to say similarly there, Ford looks like it did want to break through, or maybe wants to break through this 12. Yeah. So you're getting into some nice levels here as well. Like that could be, again, like a month break right into here for $12. I mean, going all the way back. Last time we were sort of hovering around and trying to hold $12. We made the move up to 15 there. So yeah, I don't know what kind of news could hit the space here, but yeah, $12 incoming there. Really holding the 50 period moving average quite well, right, since the April break. So you had the April break at $9,950. It's done well up to $11. I mean, it's not going to be like some of those other, high beta names, but this has been a good one. I mean, it's been fine. I don't want to say it's been good, but it's been fine. You'd be happier in other names, but this is potential to break 12. So I think Ford is good. Breaking through and holding the 50 period moving average, breaking through it, coming back in, testing it right there over the last couple of days, and then hopefully getting to the upside. This is interesting to me, $12 break on Ford. It may happen today. If it does, I think it's worth a little bit. I think there could be some action there. We've been seeing levels break. We saw Alibaba yesterday break 150, how important that was. And I don't know what it's doing today. I haven't even looked at it today.
Oh my goodness.
This on this 154. Okay, so not much going on here for Alibaba.
I hope you cover.
QMM is going. Was he short? No.
Who?
Michael, no.
No. He would never. I would presume Michael would never short this. But QMMM is now almost 100% to the upside again. So anybody that shorted it and didn't take profit is now looking like a heel. Because this spent the last couple of days heading to the downside, and now it is off. Just a word of warning. This entire move from $90 to that just hit almost 150, or actually hit 150, on 100,000 shares of volume. 100,000 shares of volume. This is firmly in that category of the chances of it halting multiple times. If it's in play, it's halting. That's just how it's going to be with QMMM. So I can tell you with certainty, I probably will not be shorting this one. I never say never, because it's like you shouldn't speak in certainties, but it's like it's non-zero. Like, give me a break. But yeah, good move there for QMMM. Mimi saying your broker doesn't allow you to trade QMMM. I would imagine there are a few brokers out there that would not want people trading this. There's just no. The way I like to look at it is, when you get into a trade, you have an idea where you want to get out if you're wrong. And therefore, if I say, let's just imagine shorting something which is crazy like Open Door. Like if I say to myself, okay, I'm going to short Open Door into $11. If $11 breaks, what's the worst that's going to happen to me? I'm out at 11.05. In a terrible scenario, 11.10. That's a terrible scenario. On QMMM, the answer to that question is, I don't know. So why would you ever short this thing? You just can't. And it kind of goes with the longs too. You just don't necessarily know exactly where you're going to be able to get out on something. And that's where the concern is for a lot of people trying to trade this. But it's at 160 and it's going, so congratulations to anyone that might have it. But yeah, I won't be touching that.
All right, it's all good. We just put out our sticky notes. There's some trade ideas over there. We're about to go over our watch list as well, which has some good ideas on it. Bitcoin starting to go back up again. You see it on the bottom there, 115. It looks like IBIT starting to get this action going. It's not crazy, but we just broke through 115. So I think there's some actionable trades here in IBIT today. So that's on my watch list. And then I didn't put an Apple on, but I think that's going to be interesting today. And so is Open Door between 10 and 11. I definitely like those ideas. But these are all going to be stories that we're going to talk about right now. Let's go back over to the desk.
Yeah, we were looking at Tesla a little bit this morning as well. I mean, Apple right back up, first of all, right back up here after that China story again. The eSIM, apparently a problem on the iPhone Air for China. We were looking at Tesla here a little bit as well. Big day yesterday. Right back to the highs on that China note we talked about yesterday for the Model YL. holding here. I mean, 375, I guess, if you go out to a higher time frame.
I was really shocked by this move yesterday in Tesla, Brendo. I didn't expect it. Obviously, we had heard previously that they had sold already 120,000 cars, about 10,000 cars a day, that they were sold out. I think the new headline that we got yesterday was that they were sold out and they were kicking back deliveries to November. So one can only wonder how much more demand they'll have once they're not sold out anymore. Again, that is kind of what they like in China. They like those 3-row SUVs, multiple seaters. So we'll keep an eye out on that. But I want to see that 500-mile Model 3 get a little bit more love, because they had to cut the price there about 3% and change.
And maybe show up on our doorstep as well would be nice, as we were saying yesterday. This was kind of interesting as well. I was just looking at Palantir's quarterly free cash flow. All-time highs, $531.6 billion.
Fantastic report from them yesterday. Brendo striking a deal with a British company out over there to use their war games sort of system and simulation on the AIP platform, the Foundry platform. So we'll keep an eye on Palantir, up huge this year, obviously.
Coming up at 10 o'clock this morning, remember Michigan consumer sentiment. There is inflation data that will be a part of that. Yield curve mostly focused on the long end right now, the 30 and the 10-year back to the upside a little bit, more so on the 30-year, but we'll keep an eye on that going into 10 o'clock this morning. Let's have a look at said market.
65.93, guys. That's what we closed out yesterday on the ES September contract, Sharif. We're right on the door, Brendo, of 6,600 with the overnight high, 65.96. So we are on the precipice of taking out another key 100-point level. If for whatever reason we start selling off and the market takes a downturn, we're looking at that 50-point area as support, even though, Brendo, the overnight low is three-quarter area, 65.76.
Just surfing into all-time high territory once again for the S&P. If you haven't done so, as always, grab that. Jump down to the description of the video. Top link has the link, or you can just use that. And then you just put your email address in, comes right to your inbox. Every single day has everything that's moving around on it with why. Let's go to Adobe here to kick things off. Good report after the close yesterday. We did come back in. 360 becomes support here after the close yesterday. There were, a few question marks, but for the most part, decent report here.
Still down 21% year to date, Brendo, even that with that nice move up. Let's talk about how they did on their earnings. EPS and revenue beat for the quarter, 531 versus the 518 expected by the street on revenue of just shy of $6 billion, guys. 5.99 billion, 5.91 expected by the street. And revenue did rise 11% year over year on the quarter, with that net income, that profitability coming in at more than $1.75 billion. They're also guiding higher than expected, Brendo, 535 to 540 for earnings per share on revenue of over $6 billion, 6.08 they're guiding, all the way up to 6.13. But here's what kind of stood out to me. They continue to integrate AI across all its product line, and now they're seeing annual recurring revenue, ARR, surpassing $5 billion just from their AI features, Brendo.
I talked to a lot of people recently, even almost on a daily basis, who are in the production side of this business. Adobe Creative Cloud continues to be the standard and the go-to for all of this industry. So yes, it's a subscription-based model versus some of the other options that are out there now. But DaVinci Resolve, one of those, which is just a one-time fee. But Adobe Creative Cloud continues to be the most mentioned by the production industry. So thoughts here, guys? Adobe, it is coming back in as we speak, but still showing signs of strength today.
See, that's the thing. But yet, despite all that, despite, as you said, the channel check that it's still the top thing being used, and the beat, top and bottom, and the guidance good, and the post-market rally, and the hold of the 50-period moving average, and what happens? It gets instantly sold off. And then we come in this morning, and it's had it been over out and about 366, like in here, okay, fine. We've seen that rubber band action before in the aftermarket. If it had bounced, rejected 366, and then there were buyers above that this morning, then I think you'd have something here. But unfortunately, that's not the setup you're looking for on earnings for something that's a beat if you're looking for a long. On the daily chart, it doesn't look bad because it's barring it could hold a 50 period on the daily, which is a good sign because that hasn't happened since June. So I guess you'd have something there maybe for a short-term swing, but this is going to end up being a pass for me. And it wouldn't have been that way if we had some price action showing willing buyers over 366. But that's just not the case. Sometimes good news doesn't get met with as much exuberance as you would like to see. That's just how it is.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's still talking about this, like the same way we talked about Google, like, possibly losing its way with search, and then everyone got so nervous about it, and then all of a sudden Google was like, wow, we've got other levers to pull and things like that. So, like Brendan was mentioning there about the AI cloud, I think that everybody keeps talking, about the death of Photoshop, or Photoshop, whatever their, services are. I think Adobe's just such a legacy name that we get caught up in, like the Acrobat and all this kind of stuff. They are well aware that there's this movement right now to AI and to making everybody's jobs easier and almost less creative to some extent. But those that are still creating content want to create it on a high quality. And the tools that they have are still being used. I mean, the fact that they guided 11.3% growth versus 11, I think that's what's holding the stock up a little bit right now, and they got the double beat. It's the rhetoric around it, and I'm not enough into art or anything like that, or creation of content that I would know enough to see if Adobe would be the right play down here. But just technically, it's bouncing off of these lows. So I think it looks fine, broken back above the 50-period moving average. So if you take away some of the macro ideas, it's not looking horrible, especially after what could have been a disaster. Like if it was a really bad print, the stock would be down like 10 or 15%. It seems to be holding up. I don't know about trading it today, but let's give this a couple of days. And if it holds above the 50-period moving average, then maybe it's go time back to 4 bills where the 200 period is, right? So it's been a really bad down, 20-something% year to date. It's not going to be good, man. We opened the year in and around this 450 area. We're down to 360. Could be a lot worse for Adobe considering the environment that we're in and all the negativity around the name. I think it's fine. I think it works higher here. And I would go with Adobe. I mean, all the PDFs that still get sent around, I think there's some use for these guys. And just looking quickly, let's just take a look at Figma to see what they're doing, because again, this is another name that they tried to buy 4 or 5 years ago. They just came public. Figma not doing a whole heck of a lot around the that release, but this is kind of what I'm talking about with the space. Came with hype. We know the IPO hype train is not real. And then all of a sudden came all the way back into some levels, and they may be finding some kind of a bottom as well near $50. So again, between Figma and Adobe, I would probably just put my money in Adobe if I could, gun to head, but I don't know. I would think that Figma today should see an upside take as well with better than expected numbers coming from Adobe. All right, a stock that did just a little bit of volume yesterday. Let's go talk about Opendoor.
Quick on NVIDIA, the information is reporting NVIDIA is going to throttle back its cloud computing business amid competition with other major players to focus specifically on competition with AWS. Not really doing much on that, but again, that is from the information. NVIDIA stepping back from cloud computing business to focus on AWS specifically, or competing with AWS. So I'll keep an eye on NVIDIA, not really doing much on that though. Let's go to Opendoor. 2 days in a row here, straight to the upside. We're $10 and above. Everyone and anyone at this point with opinions on Opendoor.
Oh boy, this was a big one yesterday, Brendo, and they obviously have a new CEO. That's why we were kind of all aggressively high yesterday, over 80%. So here's the deal. So the market likes this new contract because it's very incentive based. So the new CEO, his name is Kaj Najatian. He gets basically no money for coming over to Opendoor. So what they're going to do is they're going to give him what he left behind at Shopify, which is about $30 million. But he's only making $1 per year actually on the contract. But it's all incentively based. So if the stock trades above $6.24 for 60 days, he unlocks tranche number 1. And he has many different amount of shares that he can unlock. They've given him 81.8 million, what they're calling restricted stock units. And the way they get unrestricted is by moving above a certain stock price. So 624, then you got 9, 13, 17, all the way up to 33. He can unlock, I should say, 81.8 million shares. Market likes that as an incentivized sort of contract, very similar, Brendo, to what we see with Elon and Tesla.
The lesson to be learned here, it's still very much highly watched by social media guys. So what do we do here today with Open?
Well, apparently, if you were Martin Shkreli, you'd short it. He said that the company is fundamentally broken. Here's the thing. If you're trading it, you kind of don't care about that, right? Like, this is a squeeze play. We'll double check. Like, there's probably not going to have been an update on the short flow, is my guess. So either 26 or 27% that you see when you go to most sources, I would venture that could be a little bit bigger than it is now. What's interesting is I actually wrote down on the note this morning, and I didn't know what I actually didn't know Michael Noss was going to talk about Open Door. But oddly enough, there was that big liquidity at 9 in the low 990s yesterday. And you see what happened when it chewed through it, and then we dipped off that. I think if you lose that level, and I'm willing to say if it pulls back underneath 980 or so, then you've really lost that level. I think if we lose that level, a gap fill into the low 9s is the first place I'd try to pick it up. Like, it's like you could drop, it's almost like a full dollar from here. So if you lose this pre-market low and you can't handle like 980, then I think we could see all the way back into 9. And then if 9 goes, I think it's a similar story. Like, you have to have a bit of a wider range from liquidity point to liquidity point if you're doing any dip buying. Right? Like, everything is all good if we hold over the 10, then it's just every single chance you have to join, like the VWAP hold off the open, fail break, it holds your level, which is what happened yesterday. Like, the fail break, it doesn't really hold down underneath that pre-market low, and then you buy it at VWAP, and it was the only chance you got at VWAP. So I'm thinking something similar again, and if it loses a bid, then I look back at that $9 level for Open. The volume, while the volume's here, you got to be on it. Like, it's not going to do 1 billion shares every single day. It probably won't even do 1 billion shares today.
Probably won't.
No, it won't. Like, you get the big volume spike the next day,
maybe half.
5 to 6, and if it's really good, maybe 7. Probably a lot of that will be at the close too, but yeah, so it's still very good volume and very much in play. But yeah, Shkreli. What did he say? I mean, the last time he said this about companies, like, that was your opportunity to get in on the dip of the quantum. He said Open Door is fundamentally broken.
Oh, well, yeah, it is.
Well, that's the thing. It's not about fundamentals here. Right. That's the issue. It wasn't about fundamentals with the quantum names either.
Any meme stock is not about fundamentals.
Yeah, it's not.
Okay, so I just wrote down, look, yesterday was a huge stock. You guys saw me trading. We were long $8. We were long $10. So I'm going to do the same thing again. We're going to watch out for that 11 top break, and then we're going to watch out for 10 support. There's nothing really else for me to do here today. It's a number one stock. I think it's something that needs to be traded. I traded it aggressively yesterday. You guys saw, I hope you guys saw anyways, but there was the $8 break. We had that yesterday. We also had a 10 pullback and break right here upside, and that was also traded well. So, give us multiple opportunities. Yesterday was the 200 period moving average that was sort of watched, but now see we're underneath the 200 period moving average, so that's not great. You would have liked to open up above it and use some of these lines as support instead of resistance. And right now, the 200 VWAP and the 50 period moving average are all above. We are below. They're all above where we're trading right now. So I do think we test $10. I don't think that's rocket science, and that dip right into there. We just want to see if it holds that. So if you're going to go long 10, which I am. Well, I don't know if I'm going to go long early. I want to see what it does. But if it comes back in and looks at this 990 something like that and holds it, then I think we run 10 to 11. And then after 11 breaks, then it's, again, sort of those clear skies, blue skies ahead. So, I mean, again, I like it. I don't think we're going to go 1 billion. I don't think we're going to go, we might not even go 500 today. But you're definitely going to do a couple 100 million shares on Open Door. Worth watching. Could see some profit taking. I already tweeted it out that I think it's going to be a really slow day today. But the NASDAQ is just doing this again. It's funny because the market's at all-time highs and it doesn't look like it wants to pull back anytime soon because we don't have any negative stories right here. So the market probably continues higher and so does Open Door. It's just let it settle down off the open. You know, the big moves can come at any time. So, you know, be patient, look for these big volume spikes and see which direction this wants to go. If the volume picks up and it's going down, we could be in for quite a down move, right? I see Satinder Jeet there. I'm not sure where you put the anchor view up, but you were saying it's at 950. So yeah, there could be some action there. I would think more around this $8.80 to $9 range in here. We could see something, but I'm excited. I want to go long. I don't want to go short. I didn't pay for shorts. I assume they're not.
I think
yesterday
they're free.
They were free, right? So
free.
we're okay there. Yeah, I know. We talked about this yesterday live on the show. See, this is another thing, this NXTT, right? They dropped an offering. 200 to 1 split. So they're reverse splitting 200 to 1. So NXTT was pumped up for the last couple of days, and we were talking about it on our show. And someone had mentioned it to us at $14 or 14 cents, and it was 17 or 18 the next day. And then yesterday it was 32 cents and 38 cents. So you had like a quad from the bottom there in 3 or 4 days. And then all of a sudden they went 200 to 1 on a reverse split. So that tanked this name all the way back in. So I would say this NXTT, this Next Technologies holding company, yeah, I don't know. 20 cents seems to be psychological level to me. So I would think if you break that, then, maybe there's something to do there because 200 to 1 stock split. So, not great. 10 to 1, that puts it to $40, so we'll have to wait where this is going. So anyways, NXTT, I say it's going down, but maybe not until reverse split day. We'll find out about that. So do I expect an offering on open? I don't know what their cash situation is in Open Door if they need to raise funds. So thank you for that question. If they have cash on hand, I don't think they would do any sort of an offering. So we'll wait to see, especially if the dude's compensation is based on stock price.
I was going to say he wants it to hold over 6.
He wouldn't. There would be no incentive.
He's disincentivized.
But it's like boo-hoo. Oh no, the dude only got paid $30 million. Yeah. Okay, here's the thing. I'm gonna think about this afterwards.
No, but
I may take
he
a similar
still
package where I make $30 million up front, and I'll just take $1 a year for the rest of my life.
He still, he still would, because you can.
Actually, maybe I won't.
It's at $10 now, so it's still. What's more important is just to see if they've already filed is the question I would be asking. Because if you're day trading, you don't necessarily care. The odds of an offering in the middle of the day is relatively slim. It does happen. But if you're swing trading something, that's like this, that's where you want to check filings to see if they could just do one at any time or if they'd have to actually file, and then it would take days and weeks.
I don't think they're going to do that. I don't see why they would. So, anyways, good question.
It's not impossible. It's
always on day traders' minds. And the thing is, it's a good thing you guys are watching the show because we talk about that all the time. So I hope that was an educated question coming from some of the content that we've provided. So Fannie Mae is at $16, by the way. That stock just keeps on ripping upside.
Private.
All right. Gemini. It's called Gemini. What is this stock? It's I was looking at it today. Space Station. Man, what are these guys doing? These guys are really trying the hardest to get the most out of this IPO, I feel like. So Gemini could be exciting today. Let's go back over to the guys. We'll talk about the details, and then we'll see if Neil and I are going to trade it.
One of two today. There's BRCB as well, which is BlackRock Coffee. Not that BlackRock, but apparently a coffee chain in the U.S. also coming to market today, also on the NASDAQ. So Gemini and BRCB to look at. Yeah, here it is. 15.2 million shares, about $28 each. I mean, it's $3 billion-ish in valuation here for this company.
Yeah, Brendo, it's going to be $28 a share. That's the IPO price. That was yesterday, obviously. That was oversubscribed, though. It was $24 to $26 per share at, giving the company about $3.3 billion valuation. They did cap their offering, though, guys. So they capped it at $425 million, selling about 15.2 million shares. That's down. They were actually looking at selling 16.67 million shares. They toned that down, calling it a capped offering. Anyway, underwriters, Brendo, some of the usual suspects, Goldman, Citi, Morgan, who also have a 30-day option to sell an additional 833,000 shares. Up to 30% of the shares, of the amount of shares that they're selling, 415.2 million, they're actually reserved for retail traders on platforms like Robinhood, SoFi, Webull, Futu, which is a Chinese brokerage, and Moomoo Financial, which is kind of, boosting the grassroots participation in the IPO. Brendo is going to trade under GEMI on the NASDAQ. And just to give you an idea what this company is, it was founded back in 2014 by the Winklevoss twins, primarily operates as a crypto exchange. It holds $21 billion in assets as of July. It reported a net loss of about $160 million back last year and $283 million just in the first half of this year alone, Brendo, raising concerns obviously about the profitability. The NASDAQ, though, investing $50 million in this company is significant endorsement in the long-term potential. The NASDAQ also plans to use Gemini as a distribution partner for its crypto trade management system. So let's see how this goes.
Here's the other one we were mentioning here, BlackRock Coffee, better part of 20 million. This actually says, or $20 each, 14.7 million shares coming to market for them. So much, much smaller, roughly 300 million, we'll call it, for BlackRock Coffee. All the usual suspects behind this one, JP Morgan, Jefferies, Morgan Stanley, Baird, Stifel, William Blair. So BRCB, Gemini, both today, guys.
And there's also Via Transportation, on the NYSE, Via Transportation, that's VIA, that's $500 million, so that's not that big either. And then Legends Corp, LGN, that's on the NASDAQ 700. That's actually the biggest one today. I feel like if they're over $1 billion, I like them a little better. So as far as the opening print goes, I'm not sold on Gemini. It would have to blow me away by the things that we're seeing in the locator, which we'll always do. If you're tuning in for the first time, like you ask us, hey, what does it look like? We'll be able to tell you the indicated open price, whether it's a buy and balance, a sell and balance. Yesterday was mostly sell for a bunch of the time on the figure. But this probably doesn't open until 1 o'clock Gemini. So there's a lot of time to figure it out. But right now, I don't think I want to take it. And we'll have the locator up. The only thing on the locator right now that stands out is BBAI 1.2 million shares to the buy side. So that one 7% up and in play. And we'll talk about that literally next. Apparently.
Yeah, we're making good money on BBAI, everybody. So that's good, man. We'll continue to watch out for that. Look, I mean, the best comp obviously is going to be bullish. I mean, it's pretty much the exact same business opening up here with Gemini. And it's funny that there's 4 or 5 IPOs today, and this is Gemini's one of the lower ones and gets all the love because of crypto. And I think that it's coming out at the right time. IPO mania right now. You could get that initial bump like we've seen again here for bullish, but at the end of the day, bullish is still underneath. I'm not sure what this share price was when it first came through, but it did open up at 70, went to 110, and then basically fell the rest of the day and then fell out the rest of the week, and we had a little bit of a move up and then a little bit lower. So I would say if you're interested in Gemini, you're either going to trade it right off the open and try to capture something out of this, or you just wait to see for the pullback and then buy any of those dips. So for me, I'm not overly excited about it. I mean, CLAR, Klarna just came 2 days ago or 3 days ago, and that was at, I don't remember the price nowadays that I get that. That was at 45, I think. Was that 45?
The open or the issue?
The open price was, 52. It came at 52,
yeah. Because we got 52 to 53.
That's right, we got 52, yeah, right. So we were long 52, right. So we got 52 to 53, it didn't go to 57, and then it was just straight down. So now it's had 3 red days, it's been open 3 days, and essentially 3 red days.
Maybe it's
for Klarna. So maybe this one could bounce off $40, and $40 was the IPO price that everyone got in their account. So yeah, I was just gonna say if Gemini is $28 is where they're thinking, no matter where it goes, I think it comes back to 30 or 31 probably at some point. So we'll keep an eye on it. It's definitely not worth sitting here all day for, in my opinion. Although we made good money on the Klarna, it wasn't enough, to be honest with you, for the amount of risk taken. So I think we're going to hold off on this one. We talk about all the bank names, like this is 306 now. JP Morgan is just very, very slowly, and all of them are just grinding so much higher right now. Like, talk about investing versus day trading. Like, if you just buy some of the best companies, Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, the XLF, any of the ETFs, in any space right now, really, it seems to be pretty hot fire. So there goes JP Morgan again, and I got some out at $2.99 and change, and now it's going higher. So we're still holding a very big chunk of this trade, and I like the way the banks are looking these days. And I talk about it because this is part of the IPO frenzy is a lot of these underwriters continue to print and make money because they're supporting these stocks. They've got them at way cheaper prices. They're collecting the fees for all of these things. We had 6 or 7 IPOs at least this week, and there's more scheduled.
And it's all the same 3 that
the biggest
make the money
ones,
here.
Yeah, like is OpenAI ever going to come to market? If they do, can you imagine how crazy that's going to be? And then the big one that I think is going to be huge would be Discord.
Yes.
So you got Discord coming, hopefully, and OpenAI at some point. I don't know if Starlink, or I don't know how that's going to happen, or XAI.
SpaceX at some point. Maybe.
You know, the smartest guy in the room is going to be, once again, Elon Musk. You want to see his net worth go up to double? All right, just IPO XAI.
That's why they had to pay. That's why the pay package came in, because dude was, most of his wealth was not from Tesla. It's from OpenAI and not OpenAI. Obviously
XAI.
SpaceX and XAI. So that was one of the reasons. Just quickly before we move on to BBAI here, Joby is catching another bid here and just breaking the high of the day. I want to, like, this is one that actually, look at the trend break. Trend break, looks like it's breaking out. Some continuation happening in Joby. I heard Treef go, yes, Joby, but we got a few more names to cover before we get to the open. BBAI with a 1.2 million sell imbalance currently, or buy imbalance currently.
I was going to say the sell imbalance actually make more sense. It's moving down right now. 550 was the high, though, pre-market here this morning. This was after the close yesterday, but a nice contract for them anyways with the enhanced passenger screening program at Nashville International.
Exactly, Brendo. They expanded the deployment of such. It's what they're calling a mission-ready security screening system at Nashville International Airport. The tech aims to speed up the U.S. Customs and Border Protection process for international arrivals, making the border screening faster and more efficient. It becomes one of the many airports implementing enhanced passenger processing using Big Bear AI's technology. Specifically here, the solution uses AI-powered identity verification tools for faster passenger processing, and it integrates facial image capture, document scanning, and the customs data checks while ensuring the compliance with strict U.S. standards. This is the second such launch. I know that they had something in O'Hare as well in Chicago. So
yeah, 2 days in a row here, guys. Back to the upside after a pullback for BBAI.
Yeah, it's also a bit of a trend break. It's still well over double digits short float, 20% on the short float, and we've seen. This doesn't fall into the category of the crazy low float runners that we have, but it's been a small cappers kind of market recently, and this is breaking trends, so it has to be on radar today. We mentioned this yesterday, the trend break and the close essentially holding higher, so the higher close after double bottoming, all that great stuff. Pull back into prior high, it looks like the jam, so it's like between 5 and 510. When you zoom out here, so between 5 and 510, that's the support zone I'm looking for off the open. We hold that, then I'm only looking long. It's under VWAP, so you got to wait for the dip. If it's above the volume weighted average price, and think like open yesterday. Like when open initially went, it pulled back into VWAP once, and then you were off for races. If this loses the, I'll probably eat.
Here, take another banana.
Yeah,
I did my best job to be Randy today.
Nice.
Randy's not in, so we have the banana talk.
So we're looking, like I said, looking dip buy, and it's still a 1.3 million buy imbalance here on BBAI.
Look, we've been hitting this little emote or whatever for a long time on Big Bear AI. I mean, look, the first time we started trading this on the show. I'm still long at $4. So the story, if you're logging in now for the first time, Open Door just broke $10, by the way. It's just, we first started buying this name at 5. Right here on the way back in, because that was support. It was back in February, so shout out to Big Bear Army out there, and we're included in that. And then we bought it again at 4 because why not? It was $1 down, and then we bought it again at 3. And we did not buy it again at 2 to 250 because it was breaking through the 200 period moving average. I was always like, we're going to try to see if it holds this. And on the way up, we got some out at 650, at 750, and then again at 850. On the way back up. So buying at 5, 4, 3, selling at 650, 750, 850. So those are profitable trades. And then all of a sudden, Big Bear AI did the move that, it's accustomed to doing. Until these names get news, which this one now has, you got to watch out for catalysts, and it's there now. So Big Bear AI, probably a big focus today. of different websites and whatnot, Reddit talk like that. Obviously, we keep on talking about the only deals these guys seem to be getting are airport related, so that's fine. Traveling is not going anywhere, just proof of concept. Let's see if Big Bear AI can hold some of these levels. The short float, did you look at it or talk?
20.
20, okay, so not huge. I was hoping it was going to be a little bit bigger than that. But yeah, nice move down. The shorts have won so far. Let's see if the Bears, or the Bulls, can win on this bearish name, Big Bear AI. If you like Palantir and some of that kind of talk here, just a system play. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening with Big Bear AI. And then there goes Joby as well. I heard these guys talking a little bit about company announcing its participation in White House integration pilot program. So there goes Joby to the upside right now. If a deal with Uber there a couple days ago, I believe, right? So, all right, it's 9:27. Some company named Microsoft and OpenAI, I don't know, they're finally getting together on something?
This did actually move. Yeah, I was kind of surprised after the close yesterday. A nice pop. Up to 514. We're losing that right now, or a better part of 50% of that right now on this OpenAI story. You have the details.
Yeah, here's the deal, Brendo. So OpenAI did reaffirm that its nonprofit parent will continue to hold oversight over the entire company and owning an equity stake exceeding $100 billion. This makes the nonprofit one of the wealthiest philanthropic organizations globally. The arrangement was influenced by civic leaders, etc. Now, here's the deal. OpenAI signed a non-binding memorandum of understanding with Microsoft to outline the next stage of the partnership. Microsoft, as we know, has already dropped $13 billion back as early as 2019 and remains OpenAI's primary cloud partner.
And it does open the door for the business side to be a for-profit business, and everybody instantly jumping on the go public angle for this, which would be a monstrous payday, obviously, for Microsoft as well, guys. So, yeah, go on.
Much to Elon's chagrin.
I mean, he can not like it all he wants. It doesn't really make a difference. I think the thing to watch for Microsoft here is this. We only have 1 minute to go. The 50-period moving average, bit of trouble for Microsoft's the 50-period. If it can't break out above the 50-period moving average, then I don't think it resumes this kind of an uptrend. And I'll wait for it to get back above before I like it. Under the 50 means just wait and see for me. And when it gets back above, I'll be more constructive to the long side. Did we even talk Tesla? Tesla broke that 368 on the daily yesterday late. It's now above it. Pretty simple. If we hold that off the opening range, I'm just only looking longs on Tesla. Like if it can hold that with a little dip and rip, then we're good to go. But if it breaks it instantly, then it's a Friday. I don't want to be sitting there catching a falling knife.
Yeah, I have Tesla, so just 10 seconds left. I've got Open Door, I've got Tesla, I've got Qs, I've got iBit. We're looking for that as well. Here we go, brought to you by VinFast, ticker VFS. Scan that QR code to find out some more information. Tesla 372, we're gonna get into that, 2 and 1. And there we are now open. So welcome to the show once again, Friday morning. I hope everyone's having a great end to the week. And there we are now into Tesla. So the markets are now open, and as goes Tesla. We did take that break through 372. We do know that was a top level. We've taken trades like this before and had to watch out for the extension through, because you don't want to necessarily, okay, here we go. I was going to say I don't necessarily want to get too excited, because it could always fall back the other way. But here goes Tesla right now. Your boy's in this one right here. So let's see. Just went through 373. It's very violent off the open, moving multiple dollars. But this is a $370 name. So, definitely opportunities here for this name to move around. We have a couple outs at 373. But other than that, we start to turn around a little bit. If we break through VWAP or some of these pre-market lows, then we do not want to be in Tesla anymore. So watch out for this 369. 50 or so area to get out right now. Tesla just dancing around.
And going to the downside is Open Door still. It actually tagged 960. So we lose the $10 level temporarily, but hey, just because it lost it for a couple of seconds doesn't mean it can't buy back above. BBAI is heading lower, so that doesn't hold the volume weighted average price. So both of these, we're going to have to wait a little bit patiently. Oh, NVIDIA, I forgot. We didn't talk about NVIDIA. NVIDIA resistance at 180. If it gets to 179, looking short on NVIDIA.
The market's not
and the market's coming back in. There was news on SMCI as well, but it's not breaking out at 47. Put that out on Twitter. You know what? I didn't even have my order out. I just realized. All right, order in on SMCI. 47 break.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah. I mean, I'm only in Tesla right now. So let's just check out on Open Door really quickly here, as Neil deals with that decision. Yeah, so there's the price that we had sort of talked about, 960 to 950 there on open door. It looks like that is the bouncing level there for OPEN. So if anybody has that, good. But remember what I was saying before, you're underneath everything right here. So we still got to start to take out some of these support or resistance areas now, including VWAP, including the 200 period as well. So everything's pointing down. It's not the, okay, here we go. We are almost at our day's goal right here with Tesla. So let's get another, okay, there it is. Yes. Well, there it is. That's it. It's day done. 932. That's back-to-back days where at this point we had sort of hit our goal. But I think Tesla still has a chance of going, man. We broke through that level there yesterday, and then we kept on gone yesterday, Tesla. So this is what Tesla looks like yesterday. Might be a little premature to get out now. I'm out of 25% of Tesla right now, but it's a $2 winner. So my next spot is 374.40 is where I put the offer at. Just thinking, okay, here we go. $2 now on our posted level right here on the sticky note. I mean, if you guys aren't following now, then I don't know what else to tell you, because every day we're putting up stuff like this. There's a 365 support. There's a 372 long break. May not hold. Trade it. This is the thing. Whenever you see Neil and I get into position, it's like, if the stock goes up 5 cents, we may take it. It goes up $1, we may take it. It goes up $10, we may. Like, you have to decide your own risk parameters and what kind of stocks you're trading. But for me today, let's see if Tesla wants to continue to the upside. We'll take out another piece here at 374, and then just hope there it is, and hopefully watch it continue to climb a little bit higher here. But Nasdaq not doing much, right? I mean, it just went up and down. But
yeah, Nasdaq just held the volume weighted average price. But first look, if you took the break at VWAP on BBI, which I didn't get when I was sitting over there on SMCI, it did make a run at that high at 540, but I got it on the way back in, and now we're losing VWAP, it looks like. So I'm not going to risk more than 5 to 10 cents off the open on this thing, because I think if it goes, you want to take multiple shots. Open was the other one. I guess we're not going to see that Fibonacci level that Michael was mentioning. It was like 920 or so. I believe, but it's still trending to the downside. So if you're waiting for the buyers to come in on open door, they are not here just yet. Let me just double check SMCI. No, SMCI, no breakout. That one's starting to come back in heavily, as is NVIDIA. So I'm just going to be looking open door and BBAI to be patient with the dips here, as those two names doing a ton, absolute ton of volume. And I know there was Wolf that a lot of people were talking about this morning. I see it in the chat. Oh, it's WOF. It's the other one.
Oh, okay.
It's Wolf Speed. I got it mixed up with the other one. There's WULF. Wolf also up 11 points. This is another small cap runner worth keeping an eye on. The small cappers have been really good. It hasn't just been open door the last couple of days, as it's still falling. So I'm trying to be patient. I don't want to capture a falling knife here, but I do want to pick up a curl at some point in open door. It could go SSR, which would be another place, like 10% down.
All right, there's memes for y'all, and there's other kind of meme stocks like a Tesla as well. So right now this is $2.50 in the money. We are out of about 45% right now. I'm waiting for here we go. I'm waiting at 374.85. I don't know why again, but just ahead of 375. Just there it is, picking random numbers. We're now $3 in. I mean, especially if this breaks 375, then I think it's go time one more time here. So I hope you guys are appreciating some of the trades that Neil and I are putting on here. You got to sometimes look a little bit like a needle in a haystack, trying to find the best opportunities, and sometimes you wind up missing them. So I think we're pretty happy with this. I'm going to take another piece. So I now have half left. I'm going to put another piece out here. There we go. I just offered 90s and got it. So I don't know. What do we think, guys, about Tesla? Should we hold on to this, or should we be getting out right now? So that's what my deal with is right now. We're still going to try to watch out for 369 breaking to the downside, but again, because we only have half left, we've taken some profit. I don't want to give it all back by that kind of there it goes. Whoopsies. All right, here we go, Joseph. $3 in the money right now on Tesla. $3.50 in the money. $3.80 now in the money on Tesla. We're waiting the same way. 375.85. I don't know what there it is. Okay, that's 2 times right now our daily goal right there on Tesla, Neil. It's a $2 winner right here. I know you've been on Big Bear. Thank you, Sharif, for that. It's now $4 now in the money right here. And again, it's all posted up. We put down 372 on Tesla, and oh my Lord, it's starting to go back up to the upside. We also got a new position right here with the TQQs. Let's roll.
Yeah, the market breaking down pretty heavily here. I'm assuming that just came in long on TQQ. That market just broke the low of the day, getting into 24. OpenAI just made a little bit of a bottom here at 970. So grabbed 80s long, looking for the VWAP in front of that $10 area. First time it actually caught a little bit of a bid here on OpenAI. BBAI is still kind of languishing, and it doesn't look like, oh, that's the warrants. Give me a breath. Why does that even exist on our platform? There we go. There's BBAI. Still languishing. If it can hold 5, great. But this is why you make sure you get out. I only want to look for the long break based on the daily chart, but it has to hold on to $5. So OpenAI, it looks like that's going to be the one. Just needs to get past that 10.
Open door, of course, open door.
Sorry, open door.
If OpenAI's IPO'd, I'm all over that.
That's my bad. I think I've been saying OpenAI all morning.
Let's go, Tesla.
All right, so if we can hold above VWAP, I want to look for places to add. If we hold $10 on open door, I think it has a big chance to get to that 11 at some point today. So looking for places to add if this ends up being the bottom. VWAP now starting to come into play and breaking out here on open. Pre-market high sitting 1030 to 1040. That'd be a good spot for some profits, and then buy the dip back in on the volume weighted average price. Open door, that is.
Yes.
Adara.
A couple different pieces of news here. JOBY on watch. This is Joby Aviation. Chopping around a little bit here. We do have the Department of Transportation announcing that the Trump administration is launching a pilot program to speed up the deployment of flying air taxis. We also have here Amazon and Google on watch. Bloomberg reporting that both companies are being probed by the FTC over search advertising practices. So FTC probe for Amazon and Google, and then eVTOL's on watch here with this note from the U.S. Department of Transportation suggesting that the Trump administration is launching a pilot program to speed the deployment of flying air taxis. Back to you.
Flying air taxis, like Joby.
Guys, hit the like and the subscribe. Okay, so just 20% left on NASDAQ. The TQQs, on Tesla. The NASDAQ trade that I'm trying to work out on here, we posted 95.50 as a level here. And I mean, if you are interested in following me, I'll put this in the chat right here. This is that's my thing here. This is the sticky note for today. We had Tesla right there, 372 long break. So when that broke there early today, we took it and we just took $6 there on that one. We have open door watching to 10 support, but that broke in the pre-market, so we're not all over that. I know Neil's been trading open door, so that's going to be a good look over there. And then TQQs, there's our 95.50 area. But look what the NASDAQ is doing. Like I also tweeted out that I thought it would be a slow, it's at the top here, I thought there would maybe be a slow day here today as well. Market may hit the brakes, expect a slower session. We do have numbers at 10, which is why I put them there. And then IBIT, potential long, so we'll wait to see if that's going through right now as well. But hey, man, it's so far so good. We'll go 2 for 2 on this side right now with the TQs up just 10 cents right now, and then Tesla's up $6. So we'll wait, or was up $6. Only 5 now, Neil, only 5. But there it goes right here. Let's see how far we can get on this one, and we'll check out some other names as well. What's going on with Palantir today? 165, it wasn't on the radar today because, again, like without news catalyst or anything like that, I'd rather not be looking at Palantir because it's such a good trade when there's news. Other than that, I feels like it's manipulated against whatever the market's doing. So if the market starts to head red, then you don't want to be in this name. And Palantir right now, 164, 165, it's just at a key level of support. So that's something right now. We just got out more right there. On our level at 377.50. So we just got out more up there on the high side of that winner. And then I think that's interesting. If they start probing into Google and Amazon, just keep probing, even probe as deep as you like into this name, because I want these stocks to come back in. Remember, what are you going to do? And then it's going to go to court and the judge is going to be like, okay, there's already precedent here for a lot of this stuff. But again, nothing wrong with getting it looked at. And I think that's what's happening right now with Google, right? And Amazon. Wasn't it? The other name was Amazon, right? So let me see if that's pulling back. Yeah, it is, 228, right? So that's a good level for Amazon, and we still want to do some dip buys in that. But Neil, I'm over the moon right here with Tesla. Tesla is now $6.50 and getting higher and higher and higher. We'll see where we can go right now, but 379 just kind of breaking around there. I'm going to take another offer right here in the high 40. If we can get a 40, there we go. We get 42s. And then there it goes, man, $6+ right there. So good trading over there on Open Door, and I hope everyone thinks this was decent trading over here on Tesla as well, because our day is made right now. Maybe we will take Gemini after all.
I don't know about the Gemini. Gemini doesn't, just like yesterday, there is no imbalance data for it. And the big ones that have worked have already been big buy imbalances very, very early in the morning. And yesterday was all sells until very, very late on the imbalances for Figure. Open Door, it rejects that pre-market high. So there we go. It rejects that pre-market high. And that was said, if it rejects that, I'm just going to get out. So it went about 50 pennies from entry, but like 960 to 8 to 1040 is the range now set. So it's got an 80 penny range in here. I want to see it hold the volume weighted average price and that $10 level. You know what, let's see. I actually want to see it bounce off that first. Because if it bounces off and you miss, you can probably just take a breakout at 1040. Open Door, I almost did it again. Open Door is going to give you multiple times to trade this today. You can get in and out a million times. It's going to do hundreds and hundreds of millions of shares. So I want to see it hold first. If it holds 10, I jump back in. If I miss, then I probably take a breakout at 1040 and then just on to the next. BBAI still can't seem to hold $5. So unfortunately, I don't know if we're going to be in that one at all today. But my eye is going to be on Open Door. SMCI doesn't look like it wants to break out. And I did not remember to mention Klarna, although I did say if Klarna gets to $40, that is the IPO issue price. I assume there's going to be a defend there. I'm sitting in front of it. I have a stop. And this is not one of those situations where my stop is like roughly at $40. I wouldn't put a stop at like $39.50. It's at $39.99. If there's a single tick under 40, then I'm out of any long in Klarna if it gets down there. That's an if. It's a little bit of a ways away, but it is tanking.
All right, we have numbers coming out from Michigan Sentiment, so let's just have a quick little look at what we are expecting from these numbers right here. So expecting 58s, 4.8%, 3.4%. So come over here. We also do have our watch list that is out as well with all of this. Yesterday we did have obviously a great day watching the Green Bay Packers game. These are all the little things that we have here. See a little Jordy Nelson going on here. We have a garden gnome ready to go. There's a PS5 that rarely gets played. A Stein. We've got, these are little babushkas that I got in Russia. In Russia, about 30 years ago, no, not 30 years ago, about 20 years ago, I got these. They're one inside of another. See, there's 5 of them. Small, small, small. And that's Donald Driver, Brett Favre. I can't take out those numbers there. We got 2 little helmets there. We got the official cheese head that you've seen on the show many, many times. So lots of fun there coming through. I remember when I was in Russia, I was like, what the heck? You guys have Packer little babushka dolls? Gotta buy that right there. But let's go, man. We are riding bull today. That is for sure. No bull right there. And also, I talked about that Tesla trade, but what about this one right here on the futures, man? We nailed the bottom of the market here today. So let's get some more out. As it continues to go higher, man. 2 for 2, all big. So so far so good here as the market continues to climb higher. We are getting more and more out of Tesla. We just got a great fill again at 378.50 there. So back to back there. We'll see if it breaks through 380. Maybe we take that if it does. But the market's not really I mean, it's cooperating, but it's not doing much. And I think that we nailed the fact that it may be a relatively slow day there in the market. So let's get out. So right now I'm going to say less than 15 or about 15% left. I took a little bit of a funny number there going long, so I'm not sure exactly what we have left there, but we are at our goal and we're doing quite well there. So far so good in all of this. But yeah, thanks for everybody. Yeah, babushka dolls. I think that's what they're called. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what they're called.
Yeah, Valeria brought some.
We
had some back in and around here somewhere.
My daughter loves them.
I'm just, which?
Matryoshka.
Matryoshka or something like that. Yeah, I remember Valeria telling us.
Valeria definitely corrected us on the way that you're supposed to say it, although I probably really can't still say it. Just very quickly, anyone watching Open Door, you'll be able to tell it didn't hold VWAP, it didn't hold 10. That's one of the reasons why we jumped out at the pre-market high, waiting for another opportunity to get back in. BBAI pulled back into 5. I said, look, if it doesn't, either it's VWAP or the $5 hold. It just held $5 with a bottoming tail wick, so we went long, looking for the pullback into the volume weighted average price. So just a couple of these smaller caps. And for OpenAI, if it double bottoms, then I can take another shot at it. But it's headed back into the lows as we speak on Open Door. Tons of volume. You don't have to rush into this. It's going to give you chances to get in. There's no need to take it while it's still looking a little bit sleepy. You already got one good move. Let's see if it actually gives us another. Well, I'm sure it will. It's just you got to wait for it, everybody. Just got to wait.
That's pretty good banana. I'm the DJ for tonight's, DJ for every home game for my daughters. I'm a little nervous.
Random scenes, everybody is the answer to the question. Random scenes, quick question, roughly how many folks there eat donuts? It's Canada, everybody eats donuts. That's the answer right there. Dijon mustard, I do have AI on the brain because, you know, I said OpenAI again, didn't I? It's just, it's muscle memory. If I say that, you know I'm talking about Open Door. That's just my bad. It is what it is. You speak all day long, you're going to make some mistakes for sure. I see people saying Figure is running. How about we do this? Remember, because everyone that just put Figure into the chat, no one's putting $. I see Rigetti without a $. I see QBTS without a $. So please, when you're typing in the chat, first, hit the subscribe so that you can. And then make sure you enter $ symbol. It's Open Door, BBAI, Tesla, literally the 3 things that are getting traded. SMCI, which we already mentioned, that's not breaking out. Wolf, which is Wolf Speed, QMMM, IonQ, Adobe there, WBD, Warner Brothers, and Oracle, all on the list. But make sure you hit that $. And I believe we got a super chat with the correct pronunciation, Sean.
Oh, we do? Okay, let me see what it is, what it says on here right now. Oh, Matreshka. Okay.
I thought that, I don't remember that as being how she pronounced it.
Right there. Wow, this is this Tesla. Thank you so much to everybody here today, man. More members joining us. Why can't I click on any of this? But anyways, more members. What's up, Masad, Inder, Andrew coming through? $5 a month. I know I can't get out of this. Let's go back into the live chat and just see what people are talking about. And again, guys, thank you so much. This is now $3.80. It's now $8 in the money. I mean, I sometimes apply too much pressure to myself to try to find these plays, but at the end of the day, you just trade what you trade, and you hope to put up a green number and a big one. And I do this all for my family. So, all right, having some fun, and we're doing it for you guys as well. Plus, 24 years being here, you have to like your job if you're going to be here for this long. I don't even really consider this a job, and that's the one crazy thing. Everyone always says that, and you're doing something you like, then whatever. But honestly, I could be anywhere and just love being here with you guys. And so thank you for watching and keeping this going. But we also do want to thank Beta Pro. So Global X right here, they are calling on all Canadian traders. Beta Pro by Global X is bringing back its annual Biggest Winner simulated ETF trading competition, now with over $40,000 in cash prizes, including $20,000 grand prize, all risk-free. It's free to enter and open to all Canadians. Trade with $100K in fantasy cash on the Webull platform. Whether you're an experienced trader or just getting started, it's a chance to test strategies, build skills, and climb the leaderboards. You think you got what it takes? Be the big winner. Be the big winner today. Props it up right now. Signing up with Beta Pro X. Sign that. Get that QR code right there. I can barely even do the reads right now. We are now $9 in. We just got a 381 topside take there for that. Yeah, big ups to also Adara. Thanks Erie Pages. She coined this Seanfidence. So, and we've been trying to show you that. There it is. You're welcome. That's money. I mean, who's here, man? Let's just see who's up in the building right now, because this is something that we love doing on the show. It's the roll call. If you're making money today, you're putting up some numbers, man. Let's see you guys in the chat right now. I know there's a little bit of a delay, but BTC is a short. We could definitely have a look at that as well. What's up to Rusty Dutch? What's up to Howard, Andrew Chow? Put these waves in there so I can see you, and then maybe I'll stop and see what's going on right now. Let's go. You caught RH. Nice job. Willis Addison in here too. Travman, Moonshot is here. Everyone's here. Dinkelberg, yo, what's up? Ozan is always here. So Ozan is that cash cow that we're looking for. Again, Aaron, Scott H, Jay Brown, Rivian Millionaire. Okay, now it's starting. Now I can see when the stream starts catching up. Now we're all here. Sean, what's up? Wants to look at RGTI. Rogers here. Alex, Professor, Santanderjeet there. Sean Drake is here. Howard's here. T-Money. We're all in the building right now. And as we keep talking about this, Neil, it is now a $10 winner right there on Tesla. Not a bad way to start the morning.
Yeah, not a bad way to start the morning. It's all wins, everybody. There hasn't been a loss on the board for sure. And
let's go.
A bunch of super chats. WC Good Times. The chart's telling you GME is trying to close the gap today. Remember, GameStop on their earnings recently was actually, hey man, they didn't drop an offering on everybody, which was a good sign. They came out with those warrants, which was pretty good, but they sold it off. I like the 3-day rule for this bad boy, but it did already hold once. All you got to do is hold a second time and on the higher low, and I think it looks pretty interesting. Remember, it's going to move a little bit with Bitcoin, which is trying to break the 115 level literally as we speak, 114.9 and change. So that can be a bit of a catalyst, but let it settle down. They sold it off earnings. You had good hold day one. You want another hold of that 24 day two, and I think you can be good to go on GameStop. The problem GME has is nobody cares about it for a meme stock anymore because there's Open Door, because there's insert crypto treasury play here. I'm sure there was another one today. It was Hoth. I'll check that in a sec. There was another one today. It was Hoth.
QMMM was going nuts too.
QMMM is moving. So GameStop just doesn't have that anymore. It doesn't have that excitement. There's probably more people interested in BBAI than GameStop these days. I'm just throwing that out there. So you need more fundamental reasons for it to go up. I think Bitcoin is a bit of a help for them. But ultimately, it just might not be as explosive, and treat it like a normal stock is the best way to think about it. BBAI is rejecting VWAP. I can't ignore this. It's held 5, the level held perfectly, but it rejected VWAP right off the bat. So if it rejects VWAP again, that's a downtrend in the opening range. So I'm going to get a leg out here at VWAP, one more leg out. I'll hold for break even. The rest, but you got to start breaking out the volume weighted average price or it's no good. And Open Door, this is the thing, it could not hold that pre-market high. So it comes right back in, a little bit of a double bottom here. I'm not going to rush into it. I wanted the next play to be on strength above 10. Fail of the pre-market break high is usually a bearish reversal, and I would short it. But I don't want to short Open Door today. It's just going to require more proof that the long is actually in on this stock. So we'll take our shots, but you got to sniper in and out, right? Like if it only, look, at the end of the day, if Open only goes 50 pennies for you and then ends up selling the rest of the day, you don't want to be chasing the long. At some point, if this drops like a couple bucks, there'll be an even better long opportunity.
Okay.
Clark?
All right. Yeah, I don't even know where to put Tesla orders anymore, so that's fun. I'm going to go at 283.50. I just got to kind of try to stick with, I'll go at 36s, 283.36. I don't, it's not going to stop, so whatever. All I'm done now is just get more mad myself for dropping all these shares, but whatever. 379, 378. There it goes back there to the upside, man. We're in less than 10% left now, but to predict an $11 move here, and I just tweeted it out. It's always nice to be done early on a Friday, so that's that. And then we also have this going for us as well right now on the TQQs. So we just continue to do what we do best over here, and thank you guys for watching one more time. Right, some good trades from the guy on my left, and right here also $12 now. In on this. So, Robinhood down 1.3%. Oracle down again. Wow, Oracle. To have not sold some up there at 340 seems to have been a
big mistake.
Monster mistake. Now, by the way, $12 on Tesla. Oh man, that was definitely a month maker there, just to hold on to that trade, but didn't do it. Adobe now going back into Redsville. Unfortunately, with their number, we talked about how they actually guide a little forward better than expected. They beat on the top and the bottom line. Tesla's at 385 right now, guys. You can see the pricing right into here, so I'll just pause this for a second.
We see Rigetti. I don't see a story, guys.
Yeah, Rigetti's been going crazy. Thank you to, what's his name there, Brian Shannon for Rigetti the other day. QMM there, as we talked about that's 119 up 57%. SMCI 4%. There's that Wolf Big Bear AI. We love some Big Bear AI, that's for sure. I don't know. I'm going to sell some again, maybe 650. Maybe I'll do the same thing, 650, 750, 850. And then there's Rigetti, as you mentioned one more time there in the chat. But honestly, guys, the NASDAQ is going. We labeled this down here on the sticky note at 95.50. That's the bottom, and then Tesla as well, 372.50. We didn't have to wait at all for this stock. We punched this one in immediately off the open. So I'd said to you, as soon as Tesla breaks this high range, we were going to start looking at it, and there it goes, and there it goes again. So, hey, man, everyone's built differently. Tesla's built to the upside right here, and I'm really happy to be part of this one. We're going to offer. All right, there it is, man. Neil, $14 right there. So let's go Big Bear AI. Let's go Tesla. Let's go the market, man. It's a big one there today. 3 times right there, our goal on these 2 trades. And the futures are also going. So it's just been an overall good day. And the funny thing is, there's more to come, I think.
Yeah, the story is IonQ. Thanks, everybody. The story is IonQ. They announced they got an UK investment And clearance for their acquisition of Oxford Ionics. So this is causing a squeeze in the space. IonQ 17%, Rigetti 17%. Martin Shkreli not having a good day because he called Open Door a broken company and he called these things absolutely worthless. So that's the reason why these are running. Like obviously Rigetti, the other thing about this, I know it because we were looking at this recently, just have a look at this upward trend on Rigetti. From March to now, it has held the same top band. That's just around 20 bucks. So Rigetti at about 20 bucks, that would be an interesting resistance spot. If it breaks out, then that would be like a parabolic type possibility for RGTI. So yeah, good look for Rigetti here. Looks like the IonQ story is the reason. So watch out for IonQ pullbacks when you're looking at RGTI. All right, nice hold on BBAI, but Open Door still can't hold VWAP. If it's not going to hold the volume weighted average price, there's always a chance that the gap fill and that Fibonacci level Michael was talking about. I kind of said I liked it in the low 9s. If it breaks the bottom, 920 was that Fibonacci pullback that was mentioned, but it could still give us that VWAP entry on Open Door. Mike Williams, good look on Open. 400 on Open in 12 seconds, you're good. That's the thing, like when it breaks, it breaks. Open Door is going to give you chances. It doesn't look as strong as yesterday, but that doesn't mean it can't give you another one of these quick reversions that you can jump into for a couple of minutes. That's the story with this stock, and I'd love BBI to do the same thing. And hold the fort, Apple's about to break high of the day as well. The NASDAQ looking strong, and Apple just buy the dip. There was a story, what was the story? It was the China's delay. It was the delay of it was like the Apple Air delays in China was the story. And it's been bought up like 3 times since.
So Random Scenes, thank you so much. You're tagging Neil here because he's probably going to eat all of them. Krispy Kreme donuts is on the way. So thank you so much for that.
That's because we were talking about Krispy Kreme yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. The D-nut, right? So here's the D-nut. So thank you so much for that one there on a Friday. I hope you made some money there. And I want to thank, again, Mike Williams, man, great. No one's doing that kind of money here in 12 seconds, but thank you so much for that. Right there, 4 bills. You'll take that, right? Just what we're saying. Nice to be done early on a Friday. So Mike Williams, take that money and put it under your pillow or reinvest it. But right there, you do not know if you have to meet someone at the door. We'll figure it out. We have security here. Well, actually, our security is Randy, and he's not here today. So we'll figure that out. But thank you so much, Darwin, and thank you to Random Scenes for doing that. We'll wait to see when it comes in. And yesterday, I'd sort of talked about Krispy Kreme as being, someone in the chat mentioned it, and it was like, maybe this is a opportunity to meme another kind of a stock. There was a 30% short float on it. Krispy Kreme has really been beat up as of late, so there is some potential there for this to pop as well. But I think that's maybe where that story is coming from. All right, Michigan consumer sentiment coming up right now. It's happening now with Adara. Let's go.
Coffee, but Rob's like,
Yeah, we're waiting here on this University of Michigan consumer sentiment that should be coming out in 2 seconds. We are looking here for a 58 print for that University of Michigan consumer sentiment. I have 55.4, so lower than expected University of Michigan consumer sentiment. We also have the 5-year inflation that is higher than expected, 3.9% versus 3.4%. 1-year inflation expectation, 4.8%, in line with estimates of 4.8%. So this is not really what we're looking for. Usually you want in line or higher for that consumer sentiment print, or in line or lower for the inflation expectations. We actually got the opposite here. So again, 55.4 University of Michigan consumer sentiment, that is lower than the estimated print of 58. University of Michigan 5-year inflation expectation, 3.9% versus 3.4% expected. The 1-year inflation print, however, was in line. Market, here, I'll pull up the market here. This is Google. Market not reacting too intensely to this, continuing to hang out here near this high of day for the Qs. Let's take a look here at Google, though. GOOGL, Amazon and Google reportedly facing a probe over their ad practices from the FTC. We'll also take a look as well at Adobe. This one is an earnings day one play. They did actually have a pretty solid report here for ADVE, but the market not reacting incredibly strongly. Open Door also on watch here, OPEN continuing to benefit from a glut of enthusiasm here from retail investors. And they also announced their new CEO yesterday as well, who's the former CEO of Shopify, which added a bit of enthusiasm to the proceedings as well. Before I send you back to the guys, we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at Origenics. Each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., but there's still no FDA-approved treatment. The NYSE-listed Oragenics, OGEN, is changing all of that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Oragenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Adair, for that. Yeah, here's the Michigan consumer confidence number, consumer sentiment, sorry, 55 versus 58. So they're pretty confident in Tesla, though, right now, as this one just keeps on ripping. Now 15. I'm going to get another piece out here at 387. I mean, we're just getting lighter and lighter on this, but like I said, I mean, the damage has already been done on this, and the futures did have a move upside there as well, so we were able to capture some more profits right here at the pre-market high. So we've got the low of the day, again, right there, and the pre-market high one more time back in for that. And again, these are the stocks that I was looking at today, so we can definitely have a look over here at some point as well. So this is what the notes that I was putting out today. There's IBIT. We can look at a 65 long. Why don't we talk about crypto in a minute? There's the TQQs, 95.50 long. We're long at 95.60. That's 60 cents in the money. Tesla there's our 372 break. And then we were waiting for 11 or 10 on Open Door. I've been pretty lazy. Oh, there it goes. So there's 95.50 as we talked about it on the sticky note there for the futures. So hopefully you're into that one. And if not, hopefully you're into Tesla. And we're right about now to get out. It just went in to 387 again, and we just missed it. So we're at 387 proper. We're at 386.96 right now for that. Let me check in on Open Door, as Open Door was a big profitable trade for us for me yesterday. So yeah, not today. I'm not interested when it looks like this right now. It was a great bottom there around 960, so nothing going on there for me. Neil's into BBAI, but let me have a quick look at this one as well. And again, nothing going on here on Big Bear AI. So I'm going to wait for me on this one until we maybe break that high one more time. We did check on Palantir earlier on as well, 165 to 166. We'll see what happens right there with that 166 break, but I'm just waiting. We are hopefully minutes away now, although we're not getting through this level, so I'm debating maybe canceling this 387. Well, here it comes right now. Go, go, go. I'm at 96, remember. Yeah, I just had a problem getting there. I'm just going to go to 79er. There it is. Oh, that was my NASDAQ. Okay, there it goes. Yes, sir. So bang, bang, as we like to say around here. At least sometimes I hear Neil do that. And there it goes. Nice little upside move. 386.90 right now. $14.50 on Tesla. Add another 50 cents here on the futures. And today is a good day. Plus, we got Krispy Kreme donuts coming. Yes, sir, says that's money. Let's keep it going.
Yeah, we'll take it for sure. And thank you guys for the Krispy Kreme. We appreciate it. But what we ever ask, man, enjoy the show. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Make sure you're throwing that $sign in there. I want to get to Robinhood in a second. I see a lot of people talking about Robinhood and SoFi, both those. I like me some SoFi. I really wanted SoFi to be breaking out. We'll get to that in a second. But Open Door is now holding view up. You still haven't broken out the top. That 1040 level didn't really test into that low as much as I would have liked, but you're now holding the volume weighted average price. So next pull back in, I think that's a little more confirmation that we actually like VWAP. BBAI is also trying to do the pattern of breaking out the volume weighted average price. Never came back to that 5 level. So we can hold above 515, then I want to join buyers in that level into the 540 level. 535 to 540 would be the next target on Big Bear AI. As far as Robinhood is concerned, this feels technical. I'm not really trying to hate on Robinhood here, but they did have that hood event, and look what's happened in the 2 days since the hood event. Subsequent back-to-back all-time high fail breaks. Fail break 120, fail break 120, and now you're starting to come back on the other end. So it's a pretty bearish pattern for Robinhood, down 2 points here. Excuse me. I tried to hold the sneeze, but I couldn't. Trying to hold on, but I think it could just be a technical move down over there on Robinhood, unfortunately. And then SoFi, this looks ever the world like sympathy on SoFi. SoFi cannot seem to take out this top. It's a pretty big top if you pull out a monthly chart, 28 being the high of it. But unfortunately, this one also not going. Just keep in mind, if a stock is bullish like this and it starts going sideways, if it keeps rejecting the top but makes higher lows or goes sideways, that's still good. It's just because it's not going down. It's just not continuing the breakout. This is consolidation in SoFi. until proven otherwise. So if we see something down around 25.5, you're still in a very consolidative trade, which to me is a good sign for a bullish stock. So unfortunately, those two names, my guess is SoFi is only pulling back because Robinhood is kind of getting smoked this morning.
Oh, Robinhood's going down?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Well, you know what? The end of the event, it was a couple of day event, and they've been selling the tops on that event. And for everyone asking, I don't even see Gemini on the board.
I almost forgot about that.
For the imbalances. Yeah, I don't see Gemini at all. It's not there. QMMM, that must have halted at some point because it's up here. But yeah, no Gemini yet. Adara?
Just be aware, I'm seeing this circulate on social media, not really moving any of these stocks. I think we already had some kind of indication of this, but either way, 5 minutes ago on X, AMD posted about its framework it's developing with IBM to enable, I guess, quantum processors and GPUs to work together seamlessly. So again, quantum-related catalyst here, AMD, IBM, not a huge move on this, guys. Back to you.
I'm actually going to message my good friend Brian Shannon about this Rigetti call because he talked about, here's Michigan's consumer confidence again. Sentiment, sorry, I keep saying confidence, 55 versus 58, so good level there. You think the market may not like that, but it does. Market likes everything right now. We said maybe go out like a lamb today. I think that's still the case there, but we are very aggressive with what we've been doing, what I've been doing here today as well anyways, buying the futures and buying on some Tesla. But I did want to go over to Rigetti and just say, like, again, Neil talked about IonQ, but Rigetti right now up 17% and breaking out. And again, the call was just off the 50-period moving average, starting to work out right there and now taking out some of these highs. Watch out for $20. I mean, we're all the way back, as different, almost 390 now for Tesla. Wow, what a move, man. To be long that name right now is, even just in your own portfolio, forget about, look, the trade that I put up, whatever, it's done with now, but always looking for the next one. But there's Rigetti, $20, so that could be an interesting break as well. But it's just holding this 50-period moving average, and I remember because I asked Brian, and he's like, well, we like rigatoni, and he's like, Rigetti, I keep talking about it, Mom Spaghetti, but nice move to the upside there, breaking out. You mentioned IONQ. The Sam Altman was Oklo, not IonQ. This is also up. It looks like, a lot of volume going through here. Yeah, up 17 now, almost the exact same thing. So, pullbacks into VWAP, that could play again. What did the pullback into VWAP look like for Rigetti? Oh, there's Tesla, by the way.
VWAP? That's not saying VWAP today.
No way. Okay, so let's just see. Let's see where we can play some pullbacks potentially in this space. So. VWAP's not too far around right there. It's back to 1840, so we could get back into there. We weren't too far away from that. So I think if we can get VWAP in and around that 1840 marker there for Rigetti, that would probably be a decent little spot to start looking around again. So
Oracle just
Oracle's this funny one. I mean, we're huge today. Today's just one of those. It's not an anomaly because we can do this, but it's to expect these kind of moves in some of these names. I mean, Tesla's still going 390 right now. I put a stop somewhere breaking this 21-period moving average, but we just got out right there. So that was part of the shares I wanted to stop out on. So that's not happening. Now we're into 388. I mean, this is a 372. The very first trade taken here today on the show is now a $16 winner. Like, wow, man. Even to take 1,000 shares, you take $16,000. It's just so nuts, some of the things that are happening here today. And just in the market in general, it's, you get big names mooning, you get small names mooning. It's really a trader's delight. This market has been quite nice. We heard Michael Noss say that as well. If you're on the right side, the trading has been fantastic, and we haven't been on the wrong side in a long time. So right now, I don't know what to do. I might just wait to get out another piece when it breaks this 385 level here on Tesla. I'm going to put that order out right now. Get out a half of what we have left.
Yeah, I think you just said the guy might be in the building. I don't know if someone can go and check. He might be here with the Krispy Kreme. We'll see. But the overall market is bouncing crazy, but it's the chips that are holding it back. If the chips can get part of the party, then I think you have a much better chance of a more parabolic day. We're up 0.16 on the NASDAQ. Look at NVIDIA, no movement whatsoever. That said, contrast that with, I hate to say it, but AMD once again looking like the crapper out of the bunch. Right back at these lows, 155. I know the market's going up, but if this market turns around, AMD has the look of a flat bottom break today. I'd be bearish on that. If the market loses a bit, I think we could lose that 155 for sure. As long as Oracle goes down, it's hard for these to go up. And Oracle is filling in the gap. Someone asked what are the levels for Oracle. Once 300 broke, I don't have any. It's that simple. Like there's nothing. The gap is to $260. So maybe throw some Fibonacci's out there if you're into it, because that's probably the retracements that you're looking for. Yeah, nasty for Oracle, 4%, but it's still up so much from those earnings. And see, Open Door, it either is giving you the low, it just won't give you VWAP as a hold yet. So it's trying to hold on to $10, but every time it retraces back into 10, it has just not been holding this $10 level. I wanted to do it, but either we wait for something a little bit lower, or we can actually get that $10 hold right now. Oh, that's way more donuts than I would have expected. Okay.
Okay, well, if Brendan didn't want them right here in the middle of the shot, he went to put them here. So there they are right there. Shout out to Donut Haven. Thank you so much. There, where are you in the chat? I want to give a big shout out one more time. Where are we?
That is a big old.
You are. I don't know how many you sent over here, but thank you so much. Random Scenes, there it is, from Ecuador. Shout out right now. Thank you so much for that, Random Scenes. And like I said, I'm done trading now pretty much for the day. So let me just show you guys. Holy shit.
That's a lot of donuts.
Ooh, Harry Potter date time.
This is way too much.
You sent like.
This is way too much.
5 dozen?
This is
donuts?
We're gonna have to give some away to like.
Well, yeah, to like homeless people.
Yeah, we have to.
This is absolutely insane.
Like, how many do you think we could eat?
Come on, brah.
Like, everybody here gets a box?
What's up, brah? What's up, brah?
How many boxes?
Yeah, well, I could take some to the hockey team tonight. But yeah, thank you so much for all of that. I mean, we'll.
I need like a table.
Yeah, get out of here, Brandon.
I don't have a table.
Maybe here, just keep one box here. So
we'll keep one.
Yeah, there it goes. Yeah, there it goes.
We'll do this.
Thank you so much. I'll just eat one live on the air. I don't give a crap anymore. Thank you so much. You reheat one of those, man. You got something special going on right there. Thank you so much, Random Scenes, live from Ecuador. You know, the reach is real, man. We want to thank everybody for joining us. They're pretty tasty. Yo, Andre, come here. Come get one.
So good.
The switching is done. I think Rob's on a diet, but Rob can have some of these if he wants.
You got to hit it, Rob.
What's up, Andrew? Fabian, come here, man. Here comes Fabian.
Appreciate it. You know we
Fabian,
love.
don't move so fast. Where are you, bro?
We love a good donut.
Did you break your leg last night? Here we go.
I'm getting it. I mean, your hands feel. I have napkins right here.
Napkin, man. Okay.
Napkins.
Yeah, I have napkins here.
Yeah, Rob is literally hanging stuff from the ceiling right now, so he probably needs his hands free. That's for sure.
Those napkins away with you because I have so many. Okay, thank you.
I want to heat one of those.
All right, there we go. There we go. Thank you so much to Random Scenes right there. I got them covered up, Rob, so we're all good. Thank you so much. Rob is rewiring, I guess it looks like, up there and doing the best for us right here. But
stuff falling.
Cautioning that, random scenes, random stuff could start falling down on us at any time. So shout out right there. Thank you to Krispy Kremes and thank you to Random Scenes. Not thank you to Krispy Kremes, thank you to Random Scenes for sending those through right now. But we got to get back into this before we get distracted right there. Okay, so I thought I had to stop for this. Why did that trigger? Oh, it did. Okay, so we only have, it did. Basically, I got out right there. So I didn't realize we got out at 20s right there. So that we have such a small piece left that the stop order didn't even trigger because it can't get me out. So we're going to, I don't know. It says it stopped triggered 1712, 9612. Okay, anyways, right there goes the TQs coming back in. So we're gonna have to address that situation momentarily, but all good on that front. We only have less than 10% left of that, but I was trying to trigger out on a 96 break back down in right there, breaking this 21 period moving average. So, to be a little bit more responsible, let's just get out right now at 88 or 89 there and just hold a little small piece. We're still long at 60s, so it's still all good. And again, less than 10% left on that name right now. And then Tesla, although turning around, we do have a stop. Let me see, hopefully this triggers 384.50 to the downside. So if it breaks right into here, which looks like it may do very, very soon, then we'll tap out of the rest of that. Right now, I know the Maybe our position board's having a Krispy Kreme donut because it's off right now, but it'll be back on as soon as we get triggered out of Tesla. It should show up, or any new that we take will show up as well. But thank you so much. That is super nice. And there it is. Like, we do have the best chat here, and so thank you. There is Calcutta there. Cali Cat 8137. That was a very, very nice gesture. So we want to thank Random Scenes there. Shout out from Ecuador, doing the best right there. So yeah, there it is. Ecuador coming in again. So yeah, Adobe is a story that we had on our radar a little bit today. You know, I didn't think any of us would trade it, and I think we both said that, and it seems like it's right on that front. As right now,
not unless it broke 366.
No, well, that was the exact high, so it did not break that. It did break 366, but barely. It went to 366.66. So
yeah, that was. If you zoom in a little bit further, that's where it was selling on the bounce in the aftermarket.
Yeah, that was a good little level right there. Yeah, on the daily chart too. So yeah, good call out there on that level. But yeah, it doesn't look like anyone's hitting that. And then the other name that was an earnings play was Restoration Hardware. So formerly, but now RH. You can see this dances around. I actually went and got a tea instead of a coffee because my throat after all week has been a little bit there. Oracle, yeah, Anil was talking.
Well, the best is now this coffee tastes even a little bit better because I was dunking the donut in it. That's the other benefit of dunking your donut is like I drink my coffee black, so it gets a little bit more flavor. Did we get the last super chat?
Oh, the TQ just went up. I don't know.
Yeah, it was a Durango Julian asking for. Not asking. He said, thank you for sharing the sticky note.
Oh, you're welcome.
There. So thank you, Durango. Parth, Gandhi, Oracle, a buy, trend break. I didn't have any intentions on trading Oracle today, and certainly I haven't been a fan of the buy on Oracle recently. Like once the market decides that they're selling the news on earnings, or maybe like after earnings, I'm usually waiting patiently for it to show a bottom as opposed to guess that the bottom is in. And at this point, it feels like guesswork. It was like in the afternoon yesterday was a different story because it was just a very, very long trend break. There might be a trend break here like it did yesterday, but look, when this broke on the 15-minute, did you have to get the first pull? No. You could wait till it starts making an uptrend and get in 15, 20 minutes after. You didn't have to get it absolutely perfectly. So I'm hands off on Adobe. Maybe if it had held $300, I'd feel differently, but it flat out didn't and continues to go lower. BBAI just bounced off 5 again. I don't know how many times it's going to bounce off this $5 level. This would be the second time if it does it successfully. But if we can't hold 5, then this one's going to be done. And it's the same thing with Open. Open Door gave you one good dip buy, and now it's losing $10 again. So I just want to remind everybody, if you lose the bid here, that Fibonacci retracement of 50% is like right around 917, somewhere in this price range. That could be a good place for a bounce spot. So yeah, that's where the eyeballs are going to be, these small cappers for sure. And for everyone asking about Gemini, I still don't even see.
We don't?
There's no tap.
How's that possible?
Yeah, it's weird. It's already 10:20, and it's not on here. So I guess maybe I don't know. Like that obviously means it's not opening anytime soon. But usually you'd have some data indicating some kind of an imbalance.
That's what I was like.
Maybe they're not accepting orders yet, which is crazy. It's already 10:20. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, actually. I won't be here. I'm gonna go back over.
I'm not
to
taking
the gym again in the afternoon, and then come back. And if it's open, and we'll trade it. If it's not, then maybe we'll take the opening print, depending on what that looks like again. But okay. Just in. Remember I said that my price went out at 96.12? Yeah, well, it did go out there. So I must have put the wrong price in. Instead of 96, I remember I was like 96.12. That's why it missed. So I put a stop order in when it breaks 96, and I thought I put a market order out, but I must have just put the price. So what wound up happening is we get out there on VWAP, and then it rips back up, and I actually get the 96.12 fill there. So that's how at least you know that what I'm talking about is real. I didn't even realize that was still pending there, but that's where the order went out. So I wind up getting out of half there, and then half there, as I said I was going to do anyways on the breakdown. So wound up working out pretty good there. So what turns out to be a good idea, again, just turned out to work out for us there. Unfortunately, it does go down, and we do get out of a little bit there as now the market goes back up to the highs. Tesla's still holding out. I'm just going to wait now. I mean, we were close to it breaking that 384.50. It does not break that level. That's the area that I'm going to be getting out on if and when it does break lower. Otherwise, you might as well just stay in this thing. We did say, yeah, Rigetti's going higher and higher. We keep talking about this, and I got to shout out Brian Shannon one more time for him. I'm going to go tweet at this guy and tell him what a great job that was on that call, because he nailed that one. And then the other name that I like to trade often is Palantir, and that is straight fire, homie, right now to the upside. So we definitely like that one, man. It's going to be definitely a good weekend as you look at your accounts these days, as NASDAQ all-time highs, Dow Jones all-time highs, SPY all-time highs. The only ones suffering right now are those that choose to short, apparently. I think the day will come eventually where
Oracle,
the market turns around.
Oracle, yeah, the chips. AMD's red on the day.
Oh, AMD's red on the day. Okay. All right. So there goes GameStop as well, up 1%, just gapped a little bit there, up to 25.10. Is Nvidia red? Is that?
No. Nvidia is actually Nvidia might be attempting to break out the highs.
Okay.
As we speak, Nvidia. Someone's selling Nvidia en masse at 178. So if it can close. If you can start closing above 178, I think this has some breakout potential. But just keep in mind, 179 to 180 has been a target fail zone the last couple of days on NVIDIA, and it's very top heavy in the 180 range. So there's your fails at 179 and then again at 180. So even if it breaks this out, you do have some overhead resistance on NVIDIA, much stronger than AMD. Adara?
Time for a small cap recap. IWM struggling a little bit here. We are not at low of day, but certainly near low of day. Now, in case you guys missed it, we did get a lower than expected University of Michigan consumer sentiment print and a higher than expected University of Michigan 5-year inflation expectation. Now, why that is significant is because A, the Russell 2000 is very rate sensitive, and B, what you're generally looking for here is better than expected consumer sentiment and lower than expected inflation expectations. We obviously did not get that today, which could be explaining a little bit of this weakness on the Russell, especially because it was relatively stable pre-market. Now, a couple different small cap names. These are less small caps and more, I think, just names that certainly have caught the interest of retail investors, and rightfully so. Here's IONQ, this one up along with some of these other quantum plays, including RGTI, after announcing that they've secured UK investment security unit regulatory clearance for their acquisition of Oxford Ionics. Then you have OPEN. Open Door, of course, has been the darling of retail investors as of late. That heightened yesterday when we had a massive rally closing nearly 80% higher on the news that former Shopify COO Kaz Nejadian had been appointed CEO of Open Door. Really unique pay package there as well, though apparently there are still some skeptics of the company, including Martin Shkreli. Last but not least, QMMM, once again on watch. In case you guys were not aware, this one had a pretty eventful day on Tuesday, to put it lightly. Massive move to the upside, tons of halts. Today, a little bit on watch. But initially, that move here on news was that they entered the crypto sector with this $100 million treasury plan. And before we send you back to the guys, we will take a moment to thank our friends at Trade the Pool. Because every trader knows that if you want to grow, you have to risk more. At least, that's how it used to be. Because Trade the Pool is changing that. They're the new revolution in stock trading. You don't need a large deposit. Trade the Pool is built for any trader who wants to grow without putting everything on the line. Just a small skin in the game, and you're trading with real capital. Here's how it works. You pay a one-time evaluation fee, starting at $47, and that is your total risk. From there, you trade real shares, no CFDs, using company capital. Head to tradethepool.com or scan the QR code on the screen. Back to you.
Okay, I'm going to go to, thanks, Adara. I'm going to go right now to 389. I'm at 389.40 right here for $17. We'll see if we can just get out before we break through 390. We'll leave half of it. Here it goes, man. 389. I mean, I just put this out there, 389.40. It's huge. I cannot believe we just got that.
Awesome.
Man, Tesla's had like a dozen of these Krispy Kreme donuts today, man. It is just absolutely Rip City right now. Yeah, there it is. There's Brendo right there, putting them out for everybody.
But there's nobody in the back office.
There's nobody in the back office today, so there we go.
There's nobody else here. It's only us.
I'll be taking some of these home.
No,
right there.
Yeah, but like I can.
Oh, what the?
Oh, nobody. What? I didn't see that one. Oh no. See now. Now hold on a second.
Like Brendan doesn't even eat sugar.
Now hold on a second.
So that's going to be a problem.
You run that back. We need somebody. No, because seriously, yeah, I want one of the other ones.
Get that video off the screen immediately. Okay, there goes right now. Let's go over to something that actually matters right now. Thank you so much for that. That was a great little thing there. I love the camera. I love the behind the scenes. But there goes Tesla right now. It is now a $20 winner right there on Tesla. So I hope you guys have this, man. Shout out to everybody that's part of this trade right here again today. It's an absolute monster carrying the day here, Tesla. And there it goes. And I did the mistake. We only have 2 trades today. It's Tesla and it's this futures trade. This is at the high of the day and still ripping higher. And Tesla right now officially $20 in the money as we take out that 392 area, 392 area right now for Tesla. So boom, we did it again, everybody here. So again, thanks. What a Friday. Like I had no idea waking up this morning that this is what would be in store, but this is why we come in every single day, man. Those casino doors open up and we just kick the damn door through. So there it goes, man. Huge trading today. I'm glad that you guys are here and understand sort of the methodology. Thank you for the super chats and everything as well. There we go, Krispy. Well, if that was true, then Krispy Kreme is for closers, says Rob. But either way, everyone's welcome around here for that. So absolutely. Thanks, Ramin, for grabbing one because they can't be in front of us for too long here.
No, I don't want those ones in front of me at all. I want the other ones in front of me. That's for sure. There's no look on Gemini, everybody. I keep telling you. And you can ask as many times. It's absolutely fine. But we will let you know when it opens up for order entry. Because right now you couldn't even, there is no imbalance. I have no quote. It's grayed out, so it is going to debut today at some point, but we do not have any update on Open Door. Rigetti just tagged the 19 level, or the $20 level, but the other thing that's happening is Klarna is going to get to that $40 level. So the IPOs that are today, there was 4 of them. Oddly enough, Gemini's not even the biggest one, everybody. Gemini, Via, there's a couple of other ones. I don't remember their names, but they're not that big. But not Klarna. It is Klarna. Klarna was 2 days ago, and the open price, the issue price is $40. Oftentimes, what you will see happen is you're going to have a defend at the $40 level by the underwriters, right? So what I'm expecting to see, I can see in one order sitting there now deep enough in the book, but you're far enough away at 40.5 that it's not that big of a deal. But if I see over a few million shares there, I'm going to put another bid. If it breaks even by a penny, I want to be out. You don't know what the slippage is going to be on this. And it's only done 3.8 million shares. As I said, you can't really see too many orders all the way down there, but there already is one order I saw in New York for 60K. I'm expecting a lot more size on the bid at 40 for them to defend that price. But embarrassing if they were to lose it. It's the first one in this IPO cycle that has a chance to actually lose its issue price and go red. None of them have gone red yet. It might happen.
I was, let's look at AMD because AMD is the one. And I was thinking we just missed it. So everyone's already missed Apple okay, it just went green. Okay, so I was going to say, I'm already I think most of us are probably hella long Apple, and if not, why not would be the question. But, it was very tempting. It came really close. We had talked about trying to get some at this 50-period moving average. Today, Apple just started to step up. If this is what production issues look like, then let's bring on more production issues because 234 and change right now, ticking up to the high side.
Was the story even that bad? I don't think
I don't know. I didn't even read the story, but I did hear it earlier that there was some sort of, remember I was talking about if it was Min-Chi Kuo, but apparently it was Apple themselves. So I don't know. But anyways, there is the downside swing there as people, take some profit or watch the stock go down off of their Apple event on Tuesday. That created 3 straight down days, but really the first day was the day, and then we had Wednesday, Thursday, I guess. No, actually, that must have been the first day right there, the first candle. Tuesday, Wednesday, the big move down. Yesterday, a little up, which should have signified that, and then there goes 233 upside.
You know why this doesn't matter?
More information on that?
So it's basically just for the iPhone Air shipments. iPhone Air shipments to mainland China. That's the only thing that's affected here because of an embedded SIM technology, and they just changed it from September 19th delivery to release information to be updated later. But all the other models, the 17, 17 Pro, and the 17 Pro Max, all of those are on schedule.
Okay.
So that's not that big of it's. You know what? I think sometimes like you hear the headline of like delays, and you make the assumption that it's worse than it is. But when you actually read into it, that's not that big of a deal. Like if you were buying the dip after, it's actually not even. It was almost a better buy the dip, but it didn't make a difference. It never got anywhere near the prior lows. Like the post-event lows were like $1, actually $2 lower. So I'm not even sure it would have gotten anywhere that we would have liked it. I'm only mad because it didn't get to the 50 and 200 period moving average we were talking about. It's like it only needed one more push down to get in. So I might cancel the stink bid offer on Apple post-event, unfortunately. Amazon, on the other hand, that's a different story. Amazon is getting to the 50 period moving average. It's bounced like 3 times since earnings off the 50 period moving average. This would be the 4th if it gets there today, which I think it's got a decent chance. Not with the market booming like it is, but any reversal, Amazon's red. Now, you see how much strength there is in the market. Amazon is not a part of said strength. All right, AMD's at VWAP here, so this is the time. AMD's trying to go red to green. Wow, look at that rejection. Yeah, AMD's a sell today. I just pulled it up as it was breaking down under VWAP, and it just tanked like 30 pennies underneath the volume weighted average price. Chips aren't it today, not even by a long shot.
No, I mean, this is now $22. I think it's Tesla day, man. I mean, this has been the bell of the ball here today. No, I mean, whatever you guys are trading, I think it would be Rigetti or Tesla, the 2 real big ones, or IonQ, or maybe even QBTS here as well. Could be some big trades there today if you guys are looking for the big ones. I mean, Open Door has been great. To scalp sort of back and forth if you've been able to take it off VWAP, or maybe you hit, that high of the day, but again, pretty dull. Like you see the difference. Yesterday it was all over Open Door, and it was, again, the number 2 name yesterday here, but there's the move it had yesterday. It was already up huge. It was 80-90%, monster moves there, and then now today it's taking a little bit of a breather. You have to watch out for that 960 as a possible breaking spot there as well. We want to thank, what was the name from Ecuador right there in the chat? I've seen so many names go by. Want to thank for sending over 6 dozen donuts, I think is what it was right
Which
there.
Which was, that was a lot.
Random secrets or scenes, random something. If you're still, resume. What was your, if you're in the chat, I'm going to call you and holler at you one more time there. So thank you so much for doing that. That's Open Door. And then we can see what Rigetti's doing around that $20 marker again. So pretty key level there, $20. I mean, we've been here before on Rigetti, and we had some top tails there. So this is definitely something to look out for here on Rigetti. But, nothing to worry about. It's just a breaking spot is a breaking spot. So if it does break above this 20-ish area, I think you want to think about getting out if you've been long so far to this point. But it's been a good one. Just be careful with it. There has been some topping tail candles there. So Rigetti on the way back up, as we can clearly see right now, and doing the best to continue higher, it looks like here for RGTI. So 1990, 1995, and again, a great hold there. Brian was on the show on Tuesday, man. That was right here. This was a $14, $15 name, and there it goes blasting through 20. You're welcome, Lunch. You're welcome, everybody. You're welcome, Salve. Yeah, Bella's great. The family's great. Everybody's great in the Katina household, and I hope that's the same thing for all of you guys. We look forward to a great weekend. It's hockey. We'll see my parents tonight at the game, and it's going to be a good one. So, yeah, we're really excited for everything. But, yeah, Rigetti, nice play to the high side. JP Morgan and some of the banks have been leading the way here for a little bit, but there's a nice pullback through VWAP and now maybe going lower. Is the ES, I know the NASDAQ is rocking. We just saw what Apple was doing. ES right now flat on the day, so not so much love there for the ES. It looks like a lot of it is in there for the NASDAQ, but there it is, man. I just hope you guys have this trade. It's Tesla, and it is just absolute boom city. Sharif, we have a $22 winner on. You tell me, you're the news guy, my guy, but there it goes right now, Tesla.
It's squeeze.
Yeah, it's squeezing, and then we called it. This was not rocket science. We talked about this play. It's listed on here. It's the #1 trade idea on here. So there it goes, man. I mean, I'm just happy to have it, to be honest with you.
Just a quick, I want to give a big shout out to eSignal, everybody, because they're still doing it. As long as they are, I think you got to take advantage. We don't know how long they're going to be giving you a month free to try it out. but you're still able to try out a quality, high-performance platform with reliable quotes, with every indicator you can imagine. If you like moving averages, great. You want to do a golden cross on Apple, Apple's golden crossing today, so you can look at the moving averages there for sure. You can use Fibonacci's that Michael was talking about this morning to find trades on open. You can use the level 1, level 2. You can trade directly through multiple brokers. I think up to 50 brokers you're able to trade directly through API access if you want to automate your trades so you can take more trades. By the way, Rigetti,
futures.
If you look at this monthly chart on Rigetti, that kind of tells you this top is pretty big there at the $21 level. But shout out to eSignal, 1 month free. Try it out, step up your trading game. It's a great platform, and again, very, very reliable as well for your quotes and your charting. So 1 month free, scan the QR code you see in front of you, link also in the description. And if you're trading the IPO, you can also get the imbalance locator too. When we're talking about what the theoretical auction price is, you can find it there. Although I can tell you, it is for the first time here. Now Gemini is on the board. It is that's not a typo. The paired volume is 600,000. It's a sell imbalance with 600,000 open interest. That's nothing. That means the total volume right now in auction orders in this stock is less than 750,000 shares, and it's 1040. That is not going to move the needle. It's a bit of a proxy for how much liquidity you can expect. And if it's not in the millions, then I'm not interested in taking the opening print on there because, or I mean, if you do, you just have to size down because you want there to be liquidity if your level breaks. So Gemini's small sell imbalance, and the top price is $34 on Gemini.
Okay, is that
that's still that's higher? I mean, but it's not higher by much. 28 to 34. That's not huge. You know, you're talking 20% right now.
45. Maybe it is going to go soon.
But it literally just showed up on the imbalance locator. That's the latest I've ever seen an IPO show up on the imbalance locator, ever.
Yeah,
it took forever for it to even get on the board.
You know, it's Nasdaq, so I don't know. That's not throwing shade at Nasdaq. It's just I wonder if because
most of them have been New York, haven't they?
They've all been pretty much New York. Yeah. So I was just wondering if there was some sort of
that could be it because Klarna
was New York.
No, yeah. Klarna's New York.
They're all New York, dude.
Yeah, they're all New York.
New
York's been winning that battle.
Yeah.
Nice. I don't know why.
I don't know why.
It doesn't actually make sense to me because the Nasdaq. I don't know what.
It's so they can switch over and then get the bump into the Nasdaq.
But that's the thing because eventually when you're tech and you're large enough, you want to go over to the Nasdaq. So you might start on New York, but you want to end up there. Like think the best example of that would be what, Palantir? Maybe?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, they got some bump ups there as well. So
who else did that? Coinbase did that too. Coinbase was New York, wasn't it?
No, I don't think Coinbase.
Somebody else big was too. It doesn't.
Square changed over Block.
Block, that's another one.
They went from XYZ.NY to .NQ. Approved trading awards. Okay.
Charlie Taff. Ooh, that's cold.
It's cold as ice.
The only reason I'm not getting involved with Gemini is because of the lack of hype. Like I want there to be like big buy imbalances, massive order flow. That's why you take the print as a trader. But number one rule, says Charlie Taff, don't get involved with the twins. Hashtag Gemini, hashtag Winx.
And I wish I was involved with those twins.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like they've done really well for themselves. That being said, when you're making the day trade on it, we've gone long and won on all these IPOs that the best move was the first 5 minutes on, or sometimes the first few seconds. Like you had seconds on Klarna to make any money to the long side. They've been short. So you're just picking your spots, but you can go either way. It doesn't necessarily matter the fundamentals on that day one trade. Let's go to Adara.
The Nasdaq looking a little bit more directional than the S&P 500 this morning, breaking out where the SPY is in a little bit of a range, and I think you can really see that reflected in this stock heat map. We have Arista Networks here sharply to the downside, Cisco to the downside as well, but a lot of other names here like Apple and Micron trading higher. Apple even with negative catalysts with regards to its iPhone 17 in China. Then tech services, Oracle continuing to sell off despite a really strong day one earnings move here, but Palantir, Microsoft, CrowdStrike all balancing it out and pushing to the upside. Finance, a little weaker here. Health technologies a bit weaker. Producer manufacturing, consumer services. Nike down almost 3% and no news that I could see. Commercial weak. We have retail trade generally mixed with the exception of Walmart to the upside, and Tesla likely move, driving a lot of this NASDAQ move up about 6% here. for TSLA. So long story short, a lot of these NYSE names are not really propelling the market to the extent of the NASDAQ, but that doesn't mean there isn't some weakness in these tech names as well, because there certainly is. There's just a couple names really propelling us higher. Back to you.
Well, it's a construction engineering company. So the largest of the IPOs today is Legence Corp. It's a construction engineering company. That one's also a buy and balance. Wow, it's a really small buy and balance. 16,000 shares. Now 4,000 shares is a buy and balance. Yeah, 4,000 shares. And 1.2 million. But these aren't very big. And Via's in there as well. Via's a 200,000 buy and balance. So these are all pretty small IPOs today. I just don't think.
I get nervous when it's like over. Like there's just so many options out there. Like I think it's easy when there's only Bullish or there's only Klarna and everybody's looking over there. Now you're going to get this IPO open, that IPO open, and so on and so forth, which is great. I mean, I think it's great for the overall market to get more money flowing into some new names here instead of all the same ones. But I would wait. This market could have another leg higher once all these IPOs open up. So let's just see how much money is sort of tied up right now in the open of some of these names, and we'll retrace it from there once they do open, and we'll have a quick look at those names when they go. But yeah, halted, suspended right now on all of these names. They're just not open yet. So we are about to get out. The 50-period moving average, we've done so well trading this. This is the first time that this has been even looked at right now. So our last out was 390. Sure, it goes up to 394. We have a very, very small piece left. So it's this is why we're just straight chilling right now. We've put the money in. We were like at 9:32. This was already a good trade, and then it just kept on going, and then eventually blew up where we got that huge print. Like maybe 300 comes next week. I would think that that's possible. Could even be in the cards today if this market really gets going again to the backside. But we're going to stop out. I'm just giving it a little bit more room off of the 50-period moving average. It's also not a bad reloading spot right here as well for that trade, or if you think it's going to come back in. I just think it's such a dramatic move here. Let's just get out of what we have, and then if it does fall back into VWAP, I think that's a no-brainer buy right down there. We always like when stocks do this, and you can catch the back end of a strong stock. And I was going to say something similarly to Hood right there. This is a complete V-shaped recovery. There's too much sugar in those. Like now I'm feeling like, not like an upset
I'm not having another one till after
it's like it's
lunch.
A lot there. I only had one. I don't even know if I'll have another one after lunch there. But
I can't help myself.
Thank you so much for all that. We do have engineers and everything in the back that work on the charts for us and work on the trading platform and support the real trading, and guys like Rob and IT and everything.
There's just not a many that are in today in the Friday.
Yeah, it's Friday. Randy ain't in here, but I think you can actually freeze these. I think you might be able to freeze donuts. I don't know. Maybe let me know, because we could put some in the freezer and then have them on the.
Never done that
have
before.
Them on Monday. Maybe I'll ask Gemini that. The funny thing is, imagine Google IPO Gemini, and then if that was Gemini,
well, that's a different story. That's an auto law.
That would be a much different story.
Like the day OpenAI comes to market, like there's no one. I don't want to see anyone ask us if we're taking in the opening print.
Are you going to take it?
If OpenAI comes to market, or like Discord?
That's a no.
Well, obviously not.
Yeah, we're taking that one for sure.
By the way, remember that Fibonacci level for Open Door?
Sit on our hands.
It might happen. It was, and I can throw it up there. This wasn't I don't use Fibonacci's, but I think this is what Michael was saying. For like, if you go like that, like the 50% retracement right here, 919, great trade on Tesla. Yeah. I'm not taking the Michael loss trade. However,
what would that be? Oh, the 50%.
No, I'm just pointing out you know what? You saw what I did there. Hold on a second. Remove. Oh, I think I know what's happening. I have to change the colors of the other bars, because when I put it in, it only shows me the 50. All the other ones disappear because I think I have the colors wrong. But that 50% retracement is about 920. So I'm looking for. It went 10% down, so it's now SSR. I'm looking for any bounce when it's 10% down. I don't care. I'm looking for any mean reversion, but that 920 level, that would be the one. And I just realized when I draw a trend line on these, like if I draw a trend line on my 15-minute chart, it shows up on my 3. But if I put the fibs on my 15-minute chart, it doesn't show up on my 3-minute chart. That's kind of, we should maybe fix that. Anyways, I'm waiting for that 920 for a mean reversion trade, just to look to see if it can break trend there. AMD bounced off of VWAP to the downside once, but this is a pretty decent uptrend now. Yeah, this is not worth a third reload, no chance, because it's now kind of trending up. If it breaks that prior high, I am off and out of this stock, because if the market goes and the chips want to follow, then I think I want to look for a reverse, and it might not be an AMD. I think I would prefer NVIDIA to the long side than AMD. For now, it's holding out that prior high, but I don't know if it can do that forever. Market's strong. Eventually, these have to go up. Let me double check Oracle, because I feel like they've been, Oracle's making higher lows as well, so it's put in a bottom. When Oracle puts in a bottom, NVIDIA's been following. It did it yesterday as well when you were watching it in the close show. They were kind of moving together. It was almost like Oracle was leading the way, to be honest. Not that that makes any traditional sense, but the last couple of days after those earnings for Oracle, they have been leading the way. And there is some concern about the numbers that they threw out there, because that guidance, that was pretty much all one customer for Oracle. It was all OpenAI. Yeah. So it's very consolidated into one customer. That's a lot. They have an absolute target on their backs now. Said it a few times now for Oracle. After you guide that way, I mean, the market obviously is a little bit skeptical because they've been selling off the last 2 days in here. And that next quarter comes in, they better start delivering some actual numbers, because remember, they missed top and bottom. It was a bad report outside of that crazy guidance they threw in there.
So we got, I think it's a fine trade there to get stopped out where we did, but I mean, we said that there's a potential that it bounces off this 50-period moving average, but it did go all the way down to 386.90, so we will top out on that one. What's up, Ryan Nola here? I see you've just corrected your price there. You're at 114.25. Okay, so what do we think about Robinhood? So that was sort of why I called this up. Thanks, Ryan, for that. So we will definitely have a look. $10 super chat. Thank you so much for that. Okay, Robinhood right here. Wow. You caught the bottom there, eh? That was nuts. So congratulations. Good to see more traders in here looking for that kind of a play there. Let good names. And this is part of that same kind of that rhetoric why I called it up before about Apple, right? Is like when a good stock goes down and you like it, try to catch it, the bounce, and see if you're able to catch that. You do have some bottom wicking candles there. I hope that was maybe what triggered you in. And, looking at a 5-minute, I like to look at those a little bit better. And there it goes, right? So that down into 114. So if you're going to hold it, I think you now have where your out is going to be, right? I mean, your out's going to be down here. So that's 113.90, I would say. Let's say 113.50. So give yourself 75 cents of room, right? Well, if that's going to be the case, you're now in the money $3. There's the 200-period moving average. So, Ryan, if you're going to ask me what I think about it, I would be getting some out right now. When you approach the 200-period moving average, generally speaking, that could be a spot where, hey, we've done all the work. Now we've come back up into potential resistance area. Same thing for support on the bottom side. I would be cashing some out right now. And if you are not getting out right now, fine. But this is why I put this 21 period here. It's this 21 period SMA, simple moving average on a 1-minute chart. If it breaks that, then that's a good spot to maybe get out of 50% or the whole thing. Again, I don't know. Everybody can trade these. I have no idea how many shares or what your targets are or anything, but that would be one of mine, 116.80. And then like I just did on Tesla, I just don't think Robinhood's running in the same way. So the 50-period moving average is what I used right here to get out, because it was the first time it was breached, and that's this pink line. So that's what I used to get out on that one. But as you can see, I get out like I'm a P&L chaser, right? So as this starts to go upside, I look over and I'm like, what the? And I just I always get nervous about if it reverses, do I give it all back? And I'm trying to change that methodology. So I would just say there on Robinhood, I wouldn't wait for all the way there. I think that's giving back too much profit, especially if I think this market is getting way too excited. I thought it would be a relatively muted day. We got a lower Michigan number than we thought, so sentiment number. So I wasn't thinking this was going to happen, but yeah, great trade. Congratulations on Robinhood. I hope some of those levels helped you out. I'd get something out right now because that's close enough, and then I would wait to see if we break 116.50. And then if you're trying to really hold a monster and you don't mind giving some profit back, then this is at 116. So I hope that was good enough for your $10 there, Ryan. And I want to thank you for throwing that down. It does mean a lot. You can ask Neil and I any questions in the chat at any time, but obviously it's highlighted when there's a super chat there. Easier for us to see. And we do want to get to the questions that people pay for.
Or just tag us.
Yeah, or tag.
If I go at Sean, you see this here?
Yeah.
If I go at Sean, then I go hello.
Yes, and then
see like on Like it'll be tagged, it'll be on his. See how? Yeah.
This is how it looks on mine.
So on Sean's, it looks like that.
There it is. Yeah. See.
And once you tag me, it looks like this. It's just easier to see.
Yeah.
And it's not that we're never trying to ignore anybody. It's just when you have a bunch of messages in there, it's difficult. The SPY is going, the market is going. We got to get to Adara, and then we'll come back.
34.65 for Gemini. So maybe it's getting closer. It's now you have, just come over here just quickly, because I just heard it in my ear. We are going to go to Adara. Oh no, it still says 34 on our system, but I just heard it in our ear, 34.65. So maybe we are getting a little closer here for Gemini. Remember, the value that went off.
Less than a million shares.
Yeah, the value that went off on Klarna was $5 million for shares, or whatever that value is there. So, take that for what it's worth, man. I think that there's not as much interest in Gemini as there was Klarna, and we saw the road to Klarna was not an easy road to hoe. So watch out there for Gemini, and over to Adara.
Another extremely range-bound week for the US dollar. So you can see here we have lower highs still in the weekly chart, but this last week, again, this is now the fourth straight week you traded within this range. We're also seeing here this week a lower high of just above 98 and a lower low here, trading in a very tight range continuously here for that US dollar. Now, this week was fascinating when it came to economic data, because we were looking here for a clearer signal of what the Fed might do heading into the next meeting. Now, as we'll get to in a second, we're very much expecting a rate cut of at least 25 basis points, if not greater. But the data was really mixed. We had much lower than expected PPI data, prompting Donald Trump once again to call for Jerome Powell to cut the rates. But then on Thursday, we got CPI that was kind of mixed. And then today, lower than expected consumer sentiment, and notably higher than expected University of Michigan data when it comes to their inflation expectations, the 5-year inflation expectation, the 1-year, oddly enough, exactly in line with estimates. So we know the Fed has been saying it themselves. They're watching this University of Consumer Sentiment data pretty heavily. So that could maybe be something to be aware of. Unfortunately, we don't have any Fed speak to gauge this right now because of the blackout period, but I am certainly going to be watching at least after we get that decision to see if they were paying any attention to this number, because this number is a little bit revealing, especially with a week of mixed data across the board. Now let's take a look here at the CME Fed Watch tool. 92.5% of participants still expecting that 25 basis point cut, and about 7.5% expecting a 50 basis point cut. Right now, it looks like the 25 basis point cut is heavily priced in. And again, that PPI data we'll have to see if that moves the needle for the Fed at all, because that was well below estimates coming through on Wednesday, guys. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. Well, Rich, thank you for the super chat, but I want to answer a couple of questions, because it can't say tag us and then don't answer questions when we're tagged. Thank you to New York Cent. We appreciate you so much. And again, look, no one's signing up for anything. We ask you hit the like, hit the subscribe, and enjoy the show. Share it with your friends, and just make this community bigger and better. That's what it's all about. MSense, you have a question. Snap gonna snap the 740 time soon. I like that $7 area, but I don't know what the catalyst is for Snap. You can sit in it off of support hoping they get bought out, but it's just, you need a catalyst to get it going. So the level can be good, but what's going to get it to bounce off that level? And I'm not sure what the answer is there. And then, is anyone getting paid to clean the keyboards? No. No. We have to clean them ourselves. I don't know. You should clean your keyboard. I probably don't do it enough. Rich, thank you for the super chat. Can we please explain the price action on wearable devices? That's WLDS. It feels like every breakout is getting sold, but yet there is steady buying. So wearable devices, that's WLDS. This was a huge runner. Well, I don't want to say huge. It was a runner yesterday. Open Door was a huge runner yesterday. This was a runner the last couple of days. Yeah, you're right. There's a very obvious, it gets to $11 and someone was selling it 2 days ago. It gets to $10 and double tops, and 11 again today. So someone's selling the pops on this, but at least it's making higher lows. So that suggests to me that either there's heavy profit taking, or maybe there's always somebody shorting these things. Someone is shorting this thing between $10 and $11. The daily chart, this doesn't matter. It's a reverse split a couple times, so these prices don't even matter at this point. So it's really just this 10-11 seller. If it can close some candles above 12, then this has a real big squeeze potential, I would say. I don't know what the short float is offhand, so I'm going to have to look it up for you. on this one, so WLDS. And is there no news on this at all? I thought there was news on.
Is that the WorldCoin?
It's
one?
it's wearable devices.
WD something.
Oh, it was yesterday. There was news on it. There was some news on this one yesterday. Oh, that's why. The short float's only 2.5%, but the float's 2 million shares. So this is more of a soak the float instead of big, massive short float. But either way, someone large, relatively speaking, clearly selling this thing and trying to get it to dump. So either you buy dips, in situations like that, if you want to go long, you got to try to buy good dips on trend or at support, or wait till it's actually closing above and buyers are above $11 and $12, and then you can get something special going. That could be a fun one. We always talk about the action going from one stock to the next. So sometimes when Open Door stops, something like wearable devices can go. Open Door still there was essentially just 2 bounces on Open Door, and it's been trending down ever since.
Open Door. Open Door and BBAI. It seems like today's, does not look to be the day for those names, but it doesn't mean that we can't catch them later. I mean, at any time, any of these names could move on, but we got to figure out what is for lunch right now. Okay. Oh, man. Thankfully, we've had a monster day. Right now, I might be able to go afford some of that chicken shawarma that Joe likes right here, because today's meal, Friday, September the 12th, it's blackened tilapia. So there it is right there. Bang, bang, bang. Bang. It's blackened tilapia. It's not a favorite around here, with vegetable pilaf, seasoned vegetables, and of course a chef's choice salad. But think about it was boiled eggs today. It was hard-boiled eggs today. So I think Sharif's probably got.
He's happy.
Yeah, he's not having the tilapia. He can be having 14 eggs.
But there's like 40. It was like 40 of them, and there's like
40 minus 14.
And there's like 10 people here. So
there's 26 eggs left, divided by how many people? 10.
No, it was more than 10.
2.6. I did have an egg there though, so I think the protein is a good idea. So shout out to Sharif for sure. Look, it's better to have an egg than, I guess, one of these.
Let's be real.
Right there. So
one of these things is good
one
for
is
you.
More fun. One is more fun and living your life. But we do appreciate the healthy lifestyle over there, and they'll talk all about that on the Midday show as well. And we want to thank again. I keep on losing the guy's name. I want to thank the Green Bay Packers. Yeah, for sure.
No, it was.
Anyways, thank you so much for sending in. I wish I could remember. Resume? Was it Resume something? Or?
No, we began with an R.
From Ecuador, but shout out to Ecuador anyways. Yeah, it definitely began with an R right there. Thank you so much. If you 5 or 6 dozen donuts sent through, we want to definitely thank you for that, and for feeding everybody around here, because instead of the blackened tilapia, you could just maybe put stack a couple donuts on there and have those for lunch. So random scenes. Oh, the Algo Room. There you go. The Algo Room is saying thanks for the donuts.
Oh, yeah, that's right. They're here too.
Yeah, no, don't feel bad. Hey, random scenes.
No, they're going to get eaten. I forgot those guys are here.
We did not want to say that. I did not know the office was off today. It's not. There are a lot of people. Our full team is here.
No,
every single person is here.
What I mean is the back office.
You did great.
Yeah, you did absolutely fine. Like, everybody's here for the show like normal is, and the Algo guys are here. No. It's just that there's some days where the back office is more full because there's meetings and people in-house. On a Friday, there's... Unlike sometimes in the middle of the day when they have meetings and stuff, there'll be like twice as many people.
Everybody's having some of these, so do not worry. We want to thank you.
Wayne's probably here too.
Wayne is here. I've already seen him, and as Joe just mentioned, the Algo Room is.
And those boys
figuring out some algos for the donuts.
No,
right now,
when you see those guys take lunch, trust me, the Algo boys can eat.
They're probably long D-Nut right now because of all this. So
I bet you D-Nut's not even
I bet you D-Nut is ripping right now.
No,
I would bet you it's
literally not moving.
What do you mean not moving? Look at this. 8 cents, baby.
But it's flat on the day.
So it is. What's up, Mike, Peter, Ryder? This is what we're doing.
It's not a bad daily treat.
You're welcome, Gworev, man. This is what we're doing, man. We want to thank you for watching, and thank you for the nice comments in the chat. All right, Neil, let's go. We're done. We're out of here.
I have to answer one question. I'll let you guys go. But there's a wedge now. It's a different entry on BBAI with a different stop. So it's making these higher lows. So as it was breaking the wedge to the upside, I moved my stop under here, so I'm now long inside the wedge looking breakout. I'll get out if it breaks 507, and if it holds above the wedge, then I'll go long over VWAP. That's the plan of action on Big Bear AI. And yeah, I'll give you one last update on Gemini. It's not doing anything. It's $35, and the tap is still 100,000 shares to the sell side and only 1 million shares paired off. So it's pretty small in terms of volume. I don't like it. If it's that small volume, I will definitely not take the print. But we'll see. Maybe Joe and Sharif will be trading some Gemini, some VIA.
Hopefully.
Or one of the other two. I don't remember what they are, but 4 IPOs today, so it could be busy. LGN, that was one, the engineering firm.
Sell side and balance.
Oh, we're live, baby.
We're doing it live. Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy, Yokeresh. I know I'm kidding. That's Joey Options, and I'm Sharif. And happy Friday to everybody, man. It's a great day. The market's all sorts of green, Joey. I know everything's moving up quite nice. Let's see who's in the chat. We got Ocean Goose. Okay. Shout out to Cisco, Bubba Joe, and we got the OG Darwin. Ranger Boy Jut, shout out to the Product Detective, and Durant Gordon. Safe, we got Merc, Gorev, Super No, yes, Gap Shorter, shout out to Yannick and Rahul. Dumbo Thing Films, we also got Ichiro, shout out to Greg Saluzzi and Yorkie. We got Jacques, Jake, Robert, Snake, and Adrian joining us as well. Shout out to my man Ahmed. We got Britt Brennan, David Rosa, Sean Carter. Who else, man? Buffalo Soldier. Carter. We got John D. Pietro, Derek Thompson, Jose Perez. Shout out to Ed Miller and PC Hoon, Tobia, Sia, D. Westermeyer. What's going on, D? Shout out to, yes, the heartland of the Americas in the Midwest. Shout out to Dude V, Freddie. Who else? M-Sense, Andrew Chow, Jason Koingi, King Clutch, 00770 Mustang, and Jaguar. Now, one more, Joseph.
One more.
Who are we going to do? Clipwave.
Clipwave.
Shout out to my man Clipwave. Good morning to everybody, and good morning to you, man.
Yeah. Shout out Clipwave, and shout out to Sean Carter. Isn't that Jay-Z?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, all right. Sure so there we go. Yeah. Bang. There we go. We're off to that. We're off to those races. All right, guys, let's see what we got going on. Yeah.
Remember that one?
No.
Lil Wayne?
I was never
a big... Mr. Conda. That was like...
I was never a big Jay-Z fan, to be honest with you. Other than maybe I think the Blueprint is all right, because I like that old school, like, 90s style, good. I think. Yeah. Anyways, what did we trade today? Baba, 0 for 1 on that one. But we're starting to cook up here in some IBIT there, guys. So, boom, our first position, boom, we take it off, stopped out. We hop right back in, take some more. Take another attempt, stopped out, and then we just build in aggressively, and now we're cooking up. So let's see if we can get into that high of the day. I know some people are frustrated that I don't love Jay-Z that much, but that's okay. Hey, man, it is what it is. A New York guy, obviously going to go with Biggie Smalls and Nas, so I like those ones. But yeah, come on, Bitcoin. Don't sell off this aggressively. We are really putting on size here to see if we can get that move towards the high of the day. And then now we're just starting to sell here. So that's not too good, but hey, it is what it is. We'll take it, and we're going to look for some continuation. Rigetti's super strong. I know the boys were talking about that. I'm swinging some TXN right now, and it's not looking good, so I might have to hop out of that one. 82 is going to be the stop. Oh, let's go. Let's unlock this here. There we go. And there it is. So my average is just under 84, 183.90, and now we're trading at 182.90. So that's not looking overly promising. So 182 will get stopped out of that one for a loss. Not many shares, only 50 on that one on the TXN swing. Here we go. Let's see if we can get this move back up in IBIT. And then we also took a small scalp on, what was it, our good friend Joby Sharif? That was moving nice throughout the morning. A small move on that one, nothing.
Garbage all the time.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I think there's still some steam for this to continue its trajectory to the northeast. But other than that, guys, let's go IBIT.
People love shorting Joby, man. I'm obviously involved in Joby in the long term.
Ooh.
We're out of the money, full disclosure on that, Joey, because we bought a little bit higher, but you know, I think it's more of a long-term thing. All right, let's get right down to it, baby. GNS, we're in at 4s. It loses that dollar, we're out. I already don't trust this stock as a starting point based on the exchange off which it's trading. I'm talking about the Amex network, of course. The Amex exchange. So we're in here because they're slim pickings today, guys. All right, it's been great for these small cap gappers the last, I want to say, week and a half, maybe even a little bit more. Today, they're a light bunch. Let's bring them in and talk about what I'm looking at over here. Apogee already telling me HTZ Hertz. Let me just take a quick gander at that. a little light on volume, 2.71 million shares, trying to break up through the top. I'll keep an eye on it. Thank you, Apogee. But here's what I'm looking at right now. WLDS, we're up 20%. This one is doing it again. Joey, look at this. I need you to look at this, bro. Damn. Look at this multi-day trend. It's just holding the trend line like money. So if it comes down into this trend line, I'm buying it. And it's a multi-day trend. It's not giving up the ghost. WLDS, multi-day runner. Let's see if it holds. CNET, already going to lose its spot on the side chart very quickly. It's dropping back down, a Christmas tree retracement, as we always talk about over here. We'll have to see if Santa can save us from this one. HUIZ, or Z for my American friends. This one was running in the aftermarket yesterday, did a little bit of dancing as well in the pre-market. That was as good as it was going to get because it's below VWAP and has been since 4 a.m. So HUIZ, looking weak. Full disclosure, at ISPC, this is a holdover from a few days ago. Remember this bad boy? Breaking out like crazy a couple of days ago. Back in focus today, about 30%, but putting in lower highs. And it looks like it may want a flat bottom break through that 1 2/3. We'll see. If it holds up above trend, above the volume weighted average price, I'm interested. AIRE as well, another holdover from a couple of days. Also going to lose its spot on the side chart. It's losing VWAP and looks like it might be headed towards that 140 to 135 area support. And then last but not least, VERI. I got to tell you, this looks like the best of the bunch, and that's not saying much. And the reason I say that is because it's putting in a lower high, and now it's starting to make another down move here. So if it breaks for 395, this looks like a possible flat bottom break. For the moment, though, I'm going to continue to keep it on the side chart because it is still trending above the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. So I really don't have anything. Sad to say, I'm going to have to keep my eye on Rigetti. Rigetti knees are heavy, already losing the volume weighted average price and that $19 level as well. Quantum is very strong today, guys. Not just the Rigetti, IONQ as well, up 16% and doing big boy volume, about 37.5 million shares on IonQ. So Joey, I hate to start off the show by sounding so pessimistic, but I like nothing at the moment.
No, that's good, man. You don't want to force anything either. So yeah, it's unfortunate, man. IBIT just that pullback too deep, and we got stopped out 80% of our position. We only took off 20%, looking for that break, and it curled over. And yeah, so that's unfortunate. A lot of unrealized gone right there. But I like what Ether's up to on the 5. Not too bad. Hammer candle potentially being printed here, and then maybe we'll get that continuation. The overall market's pretty strong, so I like our chances on that one. Do I take another stab here at Bitcoin? I think they're going to move hand in hand, right? So I got to be really, really cautious and patient on what we're doing here. But again, if we get a dual hammer close on both of these, then hey, it is what it is. No, we didn't talk about what is APLD up to, my friend. Let's take a look at that one. APLD, apply digital. Oh, my days. All right, there it is. A nice move here. Going back to the daily. Wow, yeah, APLD. There it is. You've seen Michael Noss point this out as well, too. These hammer candles. I had to give him a bang on that. I'm like, yeah, beautiful stuff getting involved on that. But yeah, APLD looking really good and spicy. Let's go TXN as well, too. We need these semis to really start rocking and rolling. Hopefully we can bounce off of this base here that we're experiencing. Now, just eyes are on the crypto space for me personally. The market trading around its highs, just a little bit off of that, but there's going to be plenty of opportunities here. Open doors starting to come in a little bit as well too, so just keep that in mind, guys. Just stick to the strong names throughout the session, but other than that, waiting for this 5-minute hammer to close, Sharif.
All right, guys, we're getting involved here in a sub $1 name. Pickings are slim today, so we're gonna have to trade these ones that I may probably have stayed away from on a more ideal day. The one I'm talking about is OPI. Shout out to my man in the chat there, Rex Banner, for pointing this one out. We already wet the beak there super quick. We're in at 64.5. We wet the beak there at 66. Let's see if it holds up above 60. I like the level 60 for a couple of reasons.
He's gone.
Pardon me?
No, there's some guys.
You're going to block him?
Sylvain, yeah, Sylvain.
Oh.
How long do you give him?
Oh, he's spamming, eh?
I'm giving...
That's not a good idea there, buddy. Joey Options, he forgives, but he doesn't forget.
Yeah.
All right.
Ram only gave him 300 seconds.
That's crazy.
I gave him 86,000 seconds.
Oh, no. How many? Is that a week?
That's a day.
That's a day. That's crazy. All right. I'm great at math, by the way. Can you tell?
Let's go.
No, I'm playing. OPI. So here's why I like that 60 penny level, Joey. We did reject initially off 60 pennies, and then we kind of broke down back into 52, and we clear it. So I'd like to use 60 as a possible level of support. We'll see if it ends up holding on the level. Let's layer some orders to the high side and see if we can get filled at some of these different levels over here. We're just going to go ahead and layer at, for the next couple over here. We'll go all the way up to 70, I think. And here we go. We're zigging and zagging with 67. We need to cross above that level for me to get printed. We're showing 66 and 2/3, et cetera, et cetera. Now, I've told you why I like this one. Wow. Usually I have a case, a bull and a bear case for the stocks I'm trading. The bear case here is we're still putting in higher lows. Lower highs. We have a 77.80 high of day, and each successive area crest has been a little bit lower than its predecessor. So it's not exactly showing you, its propensity to rock it up. Tesla chairman states Elon Musk is true CEO during transformative period, emphasizing AI and autonomy as key to future. Adara will have more information. Well, I don't know what the issue was. I think it might have something to do with the audio, but as you know, we've just moved over there. So that's it, guys. I'm involved in OPI. What's that GNS thing doing? All right, so it's dipping down to 99. This is my move. We're flattening out. We'll go 0 for 1 to start. Yeah, so we'll keep an eye on these ones. I see VRI. VRI is basically second best over here, unless ISPC can start doing its thing 25. Let's go ISPC on the NQ. Show you guys this chart pattern. It's a bit of a compression pattern here. You feel like, this could be the initiation of a bull flag right at 925. We're putting in higher lows but lower highs, $1.80. So, we'll see about this one. This one also has a propensity to kind of pop up into area highs and then drop right back down. Look how many times this one wicked into area highs. So, I don't know, Joey. This one might not be too bad. I think I can build a position off that volume weighted average price. If I get in here, which is the area high, I want to say, I can build my position down into that $1.72, $1.70 at most. That's what we'll do. We'll take a small position to start. If it breaks through that bull pennant, then we can have a conversation about adding more. What do you got?
So I'm just looking at Bitcoin for potential bounce here. We were talking about those indecision prints right around the volume, right south of the volume weighted average price. It rejected that downtrend, still fully intact. So it's going to be a tough one, I think, to get going. Seems like it just wants to bounce around within this specific range here. So patience, patience, patience. APLD looks fantastic. Shout out for pointing that out. MU trying to break out to all-time high. Yeah, let's take a look at MU. Yeah, this thing has been monstrous here for the past couple of sessions. And I mean, if you're looking to short something, that's a pretty good signal, but it's just continuing its northeast trajectory. So really good look there. And I told you guys we took a loss on the swing. We were in around this realm, and then sure enough, boom, got stopped out down there. And then it goes parabolic. IBIT, and that's going to be my focus. Let's see if we can continue in the strength. I like what we got going on, and I've been talking about, obviously, come Wednesday. That's FOMC, right? Yeah, it usually is on Wednesdays, or is it Thursday? Anyways, whatever time next week, we're going to maybe get involved in some early contracts to see if we can get that bounce. Before we go to Adara, let's see what Sharif.
Sorry, Adara, just 1 second. I think the new IPO, Hang Feng, no, that's not it. Okay. This is a new IPO, FO, I believe. It just opened. It's a Hong Kong listed one, Neil? It's Hang Feng Technology Innovation, I think. Okay. So this one did open up 525, 566 high. Adair.
Yeah, I just want to talk here a little bit about Warner Brothers Discovery, which is near its high of day. I just saw a post here from Charles Gasparino on X. He is a senior correspondent with Fox Business, and he's just posted an article here saying that apparently the CEO of Warner Brothers Discovery, WBD, David Zaslav, is working with Goldman Sachs, GS here, to shop, because I guess Warner Brothers Discovery is trying to set up a bidding war for this company, even as Paramount Skydance reportedly has an offer. So again, Warner Brothers Discovery, despite this offer with Paramount or PSKY, they're reportedly trying to work with Goldman Sachs to kind of set up a bit of a bidding war. Let's take a look here at Goldman Sachs, let's take a look at PSKY to see if they're reacting to this. Not too much of a reaction here, but either way, Warner Brothers Discovery reportedly trying to set up a bidding war as we get that news that Paramount Sky might be interested. Back to you.
Yeah, Warner Brothers looking really good here. I know you had Paramount up there, Adara. Let's see if we can take a look at this one here. Warner Brothers just continuing his topside move. So beautiful, beautiful look. Yeah, some good stuff going on there. And this name, Tesla. Oh, man, oh, man, oh, man. And we were talking about, we did the TA on this yesterday. Look where it opens up. Bang. And that's my fault. I'm like, I'm not even looking at this name today. And sure enough, boom, there you go. You climb up 20 plus points on Tesla. As speaking for the quantum space, super strong. IonQ, big time breakout. Adara, what do you got?
More commentary coming from Robin Denholm, who is the chair of Tesla's board. We know earlier we had the comment where she said that that Elon Musk was the right CEO for Tesla during this transformative period. But she further said that there's no one else but Elon Musk who can lead Tesla. So again, commentary here from the board or from the chair of Tesla's board saying that Elon Musk is the only person who can lead this company. Back to you.
Stephen D'Agostino, Sharif, what do you guys make of NEG having a CTB of 450%, 0 short shares available, a razor thin float? Well, I can just tell you from where NEG has been to where it is now. So this one, Newegg, is something we've been watching for quite a long time. We were watching this daily, make higher highs and higher lows, showing up on the scanner almost every day, big. And it's ugly. What can I say about this? You know, how many people bought at 105, 110, 85, 75, and now it's down to 37. It's just the way it is. It's a classic double top. You should have, basically you should have been getting out on the break of that 85 area as soon as it broke through that the neckline on the top.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
It is what it is. We're gonna go to Adara in 1 second. There is more Tesla news, but on the day, just intraday, NEG is doing nothing and not for me, and I still don't like it on the daily. Adara.
Yeah, keep an eye here on TSLA. As you can see, more comments coming from the chair of Tesla's board, Robin Denholm, and these comments are actually really mixed. So what she said here was that Elon Musk has completed his political service and that he is back at Tesla, but she also said that what he does politically is up to him. We know that one of the things that was initially being floated around as potentially a contingency with this payment plan was, should Elon Musk's political activity be limited? Well, it sounds like Robin Denholm is saying that A, his political service is over, but B, it's also up to him what he chooses to do in politics. So interesting comments here. Tesla oscillating a little bit as we continue to digest comments from chair of the board, Robin Denholm. Back to you.
All right, super chat. Willis Addison, what's going on? Let's go. Double puts on RH 228, September 19th, 210 strikes. Let's take a look at those doubles. So that means you're doubling it up over there. IBIT was working out for us as well, too. As I pull up the options chain, we add aggressively, looking for that break, but it is rejecting that downtrend line. So we have to keep an eye out on that. We don't want to take anyone of too hefty of a loss there. But let's pull up our old chain here, take a look at some of these puts that you're talking about, because I like it. I'm more or less just sell puts, to be honest with you. Oh, actually, I want to add here. Sorry, we're going to give it a second. Oh no, it might be too late. Boom, let's go. Yeah, I mean, I'm adding it to resistance, which is not overly logical, but hey, that's all right. You got to sometimes be that guy and take those shots. Now let's go over to RH, and you had let's pull those strike prices up in expiration, 228, 210 strike price, September 19th. I don't even see that expiration cycle. We'll go over to the 14th there. Oh, actually, no, there it is, sorry. Let's go 228. All right, I see you. I'm still in 227.5, so I'm looking at there. So not too bad. Those are now worth $12.80. So good look, and yeah, congratulations on that one. The double footage. So yeah, some positive stuff. Let's go Bitcoin, snap through this trend line, and I think we can get off to the races. But first, you got to take baby steps, one step at a time, and you have to get through that specific level. And what am I talking about? I know it's a little bit more difficult to see on the lower time frames. So there it is on the 5 minute. We punch, sit on the back end of this, volume steps in, boom, we're at a new high of the day, and I think we're going to continue that trajectory to the top side there, Sheaf.
All right, guys. Back in GNS, it looks like it put in a hammer candle, a bottoming tail hammer candle through VWAP. It looks like it was a liquidity grab to stop everybody out who had their stop in and around that dollar. Who knows if we continue to trend, but it looks like it could be a bit of a V-shaped retracement. So we're back in at 102, wet the beak at 103, layering orders for a possible pop-up, showing me 104s now on the level 2, waiting in fact at 104 for a fill. So I'm going to keep my eye on this one. Again, you know, it does trade on the MX exchange, which is certainly not my favorite, but we're, again, the pickings are slim, at least for now. So we will keep an eye on these bad boys to see exactly, you know, what we can trade, what's tradable, what's not. Just having a quick look there at the top scanner to see if there's any new bad boys here that have made their way onto the scene. OPI is coming back down. If it loses 60, it's all over. 60 is a resistance, or sorry, previous area of resistance, current area of support that I've gauged. So I want to see if it holds up there and then bounces back up to take out some levels. So OPI in focus, as well as ISPC. ISPC, we did get that ad at 75. I perceive a compression pattern. It could be a bull pennant. It may not be. I was obviously risking a lot by getting in at the high. That's why I got in half the position at the high. And then I added at 75 penny area. It's going to have to hold. I put my out at 65. So if it loses 65, then we're out of the trade. Simple as that. So those are the three that we're involved in at the moment. I see you guys coming up with new ones. I know that Bovin is watching WLDS, as am I, Bovin, but it hasn't set up quite yet. Over here, WLDS still kind of below VWAP, putting in higher lows. So it's certainly interesting to me. Bovin is also watching PLRZ. So let's load up that bad boy and take a quick gander at what that price action is looking like. PLRZ for my American friends. Okay, so it's working its way back into the volume weighted average price above, and so it fails in two regards. Number one, it's not above, I should say, the pre-market high, nor is it above the volume weighted average price. So it's going to have to clear $1.35 first and foremost, where VWAP is at, and it's also going to have to weasel in to that $1.75. You know, I am willing to make exceptions on occasions for these bad boys, but this is certainly not one of them with a pattern that looks like that. So we'll keep an eye on that. But Bovin, let me know, man, once that starts making moves. If it starts making moves, I'm more than interested to get involved. So keep me guys apprised. Corey Ewing, dropping cash in the chat, Joey. $5 super chat from your boy, Corey Ewing. What's going on with DKNG? Sports betting is at an all-time high. Why the pullback on DraftKings? So yeah, you're right, brother. I mean, everybody and their mother's cousin is looking to wager, especially with NFL season back in focus. But you know how the market is, man. It is forward-looking. It is looking at...
My lunch is in here.
Goodness gracious.
Oh, where's your lunch at?
I don't know. It's like
they're there, brother.
Up, but mine's not there.
Take mine.
No,
in the fridge. You sure?
There's two that say the dinners. So I'm just waiting for Raquel.
All right. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. You're gonna talk to the boss.
He's gonna talk to Raquel.
You gotta talk to the boss.
What a brave soul he is.
You gotta talk to the boss, man.
I ain't doing that again, Joey. We already saw what happened there. No, but DKNG. So what I was trying to say before is, you know, the market is super forward-looking, right? It's always pricing in what it thinks is going to happen in the future. So just because we're doing well now doesn't mean that the stock has to be strong. It's ironic in that sense. It's always forward-looking. So let's take a look on the wider time frame. Doesn't look good to start the day for certain. It looks like a bear flag, if I've ever seen a bear flag there. Very kind of down and to the right, and you're consolidating just a skosh above VWAP, but you are putting in lower highs. So that's the 5-minute time frame on DKNG. But when you look at the wider time frame, we've been in a bit of a consolidation here, Joseph Options, with some outlying areas. It seems as if $30 is absolute money buy on DraftKings, Donkey Kong, going back, dude, to like early 24, late 23. That $30 level has come in over and over and over again, okay? And then to the high side, it does seem, there's outlying areas, but it's about 45, I want to say, with some, you could say 50 at times, but I would say 45 certainly interacts a little bit more. So very consolidated for a long time now, Donkey Kong, with these outlying areas, both to the high and the low side. So hard to gauge, but my understanding is they're still not number one. I think FanDuel still has a bit more market share than DKNG. That could be wrong, that could be dated. I think FanDuel had like a third, and Donkey Kong just a little bit above a quarter of the global market, or the U.S. market share, excuse me. So you double check that. Number two, I know earlier on they suffered from some margin compression because I had to keep giving these promotions for people to make bets. I don't know if they're continuing to do that. That's number two. Number three, a more recent headline with respect to sports gambling has been local state taxes, right? I think Illinois was the first with J.B. Pritzker looking to tax some of these online gambling sites. So obviously that has a way of affecting demand and affecting margins, as well as you're going to have to pay higher taxes from the book perspective. So all those things could have a possible headwind, but I do agree with you. I think more people are betting than ever, Joey.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it goes along the lines with trading as well, too. I think a lot more retail traders are stepping into the space, and it's just continuously growing. So, yeah, good look on there. All right, guys, let's take a look at the screen. Like, we're building in. I don't think it's going to work, to be honest with you, as we just rejected that downtrend. And every time we run into that 65-46 level, you can see the defense on it. And we were looking at things on the tape earlier in the week as well, just to be able to identify. So as long as we hold up the volume weighted average price, you're starting to get a little bit of a bounce in the market again. A nice hammer candle, SPY off of VWAP as well too. So not a horrible look, but yeah, there it is. Bam, take a hefty move down here. But as long as we don't break this hammer candle low, then I'm just going to sit in this and accept a loss for whatever it's going to be. And it's like, again, we're putting on size there. So yeah, it's not going to be a pretty one. We'll give back the majority of the day on this trade if we do end up taking, and then some if we do end up taking a little bit of a loss there. So patience. Let's see if we can build in maybe a little bit more if it's going to bounce. But again, like I said, I'm buying into resistance, which clearly it didn't want to break, right? So overall market continuing its move to the top side, and then sure enough, Bitcoin, boom, runs into that, and then now heading back. So as soon as we break that 65.32, we're out of that trade there, and we're going to accept it for what it is, and then just try to find something else. I don't see anything. Open Doors continuously bleeding. Baba wasn't too bad. I mean, I missed this opportunity here, which I was slightly frustrated about, but we took a loss on this trade. I'm like, you know what? It might continue with selling. But other than that, let's go IBIT. Let's see if we can get some buyers to step in, and then maybe we can break through resistance. Adair, what do you got?
More commentary here from Robin Denholm, chair of the Tesla board. She has said a lot of things right now, some of which are a little bit in contrast with one another. But one thing he said here is that apparently Elon Musk does participate in succession talks with the board, and there is a leadership plan in place if it comes that Elon Musk, for whatever reason, can no longer serve in the company. She did say, though, that Elon Musk is the only person as of right now who can serve in that role, and that the board has no issue with his political activities. They are, quote, up to him, but also that he's not involved in politics right now, that time in his life is done, and that there is no issue, at least in the board's opinion, with him running his other companies. So long story short, Elon Musk is prepared to help with succession, but right now he is committed to the company. He's viewed as one of the few people who can lead it, and he is allowed to continue his political and his business activities that beyond Tesla, according to the board. Back to you.
All right. Thank you for that, Adara, as always. Great reporting. Havana Woody, XRP 50-20. 50 in the 200, I'm assuming. Golden Cross Bull Wedge 307 to 311, breakout to 340. Joey, do we have XRP on IB?
UXRP or
UXRP. Okay,
yeah,
he's giving me different levels though. Yeah. Maybe I'll load it up on TradingView. Give me a moment over here. Let's weasel on over to TradingView, and so I can give you the actual levels that I see over here. All right, so XRP. Oh, Adara's connected. This is Adara's account, that's why. Sorry, Adara, I logged you out of TradingView, my bad. It's all good. All right, brother, give me a second just to be able to load XRP properly, and so that I can have a look at that for you. I'm going to take a screenshot, Havana, of your comment, so I don't have to refer back to it. And I will get back to you with a bit of a better analysis there. But for the moment, we don't have IB. IB, sorry, doesn't have what's it called, XRP. So I won't be able to give you that proper analysis. But I have to digress for a second because OPI is coming into the volume weighted average price. Let's see if it ends up holding up here. What is the situation? OPI is a ticker I'm talking about. We're in at 65. It's coming down into 59. I perceive this area-ish to be an area of support. So let's see if we can get in here, and then we're going to give it down to about 56. And then if it drops down there, it's all over for that. So let me change my prior stop on OPI, which I didn't have. Good. Okay. So we got 62s on now on OPI. So let's go ahead and post here at 63, and then we'll post also at 64 as well. So we'll do that. Let's see if we can get a nice bump up. Let's see what GNS, taking a couple of prints on that, very slow, but stair-stepping up. I'm talking about GNS, 15.5%. We're in at 02, just what the beak at 44s. And then last but not least, ISPC. I've taken a couple of prints on this one. What I see here are higher lows. I'm basing my trade on said higher lows. Again, I perceive this to be a bull pennant with higher lows, but also lower highs. The textbooks say this will resolve in the direction of the trend. The trend is, as you can see by the percentage up on the day, 34%. It's got to be to the high side. So I'm going to keep my eye on that. And everybody's talking about FOFO. FOFO. FOFO's up 70 freaking percent. It's also insane. I've seen the spread as like 30, 40 pennies on this piece of you know what. So I don't know, man. Joey Options, you going to punch into FOFO over here? It's up 70%,
no,
my boy. So
I'm gonna pass on the FOFO. I'm not going to get that FOMO on the FOFO. So, yeah. So, no, Jake, I just looked at my DMs, brother. I didn't see you there. So make sure you got the right individual
I saw that.
That you're tagging there. So we'll pull it up. Make sure this is your boy here. Let's get over to the dupes. Where do we got to go here? We got to full screen this now.
Darwin, you killed me, bro.
Make sure it's this guy right here at Trader TV, Joseph. Make sure that's that, because if I go, I don't see you in there, and that's definitely not you. So that's complete spam right there. So see you later, that one. So I didn't get your message yet, my friend, right away on that one. So send me another one and we'll talk. But yeah, here we go. Let's hold this level here on IBIT. Obviously not going to DCA, not going to dollar cost average down.
Don't do it,
I'll add it if it works and with my average, right? So we're a couple pennies out of the money on this one. But if we can get a sustained bounce, buyers to step in. It's good that we didn't break this support level right here. So that's positive right there. Boom, boom, boom. We're getting a nice little pop there. A couple more cents. If we do curl back, well, I'm still out of the money on it, Sharif, but it's just like boom, it's like add. And then if we head back towards the volume weighted average price, it's going to be the same narrative as what we were doing over here. Add. And then maybe we can get that breakout. That would be prime time Deion Sanders. That'd be a whole lot of fun on a Friday. So yeah, let's get that rocking and rolling. Anything else you guys are specifically looking at? Do I like JD long calls? Let's take a look. At some JD. I didn't see anything specifically about it. I mean, if you're buying the lows and you're looking to dip buy, I think you're at a good opportunity to do so. So let's take a look here, see what you got going on. See, I don't love it, right? So this is what I'm thinking right now, because it would be essentially doing what I'm doing right now and buying through resistance zones, and it doesn't seem like it wants to rock and roll. But if you have the ability to sit on top of this, and then it would be in breakout territory. And I'm going to use the example, obviously two totally different spaces, but look at Tesla. Right, so we have these resistance zones drawn, and then sure enough, when you sit on the top end of it, it's off to the races. I don't know if that's going to be necessarily the case with JD, but hey, I'd take my chance, I'd take my shots on it, and then here it is on TXN. Why was I involved in it? Why am I involved in it? Is this all these indecision prints off the low and the continuous gap downs? I liked it, and you're still down over 17% from that peak to where we're currently trading at. So let's see what we got going on. 180. Is it 182? Yeah, 182. My stop loss extremely tight on that one. Added a little bit, but hey, let's see what we got going on some of these names here, Sharif.
Yes, sir. OPI, we're going to get stopped out of this soon, guys. The lower highs are what's operative. The sellers are in control. We keep putting in lower highs, and more lower highs, which is not good, obviously, because I'm long. So we will get stopped out below 58. We have 62s on, so we will give up 3 pennies on this one. We did wet the beak a couple of times up here, but it will be negatory for me on this one. So I'm going to keep my eye on it. But ISPC ISPC, looking a lot better. Go ISPC, you piece of crap. Here we go. We're taking out all the levels, baby. Here comes 184. I'm waiting at 84s. Give me 84 immediately. Let's go straight to jail. We're waiting for 84s, and we're going to wait at 85s. And then I'm willing to give you guys a guess of where I'm waiting after 85.
Where?
Boom, 86. We got the 85.
Wow. No one
We're waiting for 86, Joseph Options. Here comes the breakout. Give me more money, man. Here we go. We're doing it live. We're at 88. We're going to wet the beak at 88. Do we have a lot of shares on this?
Did that.
We have shares. Yeah, we're good. So we're going to bet the beak at 88. Already got the print at 88? No, the answer to that is no. So we'll wait at 88. We're going to wait at 89. We're going to wait at 90. Let's go. Oh, got to cancel that one. There we go. Sorry, I put two orders at 89. Who wants that, right? So we're waiting here on my friend ISPC. This one is looking a little bit better than OPI. In fact, it's looking the opposite of OPI. OPI's got lower highs. This one has aggressively higher lows. So we'll see if we can get that maybe $2 squeeze. We've already squeezed into $2, but very, very quickly. It got up into 204. As you can see, though, any closing prints have been at or below $1.85. So clearly, to me, the real resistance level is not where it rejected, it's that $1.85. And I don't know why I'm not getting stopped out of, I know why. Because I put it in the wrong way. Wrong stop.
Thanks.
So we will give back. We are negatory on OPI, and it is losing the volume weighted average price. So we're going to leave that one alone. We won't touch it anymore. Going to keep my eye on ISPC as well as GNS. Doing okay on this one, made some money back from the earlier stop out, but still looking to do a little bit better. Just keeping my eye on the side chart over here for any new ones. There are none. Now, this is not a small cap gapper, what I'm going to show you right now, but it's trading quite well, so I do want to point it out. Somebody in the chat pointed IREN. Joey, look at the daily chart on this.
Oh my God, Gord.
IREN Limited is an Australia-based company, operates data centers, 100% renewable energy. Oh, the environmentalists are going to love this one. And what a breakout this is that has been, above that 15 2/3. You had a 15 2/3 double top. In fact, you cleared it by some distance at 21, coming back down, testing that same resistance level, and then rocketing up off that level since, guys. The April lows were the tariff tantrum. IREN is up 601%. The data center name using renewable energy, fantastic daily chart. And then it also is as good on the 5. Into the day's high, $34 high of day. It's clearing basically all the EMAs that it was using as support. It is a little bit ahead of all of them right now. So IREN, good looker on the day, up 3 1/4, but it's not a small cap gapper, guys. It's $9.25 billion market cap.
Oh, man.
I love when Joey does that. Shout out. Yeah, IREN is also crypto adjacent, says Adira. Little Joey Smalls. Oh, I love how he starts off the sentence. Fantastic, big smile. As fall sets in, and you hang up your short shorts, do you prefer the classic Uggs or go with the slipper style for your flannel jammies? Oh, there's just so much to unpack there, Joey. And you're such a good sport about all this, bro. And he's great.
The thing is, I don't own any Uggs.
Crazy.
Nor do I own any slippers. I told you guys, I'm more of a nature boy at the end of the day. But I mean, I'm just a hoodie and a hoodie and some sweatpants type of guy, man.
That's crazy.
As for the length of the sweatpants, that's obviously that's personal there. So we'll keep it along those lines. We're not going to give any more fuel to Big Smiles fire whatsoever.
He wants $10 worth of information.
Okay,
he dropped $9.99 in the chat, bro.
Hey, man. So I've been told that I have to start upping the size in the sweatpants because they're too tight. So hey, it is what it is, man. It's my gym style. Like, you guys want $10 worth of information? I'm giving it to you. All right, so I'm still waiting for the Christmas gift of the larger size sweatpants. Other than that, we're just rocking. We're rocking our size, man.
This is so good. This is so good.
Yeah.
Joey, you're killing me, bro. I appreciate your jokes, man. Big Smile, hit the fake news. Don't even mention Big Smile. We'll do it immediately. He wants fake news right away.
Right away.
Fake news.
Fake news. Hey, man, I'm telling you guys the truth. Full disclosure. Let's go.
I only wanted $9.
Yeah. Hey, it is what it is, man.
All right, Adira's that way.
Moderna and Pfizer are dropping here aggressively. We're seeing the Washington Post report that officials in the Trump administration are going to be trying to link child deaths to COVID-19 vaccinations. So again, Washington Post reporting that the Trump administration is looking to, or Trump officials involved in the administration are looking to link deaths of children to COVID-19 vaccinations. Now, I do want to add the last report that we had to this effect, where we had reports that officials in this administration were trying to link X treatment with Y medical condition. That was later proven to be a little bit presumptuous, so we'll have to wait and see. But mRNA dropping here, Pfizer apparently dropping as well. Back to you.
Thank you, Adair, for that. Okay, Fofo, your boy Fofo is now up 100%. It is halted to the upside again. $7.98 having halted at 11:39:22. Get it, Assassino. It is now exactly 11:40:28. So we are about a minute and 10 seconds deep within the halt earliest. This will open 11:44:22. Set your time, your timers. I'm going to likely start looking at this right now, okay? I've seen too much already in the last week with these halters. I've seen it all, baby. I saw CWD. I saw QMMM. You know, how much more do I need to see before the FOMO makes me punch into FOFO over here?
Ooh.
So we're going to get involved, possibly, if I like what I see. Joey, obviously, we've already spoken about the spread on this one. Not very good. I want to remind you guys, we're waiting for Gemini as well. The theoretical auction price, Assassino, currently, the top, $32.75. The official, what's it called? IPO price for this. Just allow me a second over here to refresh my memory on Gemini. Where's Gemini? There it is. Okay, so the official IPO price from yesterday is $28 a share. So we're slated to open about $3 higher than that currently, Joey. So
yeah,
we're going to keep an eye on Gemini.
Yeah, nice look, guys. All right, so it's slowly starting to grind higher. This is going to be a big print, 1 minute print for us to breach here. We want to snap this and go to the top end. Otherwise, you have that doji style candle right at that trend line to a T. So we need to break through this in order for it to probably continue its movement to the top side. Otherwise, we might go back into the middle of the range, and that's not going to be a good time. So let's go. Bitcoin still slightly in the money, so we'll take that one. Not going to flatten out. If it's working so far, no point in me in letting it go right now. Oh, so there it is. Yeah, this guy I need to have a conversation with this individual over here who keeps defending 65.46. So see what he's up to. And then you see when we step in, right? Like you see the aggressive sellers start to step in. It doesn't move higher, right? So yeah, they're in control. The Bears are in control right now. No.
I hate that.
That's the thing, right? So it's not breaking 65.46. We'll call it 50s flat. Let's take a look at the options chain to see what we got going on there. IBIT, because it doesn't want to break. So very, very interesting stuff. Oh no, why you got to do this to me?
Why you got to be like that?
Why you gotta
go out and do that?
Oh my God.
Why you gotta go out and do that, love? What song is that from?
No, why you gotta be that?
Yeah, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
100% I know that song.
Say the Q-tip. Yes, Neil.
Well, you gotta go.
Neil's always on point, bro.
So yeah, there it is. 65.5. I mean, if you look at the strikes above and below, it's still relatively cool, right? I mean, a couple thousand less. So I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we can punch through that. 66 would be phenomenal. If we run into 66 today, it's gonna be fantastic Friday, and I love those fantastic Fridays. So, sorry, Assassino, I'm rubbing the mic hella right there. So yeah,
it's gonna be very.
Yeah. I apologize already. So okay, good. All right, brother. I'm glad that went all smooth. So there it is, 66, 65, nothing insane, but you're starting to see a little bit of a congestion, and that's on this week's expiration cycle. We'll head over to next week, and they haven't rolled over just yet. So maybe we'll get some blue, or I wouldn't say blue skies, but some more clean trading leading into the FOMC meeting, Sharif.
You know what we're doing, Joey?
What's that, live?
He's killing me, bro. I'm tired, man. It's Friday. I'm going to chuckle at anything. But we're doing it live, Joey. That's what we're doing. We're taking it up into near local highs. Well, we are local highs. We're below the high of the day. I'm talking about your very good friend here, ISPC. We've wet the beak up into 92. We're long at 75. Next level, I'm waiting at 94. The higher lows are what's operative here, guys. We could squeeze into 2, layer your orders. Don't be a schmuck like me and miss out on levels, okay? We're doing it live. We added into this as well. Don't forget, we were in at 80s, added at 75, and then on our merry way we go. But there's another one breaking out as well, Joseph Options. It goes by the ticker GNS. We're doing it live on this one as well. We've got 02s. We were about to take out 08s. In fact, it's showing me 08s right now on the ask side of the level 2. Alas, we have not printed at 08s. I've layered at 9s. I will be layering at every penny level until we take out 12s. That is the high of the day, $1.12. Once we take out 12s, I'll get a little bit more aggressive with the profit levels and we'll let it run a little bit more because we could be squeezing out some shorts. So, the parabolic nature of some of these names comes in once we take out area highs and we've squeezed out local short sellers. We'll see whether or not that manifests here. I also want to bring your attention again to WLDS. Okay, FOFO is halted down. We're going to take off Rigetti, Mom's Spaghetti for a second so we can speak about WLDS. Again, I like this. I find that WLDS is very, very respectful of holding the lower trend line, the support trend line. That has been my observation for WLDS over the past several days. Let me make my case to you guys. This is the 5-minute chart on WLDS, and since we got that big boy breakout in the aftermarket on September 9th, we really haven't looked back. Basically, from regular trading hours on the 10th, the 11th, and today the 12th, we have been holding that lower trend line, as you can see, like a dang glove. So if we come down in here, I'm gauging 9. Now, that will be a breach of my rules. Why? Because 2 reasons. It's below the pre-market high, which is around 11 2/3, and it would also be below the volume-weighted average price. In this instance, I may make an exception for it because it has a multi-day trend that I'm alive to and that I should probably respect. So WLDS, I want to point that out to you guys, $9 in wherever that trend line is, really, is where I'm going to be looking to weasel into. So that's my look right now. Let's see what we did. Did we do it live on... Oh, nice. ISPC, we took some more beak wetters. Did we get any more beak wetters? We got some beak wetters. We got 8s and we got 9s, Joey, on GNS. But you know what? The schmuck in me didn't put the 10s. And now we're going to layer, how many shares do we have? We're going to layer 11s. And then we're going to layer at 12s. And that's the last area we're going to layer. Because if it takes out 12, as I mentioned, I'm going to let this one go a bit more aggressively to see if we can squeeze out the short sellers. Looks like we're getting in the club over here.
Yeah, I thought it was lightning for a second.
Yeah, lightning. That's crazy.
Inside. Who's this 43 guy, man? I gotta talk with him. But all right, we're heading right back into it. To be honest with you guys, I might just have to take it off if we continuously reject that level. It doesn't seem like it wants to break, but patience is extremely key. We do have a couple signals that are favoring us, and you can see we just jump right in here. Let's see who it is. 45 steps in again, and look at the size he's just defending this with. So I'm curious if they ever just run out of inventory. Probably not, eh? There's zero chance. I have to take millions and millions of shares in order to do so. But yeah, getting little pops immediately met by some defense. But if we can get that break, we're going to start to piece them off aggressively. There it is. Come on, volume, step in. Break through that 45, break through that 47, and don't step back in because you got your boy who is hella long over there. Okay, we're grinding. There. Oh, okay, all right. That's strength. We like that. Let's see if we can get an additional pop. A couple more clean flushes on the ask. Oh, and there he is. He's defending. This guy. Who is he? But yeah, Sharif, that's what we got going on. I got to let me concentrate on this for a couple seconds.
Absolutely. We're taking out levels, guys, on ISPC. There we go. We just got printed at 94s, and now I have nothing layered. Okay, we're going to wait at 96 now. I don't want to take out too much too quickly here on ISPC because we don't have as many shares as we do in GNS, So it's going to be 96s, and then we're going to wait at 99s, okay? And then we're going to let it run after that. So let's see what... Ozan, I want to know, brother, how did you get 97 shares of Gemi assigned? Are you on Robinhood or are you SoFi? Because I know specifically that Gemini was allocating 30% of the shares on IPO day for retail, specifically for SoFi, for Robinhood, for Futu, Moomoo as well. Those are Chinese exchanges. So, yeah, I'd love to know how you did that, my man. So tag me, Ozan, so we can speak about that, because I'd love to know. Ryan, Nola, man, dropping cash in the chat.
I'm really rich.
I'm not, but it's fine. C-Dog, check that flat bottom break on the negative news on mRNA that's getting close. Thoughts? Absolutely. I just want to let you know ISPC is taking out all the levels right now. We just took out 96s. We're showing 98s now. It looks like we're going to squeeze possibly into that $2 area. It's 204 high. Let's have a look at mRNA for your boy Ryan.
All right.
I'm doing it right now, Joey. Give me a
live too.
Oh my goodness.
Yes,
no,
Sharif,
good.
Let's go, Sharif.
Get it, Joey.
Yeah.
Oh, I see what you're saying there.
Yeah.
Okay, Joey, let me just cover this super quick.
Ahead.
So I do like this, Ryan. On the daily, this is very ugly. It's a symphony of lower highs on mRNA, but you very well observed by you. There is that buyer. It's hard to earmark an exact area. It's easy to say 25, but it feels like it's lower than that. It feels like it's, ironically enough, like 23, 22 and a half, 23 and a half. It's a general area. It does feel like it will lose the bottom. I want to know what the market cap for it. Okay, it's right around 10 billion, right? We're 9.25 right now. So I'm assuming this flat bottom here puts it in the vicinity of a $10 billion market cap, which is maybe where the market likes it. Yeah, look, I don't know, man. I just don't see the great news coming from mRNA. I was really kind of hoping that they would use that mRNA messenger technology for the likes of to cure diseases like cancer as well as some other things, but they keep insisting on focusing on COVID and the flu and stuff, and I think that people are just sick of hearing about that, and the market is as well. So I don't know, man. Unless they change their tune a little bit, I don't like this company fundamentally, nor do I think they have a friendly administration. That's just not going to be for the vaccines specifically. Maybe for other things they'll be more friendly, but that's just my opinion on it, Ryan. But yeah, I do agree with you. It does not look good. It feels very, very weak. Okay, ISPC, we're doing it live again on this. Get out of the way, man. We're taking out 2. We just got the beak wet there at 99s. High a day on ISPC's 204. I won't be taking out any more over here. If it rejects 2, fantastic, no problem. We'll come back in and we'll add at that 185 to 190 area. Why do I say that? What is this weird area that I'm talking about? Well, I'm talking about this flat top. Look at this thing go, bro. 208 high. It's squeezing bigly. ISPC is the one today. It feels like into the high of the day. It's up 56%, which seems anemic relative to what we've been doing. Do you want to take over?
No. Okay. It's done now. Yeah, it's gone.
This one is taking out highs, Joey. So we're going to continue to watch here in ISPC. I'm going to let this one run. I want to see where it wants to get into. Otherwise, I'm going to let it come back down and we'll get some more. Okay, here we go. We're taking out 10s, 14s. People are getting squeezed now. People are in trouble. The shorts are in trouble. 217. Can we get more? Can we get the $0.25? Let's go, ISPC. Squeeze those shorts out of the dang way, man. Let's go. Oh my God. All right, we're continuing to watch over here. We get into that $0.25, a little bit of a fifth of a dollar. We're going to flatten out. We'll take the profits, and then we'll set up a little bit more, okay? Here we go. We're showing 19s, Joey options, 18s now. Zigging and zagging. There's 19. People take profits at that 10 penny area, but 19 shows up again. Can we get a little bit higher? Are we too greedy here, guys? You know what? I'm feeling a little greedy. Boom! Into 23s, Joey options. So we're doing it live here on ISPC. I hope you guys took that one with me. It's breaking out. It looks good. We're going to continue to watch it, Joe. Good look there, guys. All right, I took some off again. We get stuffed out the majority. So I think it's more scalp zone on IBIT. I think that's enough stabs we took out of it. We had one loss on it throughout the day. Other than that, it worked out pretty good. I mean, you can see we're just continuously adding. And then once you get that additional rejection, it's like, no, see you later. Just get out at the break even after you end up taking some off. So yeah, a lot more choppy than what we're experiencing in some other names. Gorev, way to go, man. I'm so happy that you took this trade right here. Yeah, man, there it is, engulfing prints here. And then sure enough, you get that hammer candle off of the lows. You get that move all the way from 114 all the way up to 117. So beautiful, beautiful work there, my friend. That's how it's done, brother, honestly. So I'm glad that you're having a fantastic day. And yeah, you're absolutely killing those things, to be honest. So yeah, there it goes.
here it is as well. You see Michael Noss. I don't know if you're watching this morning, Gore, but Michael Noss on the higher time frame was showing the exact same thing that I was kind of explaining to you throughout, like just swing trade positions as well. And he had that one swing trade. So it's it's good when a bunch of people are looking kind of for the same specific signals, right? So there it is. But let's go TXN as well too. Baby. As we're busting off of these lows, 187 is going to be that, 187, yeah, we don't want to say that. 187 is one of the primary targets for that specific setup there. But yeah, more of a grind. Let's see what the TQs and the overall market are up to. Nice indecision print right there. Maybe you get somewhat of a bounce, but just trend up throughout the whole day, taking that phrase from Neil. But let's see what our friend, I haven't even really looked at it today. I was joking with one of my my buddies. I'm like, yeah, ask me if I was looking at Tesla this morning. And he obviously asked me, and then the answer would be no, because I wasn't. So there it is. Nice move, consolidation. Sharif thinks it's the Model 2. The drones flying over the Gigafactory.
We don't have any proof, right? But like, Joey, it closed at the day's high yesterday. So the buy programs were all crazy about it. And then today I look and it's doing this. It's knocked on the door of $400. Joey, it clearly broke out of that higher low kind of pattern.
Exactly.
Are we going to hear? And like, I'm not crazy for thinking that. He himself said they were producing them on the call. He himself said that they're going to be the second half of the year. So, I mean, I don't know.
26.
No.
Of 25?
No, yes.
Okay,
we were supposed to start mass producing them. Now, even Elon, obviously, we know who he is and what he's all about, and he's very ambitious with his timelines, but
that's how he is.
I don't know, dude. I don't know. Maybe there's nothing with this. Okay, let me just cover this for a second.
Go ahead.
GNS came back down. I took out the majority of the position at 103 because I'm long at O2s, and here it is at O2s. So I have decisions to make here. We are finding support at the dollar. Moreover, we're continuing to close above the 20 EMA. That's what we did over here as well, where I was forced out initially, right? So I'm unsure about what to do here. What I see are higher lows and general respect for the 20 EMA. So I say to myself, is this a time to add? You know what, man? I can do that. I can get behind that. I'm going to get in a little bit. It's not going to be a bigger position, but we're going to add in here. We're going to add right at that level, and then it pumps up a little bit. So we'll go ahead and set up at 04s, and then we'll just layer a couple of pennies now, okay? And up into 08s, okay? So that's what we're doing. We're doing it live, and I'm going to keep my eye on that one. And I missed my entry. Oh, goodness. I missed my entry here on ISPC. That was the $2 195 entry that we just talked about. So hard. Sometimes, you know, unless you're throwing out the orders right there automatically. Here it goes again to the high side. What a breakout here, man, for ISPC. It comes in, it tests that 195, $2 area that we talked about, and right up it goes into 15s, the high of the day, 22s. The buyers are aggressive here. That was a big step up. 19s, Joey, 20s, 21s, 22s. Oh, can we get 23? Let's go, ISPC, man. Oh, that was such a mistake on my part. I should have been way more alive to that. I should have just thrown out the order. I'm like, I'll have time, I said. Anyway, seller at 22, big seller here at 22. He's done. He's dead. He's gone. 29, the high of the day, Joey. This is going ISPC, 72%, a lot of strength, a lot of volume, picking up 21 million shares. We were kind of light before, but as you can see, the last two 5-minute candles, you've got big boy volume. And by big boy volume, I mean about 2.7 million shares per 5-minute candle. The current 5-minute candle has about 2 million shares. So we've got a lot of volume, a lot of liquidity. Keep an eye out on this one. I missed it. That's on me. But we didn't miss this one. Nice. I added on GNS. We just went the beak here into the highs. Let's wet the beak again at 05s and see if we can get that. And then we'll focus a little bit now on that ISPC. But I also want to bring your attention to another one, even though ISPC is all the rage. Bovin, oh my God, ISPC's at 2 1/3. Bovin, VER is breaking out. Here we go. Nice move into that 395. We end up holding the same area, and now we've taken out this middle part over here, this local area of resistance. So technically now a higher high. Let's see if we can get above that 429. That is the official high of the day. But as lunch makes its way onto the floor over here, ISPC ain't taking no break, baby. It is all gas, no brakes. Trade it carefully.
Oh, yeah.
Joey,
I mean, I thought we were going over to thing. They're not quite yet. Don't jump the gun there. Anyways, yeah, let's see what we got going on here, guys. And I'm glad that we got out. So again, building. You do get that pop. We take a little bit off, nothing substantial. Or I mean, we did take some off at the end of the day. Not enough always. It's never enough. You give a little bit back, but that's okay. You're essentially scratch, right? So you get out break even. You start exactly from where you end. Exactly from where you ended. So not too bad. APLD to Rook, you want to wait for it to hold VWAP before you just hop in my opinion. Obviously, make your own decision. But one thing to note is that you have these consistent higher lows. So if this trend line stays intact, then definitely look for a continuation in the strength. And here it is, right? So holding up relatively well. But when you look at the daily, it's slightly extended as well too. So you get that pop, and then just 1, 2, 3, 4. You're on your 4th day in a row of just straight topside. So not too bad. We like Applied Digital, man. We like this signal as well too, right there. So not a horrible look. Alibaba is really just grinding higher today. I figured, considering the strength in yesterday's session, I would look for it to step right back in, and it might get rocking and rolling once again here. So boom, right at the volume weighted average price, and looks like it wants to continue that grind to the top side. But guys, it's time for Adara with Happening Now, and then Neil's lesson of the day.
Here's the market continuing to push higher. It's been a pretty exciting Friday. We did get that interesting University of Michigan consumer sentiment data coming out today, but that has not dissuaded the market in any way. Just to backtrack in case you guys missed it, the one-year inflation expectation here, that aspect of the UMich print came exactly in line with estimates at 4.8%. But we got a higher than expected 5-year inflation estimate and a lower than expected consumer sentiment print. That will usually make the market a little disappointed, but today we did not seem to care. We're obviously pushing higher. mRNA and Pfizer on watch. Moderna breaking into a new day's low. We have Washington Post reporting that the Trump or officials within the Trump administration are looking to link the deaths of 25 children to COVID-19 vaccinations. I'm still parsing through this article. When I have more context, if it's available, I'll certainly provide it for you guys. But either way, mRNA and others really weak here. Then we have Tesla on watch. TSLA obviously had a great morning. Then around 11 a.m., we started chopping around a little bit as we get comments from Robin Denham, the chair of Tesla's board. She said quite a few things today. I'm not going to recap all of them. We did cover this throughout the day. If you go back to around 11:15, 11:20, this coverage began. But she said that Elon Musk's political engagement is up to him, though right now he's stepped away from politics. He's done with it, and he's focusing on Tesla. She also said the board has no issue with Elon Musk running other companies and that he is the only person to run Tesla. But if that changes for some reason, there is a leadership succession plan that has already been worked out. So interesting look here in TSLA, Open Door as well, still on watch, chopping around here after that massive rally yesterday on news that the former COO of Shopify has been appointed the new CEO of OPEN. Now we're going to send you over to Neil and his lesson of the day. So without further ado, make sure to like, make sure to subscribe, and listen up. Take it away, Neil.
Thank you very much, sir. I was actually just talking to Sharif because they get the new big monitors at their desk. Well, hopefully pretty soon. But, you know, the lesson of the day here, I just want to say being specific and waiting can be, I think, incredibly important. Like, just a lot has been said about Open Door not being as good today, or it's a nothing burger. But Open Door today, from top to bottom, has a $1.20 range on a $9.50 stock. So its range is over 10% today. And there's been multiple bounces that give you like a 5% move. And if you're out in the market and you don't like 5%, Tesla's up 5% today. So like it's been giving you opportunities. But that's not, the lesson is about being open to new things. Because I came in and was like, well, if you're not breaking out, well, I'm stealing the thunder there. If you're not breaking out above 11, what are we supposed to do? If we hold 10, we knew $10 was a key level. Okay, well, if we hold $10, I like it. But we never really held a bid above $10. So where are we going to be dip buying? And there were no obvious levels that stood out outside of, well, where did they buy it before? So it's like they bought it here before and they bought it here before. That's what I had on my note. And even that's not what the lesson is about. The lesson is about being open to new opportunities and new ideas. And the reason I'm saying that is I've said about 1 million times that I don't use Fibonacci's. And this morning you saw Michael Noss come on the show talking about Fibonacci levels for Open Door. So I'm just gonna do this, because like I said, I don't use them. And we talk about confluence all the time. Now, what do you notice when I pop the Fibonacci's up here? It gave both of those two dip buys at the 50 retracement and the 61 whatever. So a lot of times you're looking for a reason not just to like a trade, but to love a trade. And if you can find it using some indicator, using a suggestion from another trader, using a concept from another trader's idea, maybe it's somebody in the chat, maybe it's Michael, maybe it's John, maybe it's myself, it doesn't really make a difference. But if you were already looking at that stock in that direction and around that level, and you find something that gives you confluence, maybe it's making a golden cross on the daily, and that gives you confirmation bias of a direction. I don't care what it is, but that confluence is what allows you to get that trade. And especially when the stock's been falling all day long, if you're looking for longs, you better really like the long where you get it. So if you're closed-minded, you're going to miss things like this. If you're open-minded, you can find different ideas, indicators, reasons to be in a trade, and it's not always going to be like this. Like, look, I was buying those levels, and you can check out, like, in my note this morning, I literally said the two places I was buying it, and I swear, I do not use Fibonacci's. I was just simply just like, I'm going to buy it off of this area if I see any reversion, and I'm going to buy it off of this level here if I see reversion. They happen to be confluenced by fibs, and maybe I would have taken more shares if I was into the fibs and had paid more attention to that. But just be open-minded as a trader. Don't think that there's only one way to trade, or I don't use this indicator, I don't use that indicator. If you can find something that works, that's the only thing that matters. So be willing to search for new ideas, maybe integrate some ideas within your own. Copy trading doesn't work. I'll tell you anybody, like I've never seen anybody be successful copy trading. But what you can do is take ideas and concepts and integrate them into your own trading. And that's how you can be successful or even more successful. So I want to give a big shout out to Michael Noss for talking about those Fibonacci levels this morning. They ended up holding really well. So whether you're using support and resistance or those fibs, you were absolutely great on this stock. Again, this stock has been trending down, but you've been able to catch some 5% bounces if you were patient up with it. So there's your lesson of the day. And now I can eat my donut because my lunch never showed up. It's weird. Myself, Brendan, Sean, and Ramin, our lunches didn't show today.
I think they may be being disciplined. Yeah. Like you were disciplined one time. You want to tell that story?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, we can't speak on that, man. That's crazy.
There is an element of discipline in this company. If you kind of step out of bounds,
yeah,
there's a certain person around here to check you.
Real quick, like you gotta starve.
Immediately
like
you're
starving the next day.
Yeah, you won't eat. You won't eat, and you'll get a bold-faced look. Do better, be better as a person.
Yeah, the thing,
it's crazy.
The thing is, though, I was never proven guilty at that. There was no evidence whatsoever. So I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah, you were so bent out of shape.
I'm like, yo.
Oh no, it doesn't go to my face anymore. That's
what
sad.
happened, Adara?
I was just gonna say I was trying to go and then I didn't realize the
goes to the
button. Anyways, what I was going to say there was I one time thought I was being disciplined and I was actually wrong. So you can always talk to the person and ask the person because
I've never thought to talk to her or to them, Adara.
Oh.
Let me just say something, Adara. I haven't been successful in that endeavor.
Oh no.
The person overheard me discussing the lunch situation with another person and then sent an email. And then I was like, I didn't even realize I was being heard. But so anyway, so with all that,
remember what I told you about the glasses? Remember what I told you about the glasses?
Yeah, I think
I stand behind that, Adara.
Remember when you were talking to me? He's like, oh, Joe, you think you can do things too? Well, watch this.
Oh, yeah.
And sure enough, I'm sitting
he was waiting for me to fail. He was so happy that I failed. He was gloating in
You're not the only one who can do it. I'm like, all right, let's see, man.
Yeah, whatever, bro. I felt like I got shut down by a pretty girl. Like, straight up. Like, I went to a girl up at the club, and he just got shut down.
It was like my iPhone scenario. Remember when I told you when we were talking about the bank a while ago?
Yeah.
I'm walking down the stairs, and this girl goes, oh, hey, what's up? And she's like, let me get your number. I pull out the iPhone, and she's like, oh, only BBM. I'm like, oh, what? I'm like, what?
What year is this, bro?
This was ages ago.
What year?
Yeah, bro. Think about the bank,
okay, yeah,
right?
that's fine.
Yeah. Like
I did that to
ages
people
ago.
back then. Everybody wanted BlackBerry. But that was like a decade and a half ago, Joey.
But I thought that was cool. I had the newest, hottest phone, the iPhone 4. We were rocking and rolling, and no, BBM only, apparently. So, yeah.
ISPC dip buy into 5, says the OG above it, and more accurate, he could not be. It spent all of 1 second there, and then right up it goes, zigging and zagging right now. ISPC feels like the one today. I'm going to try to set up on this one again. It's very strong. It's the best looking one in the market right now. It's the #1 gapper. You know, up 67% feels like anemic, right, relative to what we've been seeing at least this week. But that's what we've got to work with, and that's what we're going to work with. But I want to update you guys on the new IPO that we're waiting for, Gemini. GEMI is the ticker on the NASDAQ. I got to read you this. I have to interrupt.
Yeah.
Okay, I can't read that. I absolute big smile.
Oh, man.
I cannot read that out loud. But that's what it says. He's such a liability.
What is wrong
Such
with
a
this
liability, bro. I love him. All right, but Joey, let's stay focused over here. Let's tell everybody. So the theoretical auction price on GEMI is 34.01. Let's take a gander over here at the imbalance locator and see exactly where we can find Gemini. Where is GEMI? These are unqueues. I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it at all. It doesn't have any volume here. Joey, what's going on? Neil, are you able to see Gemini on your imbalance locator? Because yeah, on your imbalance locator, not the tap. I don't know. Mine is. Do you see a GMI? Am I missing it?
You only have NQ up there.
Yeah, it is NQ, my man.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it is NQ. Okay. That's why I'm. You see it, Neil? Okay, Neil's got it. I don't see it here, so I don't see it. It's not on mine for whatever reason.
I don't see it there.
It was prior, so maybe I'll load that one back up. Do you see what number is it on yours? You're filtering by size, right?
No, we got to go by. It's not very big. You got to go by paired volume.
Paired volume. Thank you, Neil. There it is. Thank you, Neil. I appreciate that. Small, it's really small, and it's buy side imbalance. So here it is, guys. Sorry to kind of mess up there. GMI, we're seeing a price of $34.50, a buy side imbalance to the tune of about 54,000 shares. What's been paired by the exchange already is about 2.847 million. So typically, whoa, there we go. It's dropping back down to the single digits. It was 400 and something. Now it's popping back up to 10, 11. It is a small amount of size here, guys. 5,000. Again, we're dropping low. We're still a buy side imbalance. So it's been buy side most of it. Now 545. It's been buy side the majority of the time. I still haven't seen a sell side imbalance on my end. But yeah, that's Gemini. We've been waiting for that one. We'll keep updating you guys on it. It is a new IPO, obviously, by the Winklevoss twins. If you remember them, if you watched the social networking movie, they were involved with Zuck in the build out of Meta. Initially, they've obviously moved on to other things. They're multi-billionaires. They got paid from that whole Meta thing, and they've been investing their money in crypto a lot of the times. So that's the look there. All right, you can read that, bro. That's for you, Joey.
Well, we can't read that one here, man. As much as I would like to, unfortunately, Big Sprout, we cannot read that one there, my friend. But thank you very much for the $5 super chat. So.
All right, ISPC is coming back down again into the 10 EMA on the 5, just ahead of that $2 area. I mean, I'm very interested, Adara, in punching in here and then getting out if it loses 2. Thank you, Adara. Appreciate that always. Always good vibes, Adara. We're going to keep an eye here on ISPC. I'm interested here, guys. If it loses 2, we can always stop out. We've done well on it, so we can take a little bit of risk and get a little bit more. I'm punching in. Oh, I tried.
Okay.
Oh, you piece of... Seriously? All right, all good. So we'll layer some orders. We're back involved in ISPC. Obviously, I didn't get the price that I wanted, but that's kind of the situation there. So it loses 2, it's all over, okay? It's all over if it loses 2. We're gonna have to hold the $2 and the 10 EMA on the 5. So that's my move on ISPC. I'm still involved in GNS, but holding a small position, looking for this one to work back above.
All right, good look there. We have a hammer candle right at VWAP. Nice volume signature as well. Bitcoin looks like it wants to break out I don't mind getting involved in Bitcoin once again, but Ethereum looking not too bad. Nice hammer candle right there. Now let's see if we can break through some key zones if the crypto space wants to really get rolling. But it's just continuous rejections of those same levels. So we're not going to continuously beat a dead horse and talk about that. Let's talk about some other things. There it goes. Nice little pop in Ethereum. Let's go add a little bit more. Should have gotten in a bit more size there at that specific candle or closer to VWAP, but it is what it is. And I wouldn't be surprised if we punch through that level momentarily. So Charlie Taff, I'll get back to you on what I do. Yeah, for sure. Let me know what you got going on. Charlie, I did like this as a potential short earlier as well. But it's so hard, right? When you have the likes of Tesla, it's going to probably just be on a buy program throughout the remainder of the session. In order to get those deeper pullbacks, it would have to probably break down a little bit. And I just don't see that happening. Obviously, anything can happen, but just keep that in mind. If the MAG are going to be strong, see what they're up to first before you make any decision on shorting this overall market. All right, brother? That's what I tend to do, and it works out. But yeah, there goes IBIT, man, breaking through some more resistance zones. So a beautiful look on that one. What was I going to do? TQQQ. Yeah, it snapped. So patience was the name of that game. But sitting through all this more difficult for me. Yeah, it's going now. Oh my days. Yeah, it's gone. So really good look there. What else do we got? Let's go through a couple of the names. We haven't done the top performing sectors of the day. So let's take a look at that and see what we got cooking. There, wow, Bitcoin's going on FOMO to the max now. All right, consumer communication services up 0.6. Consumer discretionary up about 0.4 there, guys. And then we have the tech sector in fourth place, utilities up 0.25%. Tech holding on by a thread. Now the bottom three, we have the industrials down 0.5%, healthcare down 1%, and then the materials down 1.2%. Now for the week, the Q still holding on to that lead. IWM was in second place, now falling back into third place. So not too good of a look there, but still holding on to positivity. SPY obviously in second, I mentioned, and then the Dow up 0.6% on the week. There,
I like
guys.
it. Is that your phone vibrating up a storm there?
No, sir.
It must be somebody else's. They left it on the
table. Maybe. But no, that was like a while ago.
It's all good. I want to let everybody know GCTK. Look, there's some good and some bad in this. It's halted to the upside, and it's showing a top well above the halt price. Halt price, 12.01. Tap, showing 12.26. So we're slated to open up nicely here. Now, what is the issue with it? It's below the pre-market high. It has a pre-market high, not an official high, right over here. Let's move it out of the way. Just a little bit south of 14.50. It looks like it was like a triple top or a double top right around that 14.5. So why is that relevant? Well, if you're a newer trader, or if you're a newer viewer, I should say, get it, Fabian. And you haven't seen me trade these small cap gappers, I usually insist that they clear the pre-market high before I get involved. That is one of the only two rules that I have. So this one is below that, but the pickings are slim, as I've mentioned. So I'm going to keep an eye on it, especially now the top showing 12.50. So we are slated to open up here. The candle would open up here if we were going to open now. Now, when are we going to open? Oh, wow. 12.50 is the halt time. It is currently 12:17:20. So we are slated to open up in about 30 seconds if this is going to be a 5-minute halt. If it's a 5-minute halt, we're going to open up in less than 30 seconds now. Let's keep an eye on GCTK, but I'm likely going to push this one out. GNS, I'm going to flatten this one out. I don't want to be dealing with this one. I'll take a break-even trade on that. And then we took a beak wetter, one quick beak wetter here on ISPC as we got in here at the 10 EMA. Anything below 2 ends the trade. Now I want to watch intently here to see what this one does. 2 seconds. 1, 2. There it is. Boom, into 11.50. Nice. Now do we add? Do we add into here? What's the situation? I'm watching. The buyers are stepping in. Yeah, here comes 13. Now, I can wait because this, if it gets crazy, will absolutely clear 14.50. I don't have to participate into it then. Again, there are still bag holders. My bias is that if we have a pre-market high on good volume, then there will likely be people looking to get the hell out of here, which puts a bit of a wall, a ceiling, on the price action. It's not a hard and fast rule, just been my observation during the years. Zigging and zagging right now, a little above 12.5. Now we're losing 12.5, Joey, and we're down into 11. Looks like we're losing it pretty quick. Where's the halt level? Where are we going to halt? Nope. Right back up into 12.25. So the indecision continues as the equilibrium between buyers and sellers continues to manifest, it feels like we are at that equilibrium at the moment. So we'll continue to watch here. GCTK, this isn't the move I'm looking for. I'm looking for trend. Ideally, again, we clear that $14.50 level, the pre-market high, but we are losing that bid quickly here, Joseph. 1308. So this right here is the official day high because all the other highs were in the pre-market. So this move right here, that's the 1308. That is the official high. We are down into 11 3/4 now, below $12. It feels like the sellers are in control. Be careful with this one. Keep your eye on it, though, if you like these small cap gappers.
Sorry, brother. Let me interrupt you there for a second.
Of course,
what is this name up to? Advanced money duplication, man. This
it's
is
a bigly, Joey. That's what it is, man.
Yeah, some beautiful stuff there, guys. 3% on the day, and look at these 5-minute candles. Gaurav, we were thinking this is going to close as an inverted. It says, no, see you later. We're going to continue that climb higher. So, yeah, we love this in the chip space. Now let's take a look at NVDA. Oh, not doing too much. And what's my good friend TXN? For now, that is up to really illiquid name, to be honest with you. And I think it's going to take some time for this to get working. But I told you 187 is that target. That's around 188. So let's see if we can get these levels to hold and then pop. We get Papa Powell and get that to continue to move higher for us. All right, let's take a nope. I want to wait for a new high. So what am I going to do? I'm going to post up on the ask here. No, I want to go a little bit higher. We'll go there. And then we'll take this off here. Pop. Lots going on there. All right, let's see if we can catch this fill on ETAJ. I like this breakout. As you said, it's never the ones we take. Yeah, exactly. That's just usually how it works, brother. So, I mean, there it is. Charlie, if you're looking for that signal, this might be it right there on the cues. But again, don't expect too much deep of a pullback, especially if these mega names are going to continue their strength. As you say, it's never the ones. Yeah, that's just how it is, man. Crazy how that stuff works sometimes. And then the ones that you do take, and you're like, yeah, let's go heavy, let's go ham on that. And then sure enough, goes to the downside. Do we just flatten out of this? Nah, we're gonna hold on to our break even. So we only got a couple more pennies there, Sheep.
All right, we're doing it live. We're trying to get in here. It's not letting me in. Oh goodness, bro. On GCTK, come on, Joey, bro. How many times do we have to get shafted like this? I tried to offset too by 7 pennies. It still wasn't good enough, and into a new area high we go. I'm talking about GCTK. What a breakout here, man. This is strong, above 13. We hold generally that $12 level. It wasn't a strict hold. We did dip down into that $0.75. We're still zigging and zagging right now, so no direction on the trend, but it's higher highs and higher lows, even if it's very volatile. So these two candles, one red, one green, since the halt, they are higher highs on the current green candle and a higher low relative to the prior area candle as well. So the trend, even though it's very volatile, is intact. Higher highs, higher lows. That's what we're looking for. So we're 1350 now exactly. That's the high of the day, 1350. Wow. Again, still below that pre-market high of 1450. So you will still... Joey, you're killing me. What's going on? Man. You still have that bit of a ceiling there. Because of the bag holders in the pre-market, but I'm going to try to work in here. Small share size. We're going to try to punch. Again, we don't get it. That's fine. Let's see if we can get it on the way down. We do get it. Now I'm going to add, into these areas on the descent. So we're going to wait at 1320 for the first beak wetter there. If we get it, we get it. We don't, we don't. But I'm going to be looking at adding on the dips because I still like the trend on this, So $13 top for now. Seller coming in at 99s, 98s. We'll keep an eye on this one. Trade it carefully. It seems to zig and zag. We got to go to Adair with breaking news.
KOPN popping here. This is Kopin Corporation. They're an American company. They're an electronic manufacturer. They're known for wearables and micro displays and applications. So KOPN posting on their X account 1 minute ago that a, quote, major announcement is coming. They don't say what the announcement is, but keep an eye here. KOPN teasing a major announcement. We get a bit of a move here in this stock. Back to you.
Oh my screen. Yeah, let's pull this up, man. It sucks to suck sometimes, man. We get this move up here, comes back, break even, and then boom, takes that rip to the top side. Nice move off of that signal. Just should have stuck with the guns. The volume was there. That's why micromanaging is a no good sometimes. But yeah, whenever you're ready there, Assassino, we can fire that up there, my friend. So yeah, AMD, is that volume still increasing there on that thing, or what? Let's take a look at it. AMD, yeah, it's still going. Volume really picking up, so pretty good look there. No, I want to go to the 5-minute. Yeah, this thing is still going. Okay, cool. Every trader knows that if you want to grow, you have to risk more. At least that's how it used to be. Trade the Pool is changing that. It's the new revolution in stock trading. You don't need a large deposit. Trade the Pool is built for any trader who wants to grow without putting everything on the line, just a small skin in the game. And you're trading real capital. Here's how it works. You pay a one-time evaluation fee starting at $47. That's your total risk. From there, you trade real shares, no CFDs using company capital. Head to tradethepool.com or scan the QR code on the screen there, everyone. So yeah, Aim, what's up with, is there any news under this name?
I didn't see it. Look.
Yeah, let's take a look from the daily to see what we got going on there. Okay, so nothing substantial, but I mean, it looks, intraday, it looks real pretty, so pretty. So there it is, nice consolidation, bull flag, volume steps in, exactly how you want to see it. And Charlie, that's why we can't short this market right now, is because you got the likes of AMD ripping, you have Tesla still continuing on its war path, right, hovering around the high of the day. So watch out for some of the other bigger names to start to participate, especially if they've been lagging. Let's take a look at Google, boom, grinding higher. Wouldn't be surprised if this name punched through that previous high of the day, or the pre-market highs. You got that there. What's AAPL up to? Monstrous on the session from 120.
Where the position board went, but it's gone. So good for it. Yeah, all right. So we got 68s on now. The best beak weather we've got is about like 13, 15. Again, it's very, very volatile. Be careful with this one. Generally higher lows, but higher lows, but we are still dealing with that 13 short seller. So what I'm trying to do is get a good cost basis away from that 13. Ideally, I'd like to have it in the low 12s. We're working into that. Still haven't gotten that obviously yet, as our cost basis is at 2/3. We're still zigging and zagging here with that 2/3 and that $0.75 area. So I'm keeping my eye on this one. You know, there we go. We got the $0.33, but here it comes. It's going to drop aggressively into these levels. And now we've got 50 pennies on over here. So let's go ahead and wait at 69. Joey, take over for a second.
All right, guys. Beta Pro by Global X is bringing back its annual biggest winner simulated ETF trading competition. Now with over $40,000 in cash prize, including a $20,000 grand prize, all risk free. It's free to enter and open to all Canadians. Trade with $100,000 in fantasy cash on the Webull platform, whether you're an experienced trader or just getting started. It's a chance to test strategies, build skill, and climb the leaderboard. So you think you have what it takes to be the next biggest winner? Sign up today. When does that thing start? I might have to check this thing out here and have a little fun with that and see what they do on Webull or something. But man, oh man, look at Ethereum go. There it is, crypto space off to the races now, broke out eventually. We just didn't have the Deontay Wilder hands in order to get through this. So build, take off right back into this consolidation zone. And then eventually after that third retest, you get that move higher. So 1, 2, 3, boom, now you're gone. I wouldn't be surprised if we cracked through the high of the day and absorbed enough liquidity. Another big pop in Ethereum, so some good looks. Market bullish today, so I don't think I'm going to be looking for any form of reversions. And these trades are now, oh my God, I'm just putting lines everywhere right there. So yeah, it's unfortunate. It is what it is. We just got to do a little bit better, hold on to things, and see what we got going on, because this is a big time missed opportunity here at 34.43, and then now you're trading all the way up there. So that breakout was genuine, volume was there. Just got to go with that gut, not even just and stick to those things. Where did I put that one thing there? Nope. Yep. There it is. Bang. All right. We found it. So yeah, there it is, guys. Crypto breakout. AMD still moving higher. NVDA on the rise. We have Microsoft climbing higher. Google climbing higher. Amazon's doing its thing as well too. Just hovering around the lows though. It's not participating. So watch out for this name too to start doing that. So keep an eye out on Amazon. Some good signals there too.
Yeah, all right. We didn't do well here on GCTK, Joey. We got some beak wetters into 13, but that seller at 13, well, he was just stronger than the buyers, and down we go. So we get stopped out. We'll take an L on this one, despite taking some profits initially. That's the cost of doing business. You win some, you lose some. It's still up nice 140% on the day. If it sets up a bit better, it's very clearly on a downtrend right now. Let me show you guys what I'm looking at on the 5-second chart. If it changes its tune, then maybe we can get back involved. But it's still putting in kind of these lower highs and lower lows, just breaching 12 momentarily here. Let's see if it can get back above 12.20. It seems as if, that 12.20, 12 and a quarter area came into play over here as a resistance level. It then acted as support, and now it seems generally to be acting as resistance again. So no surprise there. We'll keep an eye out on that, and I'll look to execute on it a little bit better. Just give me a second over here.
Absolutely. Want me to take over there?
No, absolutely. It's fine. Yeah, just fixing this over here. There we go. So let that one go. Let's keep an eye on the other one over here. This one, ISPC. Look, it's holding the 10 EMA, but it's got lower highs. It feels like this one might be wanting to break down as well. There's not a lot of continuation, sadly, right now in the market. At least that's been my observation. People are saying NEG is moving, so let's take a look at NEG. We're going to go... we're going to go into... one sec. I'm just going to look at NEGG. Whoa. Joseph Options. Yes, NEG is absolutely parabolic. 25%. It looked like it got off the schneid there at at $38, and now it's tapping almost $47.50. NEGG, Newegg, baby. Strong as hell, but trade it carefully. It's a bit of a bamboozler. Dara, tell them what's up.
Yeah, UNP on watch here. Bloomberg reporting that United Pacific CEO discussed with Trump a potential $72 billion railroad tie-up. So UNP CEO reportedly speaking to U.S. President Donald Trump. Keep an eye on Union Pacific. Back to you.
Go ahead. Pacific, thank you very much for that. Dara, yeah, man, Ethereum just going nuts right now. So a beautiful look there, breaking through the high of the day. And continuing its grind higher. So really good look off of this candle. Gorev, we were there long, and then we just got spooked out, man. I guess we got stopped out break even, and then we just never took the second entry. So yeah, it is what it is. Got to accept it for what's come, and then now just look for the next opportunity. I was thinking about taking a long on Amazon, but considering it's not participating with the overall market as it's grinding, it's just a weak stock. So it's best to avoid that and look for something else to trade here. Open Door still slightly bleeding, but there it is. IBIT as well, putting in a new high of the day. There it goes. Boom. Nice strong reflection on the tape as you're heading toward those specific levels. You want to see that volume start to increase as well. So keep an eye out on that one, Sharif.
All right, guys. Just watching here GCTK as it hovers around that $12 area. I'm kind of seeing an inverse head and shoulder on the 5, but a 5 second, by the way, not 5 minute. So yeah, there does seem to be a whole lot of buying in and around 1180, 1190. Here we go, 1180 showing up. Sorry, what I'm looking at is my top screen. where I have the 5-second chart. I try to spot areas of local support and resistance, and then we just got buying at 1180 again, so it feels like it's forming the right shoulder right now. Let me show you guys what I'm looking at. So this is what I'm seeing right here. Left shoulder head, right shoulder with this 1220 area as the neckline. That's the area that I've earmarked as an area of resistance. So if we get back above there, well, then that will be an interesting area. But should I be getting in anticipation of that? Maybe with my stop at 1175 where the area low is, or should I be waiting for confirmation? What do you guys think? Should we be getting long here on GCTK in anticipation of this 1220 break, or have you not seen enough from this bad boy in order to say, you know, look, I think we really haven't decided whether or not we're going to trend back into these area highs. So let me know what you guys think about GCTK. I'm trying to make up my mind over here about how I want to pursue this. I continue to watch the buying step in around the 80s and 70s, but yeah, this is a bit of a tough one here. All right, you guys are asking about the tap on Gemini. Let me look at that, 35.71, guys. That's what we're seeing there on Gemini tap, 35.75 now with a buy-side imbalance of about 6,000 shares, which is quite small. So buy-side imbalance, 8,000 shares now, 35.75. Gemini is the one I'm talking about there. Let's go back now and continue to watch this bad boy over here. I'm talking about GCTK. See what this one does. Does it want to head back to the high side? Seems like it is finding some support at this 1180-ish area. I don't know, Joey. I don't think this is the right move for me here. Okay. I think I'm just, if I continue to buy into this one and get chopped up, well, then that's just how you get super red on a day. Yeah. Let me just continue to watch here as we work our way back into 12.10. Again, what the area I'm looking at, 1220 for a decisive break and take. And here we go. We're 18s. Let's go. Do we get it? Nope. We didn't get it.
Oh, market taking a dive here, Sharif. Let me
go
take
ahead,
this from you, brother. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Boom. Off of this signal, 1 minute print, I'm like, oh, Gaurav, this is such a beauty. So maybe we just take a scalp on that. But I mean, the conviction behind this, the largest 1 minute volume signature of the day at that extreme breakout high. So again, if it blows past that, then we're building into some size here. But I had to take that and I had to put some more ads into it as it started to break down. So if we can run into some key support levels, that's fantastic. Boom, takes another nosedive there. Yes, let's go, man.
Oh,
Needed
Joey.
that one there. Let's go, Sharif. Oh, my days. There it is, Gaurav. Oh, my God. Off that short signal. Man, what a move there. Oh, that was fantastic. Needed that one there, my brother. It feels pretty good. Missed out on a couple good opportunities, but then you have to take advantage of that one specific signal that we see. And I'm going to show you guys on another chart here momentarily. As I take a little bit more off, we'll leave some for a runner. We still have half the position, so I don't mind leaving a little bit here to go just in case. But if the pullback is too deep, considering I've now averaged down essentially as the thesis was working, I don't mind getting out of that break even. But we went heavy here just because of that signal. Take those couple cent moves and then just start piecing it out. I don't want to hold on to anything crazy, but here it is on a different time frame. You can see it. This is what we're looking for here. 1 minute print, inverted hammer candle. The correlation between the volume price analysis signals is most definitely there. So yeah, a really good look, and I'm happy to have just smashed it as soon as we cracked through some key support levels. So yeah, let's see if we can get back to VWAP. That's going to be the primary goal, or you just go back into the breakout range. Yeah, see, Goody, yeah, let's go. This is what we wanted. You got this, man. Let's go. Yeah, I mean, I'm at the market's mercy at this point, right? I can only punch the keys and then just allow it to do whatever it's going to do. So yeah, patience is the name of that game. Amazon continuing its bleed right now. But I mean, Gaurav, you had Hood earlier in the day. It's the exact same thing, right? Like if we take a look at Hood and what it did off of that 5 minute hammer candle is identical to what I just did on ETHA. So really, really good work there. I'm glad that you took that, and I'm glad that you've been taking advantage of those. Charlie, how's that short working out, my friend? Yeah, it's still hovering around those highs. I mean, your risk profile is defined, so not too bad there. Again, if you get that move back to VWAP, then I think you'll be sitting pretty good. But Bitcoin looking slightly more stronger than what Ethereum's up to, so I have to be prepared for any form of a bounce in the overall space. Yeah, patience is the name of that game. If it breaks the high, obviously give it a little bit more room and then just hop out and then reassess the situation to see if you can get in at a better price or something along those lines. Excuse me. So yeah, there it is. Ethereum, boom, boom, boom. We hammer that, and then as soon as we make a new low, we'll take a little bit more off there, Sri.
All right, guys. Still holding GCTK. Got 4s. Let's see if this one wants to trend in the direction of the high. We're showing 4s right now, so we're break even on it. Let's see if we can pop back up, take some beak wetters. It is a bit spready. 3s on the ask, 95 on the bid. So it is about an 8-penny spread at the moment, but I've seen it wider. Sometimes it tightens up. Sometimes it gets a little wide. The high of this current 5-minute candle is 45 or 46, generally that area. So let's see if we can pop back up into 12s we go. No continuation, though, a little above 12, a little bit below. Now we got 01s having wet the beak there at 15. So we did get the print at that level. Let's see if we can hold above 12. We got some nice shares on this one right now, but we just need it to kind of hold this general level and to kind of start trending back in the direction of, that $13 area. So I'm packing my patience with this one, trying to hold it into that 12. Here we go. 15's popping up again. No continuation. There it is, 30s. Okay, wow, Joey.
Wow,
freaking options. We just took a whole bunch out there into the area high. We've got shares on this one. Here we go. We're going to scalp up more. We got 89s. Show me 46s. Let's go. Let's go ahead and wait a little bit higher over here. I'm going to layer these orders into area highs. Okay, seller, huge seller at 40. Monster seller at 40. Can't shake him. He's dead. He's been destroyed. He's been decimated. Buy. Get the hell out of the way.
Get him.
Here we go, baby. 69, Joey. We got almost $1 on this one. Let's go. We got good shares. We're going to take out some more here. All right. Now we got 55 showing up. We're just going to wet the beak there, and we're not going to take it anymore. Now, seller at 60. Seller at 60. Here we go. Can we take him out? Oh, we're taking him out. Bro. There we go. All right, now we're going to do it live. We're positive again on this. Yes, bro. Yes. I was negative on the day, bro. Now we're positive and we're nice. Baby. There we go, my boy. Now we're setting up at 13s. I will not allow any part of this trade to go against me. Dang. All right, baby. Very happy now. We're doing it freaking live.
And it's Friday.
It's Friday, my boy. All right, we're going to
live and it's Friday.
All right, man. Pumped. Freaking pumped. All right, now we're going to let this one run. Any part of this will not go against me. If it loses 12, that's it. We're going to set up right now, Joey options, $11.99. Let's go all the way down to here, and for that many shares. So we've put our stop in place. We've given it enough room. Now I'm waiting for continuation. Let's go. Beak wetter means I'm taking profits, baby. And look at it. He's wetting his beak there. Shout out to the bird. For whatever reason, he keeps wetting his beak in the garbage there, Joey options. So I don't know why. But you know, the garbage is full of prints. So
that's
maybe
right. We got prints up in there, man.
We got prints up in there. All right, 60 still showing up, Joseph options. Let's see. Can we get continuation, baby? We can't break that 60 penny level for now. So I'm going to continue to watch here, but very happy with how this went for me. I added aggressively into this area, and I couldn't be more pleased.
Nice, good work there, man. And the same thing, you added aggressively. Man, oh, that's like music to my ears. Right?
I did, bro.
It's music to my. You guys know that song by Tory Lanez? Music to my ears.
Man, can I say something?
Yeah.
The color Velvet by Tory Lanez is a bang.
Oh, you love the color Velvet.
It's stupid.
Yeah. I love that. Yeah, I love that song. I love that whole album. You should hear it. You should listen to it live. He does like a live version of that whole album.
Sick.
It's sick. Yeah. I listen to it too.
I'm about that. Like,
it's actually really sick. Yeah, it's good times over there.
Joey.
But yeah, I mean, hey, we missed the move on the way up, and then we're just packing patience all day, holding horses, and then sure enough, as soon as I seen that, I'm like, I would probably have left if I didn't take that trade, and it started to work out.
Get it, Joey.
Dive. I mean, it sucks like quite a bit because obviously from an intraday standpoint, we're short, but then in my swing and my long term, I'm hella long. So I'm like, you know what I mean? The double-edged sword there. But yeah. Music to my ears. Shout out Adara and Tory Lanez on that one, and yeah, obviously the color Velvet. That stuff is some great stuff. I
it's so funny that she's like so far away, but she still hears us talking.
Sucks now.
Get it, Adara. Well, we're gonna be the new setup is gonna be super close. It's gonna be in front of us and everything.
So yeah, good stuff. All right, guys, short working out. Let's get back into this stuff. Microsoft's still really strong. That's why it's gonna be tough short the overall market, I think. But there it is, ETHA, add, see you later, takes them off. And then sure enough, I don't have much left. I wasn't gonna allow myself to give up a bunch of unrealized once again. And then obviously when I decide that, it moves more in your favor. But yeah, good stuff. Another low will take a little bit more off, and then we're just continuously cooking throughout the day. It was a crazy ride, to be honest with you, especially in Bitcoin. Again, the trade's over now, and it's like, okay, essentially what happened today, tomorrow is irrelevant. So what you want to focus on is the positives and what you did, building. But that third attempt is usually when things work the best, and we didn't take it, and you run right into target, and then sure enough, things are starting to come back in. But yeah, I thought you were going to point something out. Satyam Dixie, thank you for the $5 super chat. He didn't say anything, but Other Zinc says, let's go. So if you want us to go over your super chat, just obviously comment on it yourself, and we'll do so, all right? That I promise, I pledge to doing that. So
he put his right hand up, too, so that's all sorts of good.
I put the left hand, I did it wrong.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, there we go. We'll fix that one up there. Yeah. So
then you shouldn't have done that, Joey,
maybe
because then it wasn't binding against you at that point.
All right, yeah, I'm screwed now.
Joey, get me. Everybody's yelling about.
Go ahead.
It's not even open, bro.
Get me. It's not open yet. I got to put this on the side. Are you gonna do anything on
look,
this?
Joey, I'm not liking the tap. Boys, are you guys taking Gemini, or what's the situation on your side of the desk over? Yeah, Katina Man, give me the nod. Neil. Okay, Neil just pointed out it's the biggest imbalance it's been right now. So let's have a look. The buy side imbalance, 6,900, 500. Wow, it's getting into like triple digits over here. 14,000. The exchange doing the absolute most. Do you know what I'm talking about when I talk about this? Okay, so I'm going to explain it to you, but I'm explaining it to everybody else, obviously, as well. So what we're looking at here, Fabian, that's the theoretical auction price. That's what we're going to open up at right now on Gemini. And then look, this is the imbalance side. It can be buy side imbalance, sell side imbalance, or neutral. What does that mean? When the exchange gets buy orders and sell orders, they're pairing them together. So if you want to sell, Joey wants to buy, the exchange pairs you guys together, right? So that you can sell him your shares. And if there's an imbalance of sell orders or imbalance of buy orders one way, you see it reflected here. More buy orders and sell orders, more sell orders and buy orders. And the variance, the imbalance appears right here. So there's 46,000 more orders for shares than there are sell. So when you see that bigger, you know that there's more buyers interested than sellers. And then over here, Fabian, this is the amount of buy and sell orders the exchange has already paired. So say you wanted to sell 500,000, Joey wanted to buy 500,000, and they've paired 500,000. So you guys would make up 500,000 of that number right there.
It would stay there. And
it keeps adding. The more they pair, Fabian, the more it shows up on that level. So that's what we're looking at. Right? It's not open, but look at the buy side imbalance now, 126th exactly. So that's why I want to explain that to everybody, guys. I know I did that yesterday and the day before, but there's always newer viewers, and we really want you guys to be apprised and to be able to do this stuff with us here. So thank you, Saitam Dixit. Spicy Meatball, ISPC, my man. We're involved in that one too, Mr. Meatball, and we're taking prints. Shout out to the OG Bovin, who was pointing out that we were breaking out on ISPC. I've taken out my trade now on GCTK, but GCTK looks like it's going to take it out again, Joey. Oh my God, here goes GCTK into 13. It looks like it might take out 13 this time. Oh baby, did it just spike into $12.95. The dance with absolutely no underwear or pants is happening right now at $13. And I'm going to pause for a second from the yelling so Joe can tell you about this.
All right, guys, 14 years, 0 hacks, 0 excuses. BTCC.com delivers when others don't. Trade Bitcoin up to 500x, even Tesla, gold, and Forex. With smart copy trading, you don't just watch the pros, you trade like them. Regulated in the USA, Canada, and Europe, trusted by 6.8 million traders. Trader TV Live exclusive. Scan the QR code, click the link in the description box for a 15% deposit. BTCC right there, guys. All right, I got to get out of this trade. Oh, wow, it squeezed on me. I added on that. Bang, we got to give a little bit back. I wanted to get out of there, ad read. But yeah, nice little squeeze out there. Ad looking for the continuation, but heading right back into that top end of that of those areas. So, I mean, mean, we're still more than happy on there. Didn't add much whatsoever. So just looking for a move back into VWAP. Not getting it today. Crypto space really strong. We're liking that. Most definitely the long term and the swing accounts. So yeah, good stuff. Go with Ethereum. I'm not going to short you anymore. I mean, it's been a whirlwind of a day. The biggest loss for me was on Alibaba Group. Other than that, it hasn't been too bad. A couple of small break-even moves. I would say, honestly, on a scale of execution-wise, it's been the past couple weeks, or no, I should say just the past week since the wedding. I have not been executing very well at all, so that's just full disclosure, and apologies on my behalf, obviously, as well, even though I'm not overly. I just like performing and obviously and displaying to you guys like, hey, I'm no one essentially. If I can do it, you can do it too. So, and that's just the narrative, right? Like, yeah, again, just keep a positive mindset. I know Stevenson, our guy over there, he's like, hey, man, yeah, I ran through it, but I'll bounce back. And that's just how it is. Past 2 days, I did close red, full disclosure, and I'm just like, you know what? Just brush it off, because if you've been doing this for some time, eventually you have to stop letting those emotions completely control you. Significantly easier said than done, but at the end of the day, trading is mentally taxing, and just be prepared for that. And if you can just, you have a bad day, shut it down, even though it does, me personally anyways, it eats away at me a little bit when I have a really bad day and I go home. So then it's just like, all right, what can we do? We hit the gym, we go over some more TA, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know what that means there, Chris Arthur.
What?
Yeah, again, I don't know if that's a jab or anything like that, but I can take a jab or two.
Hey.
We all have those days of you got to do it like George Kazan, do the opposite. Yeah. Well, I'm not, no, you know what? No, I take that back, because I'm not a Seinfeld guy. These guys are, I know Katina Man and Neil are probably turning in their.
Oh, I'm furious right now.
I never was a Seinfeld guy.
Bro,
I told you guys.
crazy.
I told you guys why I never.
Why don't you like it?
Because of the transition music drives me nuts. Yeah, I can't stand it. Yeah, drives me nuts. Adara, it drives me nuts.
All right, we're going to Adara, man. I got to digest this.
For the second week in a row, we have some stocks dropping on reports that the Health and Human Services Department might say something negative about the company, only for the HHS to come out and say it's speculation. That happened again here today with Moderna. In case you guys missed it, the stock dropped after Washington Post reported that the Trump administration or officials within the administration are looking to link the deaths of 25 children to COVID vaccines. Now, the HHS is saying, and I quote, until vaccine safety data is publicly shared, all reports on it should be considered pure speculation. More or less the same wording they shared last week when we had Kenvue dropping on reports that there were going to be some attempts to tie, I believe it was Tylenol to autism, or Tylenol when used by mothers to autism. Now I guess we're saying here, same thing with this story. Back to you.
GCTK is absolutely flying, and here we go, 1414 high on this current candle. This is breaking out 180%. Here we go. Believe it or not, we're still below pre-market highs, man. We got to get above 14 and a half. GCTK is absolutely taking off. Trade it carefully. It's insane, okay? All right, now that I've yelled about that, we can start the news of the day. So just give me an opportunity over here to get ready. Where'd my news go there, Joey? All right, disappeared again. There we go. Now we got it. All right, we're going to put this one over here on all the screens. Assassino, Adara, we're going to start the news if you're ready. She's good to go. I like it. Joey, you good to go?
Yeah, I'm gonna be putting on a couple positions though as well too. So if
we'll
I
update the market as we go.
Yeah, for sure. So
all right.
But what I'm saying is I'm gonna be focused a little bit as well.
Absolutely. No worries about that.
All right, cool.
All right, let's talk about OpenAI retaining their non-profit status despite oversight amid a $500 billion valuation. So let's talk about this. OpenAI reaffirmed that its non-profit parent will continue to hold oversight authority over the company while also owning an equity stake exceeding $100 billion. The structure makes the nonprofit one of the wealthiest philanthropic organizations in the world, while ensuring OpenAI can still raise large sums of capital because it's going to have a for-profit wing. The arrangement was influenced by civic leaders, ex-employees concerned about OpenAI's shifting too far for a profit-driven. Assassino, are we going to put the thing on or what? Oh, okay. All right. So OpenAI actually signed a non-binding memorandum of understanding with Microsoft to kind of outline the next stage of the partnership. As you know, Microsoft's already invested over $13 billion since 2019 into OpenAI. And is basically their primary cloud provider, despite the fact that, you know, OpenAI is getting a little from Oracle over here, a little from Google over here. Softy, aka Azure, continues to be the #1 cloud provider for OpenAI. Now, there is obviously some legal issues at play. We've seen some of the tensions between Microsoft and OpenAI as of late, but that's not the only beef that OpenAI has beef with. No. In fact, we know that XAI, Elon Musk's AI company, very much also head-to-head with OpenAI. So OpenAI is working with the California as well as the Delaware Attorney Generals to formalize the non-profit controlled public benefit corporation structure. But the governance is an issue, and it comes as amid legal battles with Elon Musk, who opposes the for-profit shift and basically competes with them vis-a-vis XAI. If you don't know, Elon was one of the founders of OpenAI back in the day, and then he resigned kind of his position there, but he obviously did give them, I think, $50 million to get them started. And he's very displeased with the fact that Altman is making this a for-profit company, Joey. So look, Microsoft, we've been hearing a lot about the beef between Microsoft and OpenAI as of late. This kind of helps formalize the next step.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, there you go. There's one less thing for Elon to stop crying about as Sam Altman decides to keep it obviously private. And then also OpenAI is starting to expand their partnerships as well too. We've seen it in the likes of Oracle. So not too bad of a look there from OpenAI not being heavily reliant on Microsoft.
Well said, Joey. Dara, this is another installment in the saga of OpenAI and Microsoft. What's your take on this whole thing?
Yeah, I mean, here's an infographic on said saga you can find on X at TTV Research if you guys are curious. But as you can see here, yeah, there we go. Thank you guys. This kind of started all the way back in 2019. This has been going on for a while. Even back in like 2023, we know the relationship was pretty good because when we had that Sam Altman briefly being ousted as the CEO, Satya Nadella was like, hey, Sam, come to my team, come to Microsoft, right? Obviously, things are becoming a little bit more tumultuous. I don't have too much to say on this. There's a lot of, quite frankly, legal jargon, a lot of different things happening here. But I mean, either way, it is wild that this company can continue to be a super wealthy philanthropic organization. I kind of get why Elon Musk is confused, but I think also it's very obvious that his lawsuit is motivated by the fact that that's a competitor. We know he already tried to sue OpenAI and Apple for the whole App Store ranking thing. So the Elon element, I think, may be a distraction. Either way, OpenAI, we know because of the ouster of Sam Altman, their board is weird. They have a weird structure for the board. And I think that could maybe be a bit of a headwind going forward to any kind of organizational changes they want to make should they eventually decide they do want to become a for-profit.
Thank you for that, Adara. Assassino, so we're going to try to have that in the corner over here for Monday. I'll make a document specifically so that we can keep it in the top right-hand corner, Assassino. But if we can just keep it over here for now, and then Monday morning we'll be ready to go. Let's talk about Open Door, guys. Open Door. Where's it at right now, Joe? Let's find out. OPEN, are we still down bigly on the day? We're about to find out. Embarrassing. Okay, so let's just keep going here. So Open Door up 142% just in the month of August and 278% year to date, emerging as one of the top 2025 meme stock plays. Retail enthusiasm here has been crazy. Despite, higher mortgage rates and housing shortages, it still continues to do quite well. Let's just flip to the 5-minute on this so I can see what we're up or down on the day. Yeah, why would it show me what we're up and down? We're down 11.86%. So look, there are housing market challenges here, and you'll understand why that's relevant when you find out what Open Door does in a second. So Open Door operates iBuying, which is purchasing homes, making light renovations on them, and then reselling them. The model is obviously capital intensive. You have to have a lot of money to buy these homes as well as renovate them, and really kind of depends heavily on housing turnover, which has slowed down as homeowners hold off on selling. The U.S. Census data shows housing inventory remains kind of tight. Trust me, bro, we know that over here. With July new home sales falling 0.6% month over month, but still up 8.2% year over year. So look, They don't make a lot of money, Joey,
Yeah.
but what the information that we got yesterday was the new pay package for the CEO. It basically gives him about $1 a year in nominal earnings. However, he gets a make whole clause. What is that? So he had to leave his job at Shopify. And when he left his job at Shopify, he left money on the table. So Open Door said, don't worry, we'll give you whatever you were going to make in the remaining of the part of the year with Shopify, which is about $30 million. So they gave him about $15 million in cash and $15 million in stocks. That's the only cash he's getting this year. Everything else is stock-based comp. He's got about 84 million shares that are basically restricted shares. And the way they get unrestricted is the price has to maintain a certain price level for 60 days. The first price level, like $6.25. It's got to trade above or at $6.25 for 60 days. The next is $9, $13, $17, all the way up to $33. That's the only way he unlocks those shares. So the market is making the assumption, I'm assuming, given yesterday's price action, that he's going to be quite incentivized to get the stock price up so he can unlock said shares. Obviously, people can ride the trend with him, right? He doesn't ride that alone. So that's the whole bull case on this, Joey. Whether or not it happens, different story.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, leading into obviously this meeting as well, mortgage rates starting to cool down a little bit. So that might give a little bit of boost to Open Door. I mean, they're renovating all those things. I didn't know that they're buying the homes, renovating them, and then reselling them there, Shreve. Not too bad of a model. But for me personally, I think we're starting to run into the age of where, like, I'm like, hey, when I do, I is like, I don't even know if I want to get a real estate agent. I'll just go directly to a lawyer and something along those lines. If you can, anyways, I'm sure you can. So, yeah, but other than that, Open Door, FOMC rate cuts, I think that's going to be positive for the space because, I mean, I was watching some stuff on CN last night saying that the housing prices are projected to cool down until late 2026. So, I mean, I think this is going to add a little bit of fuel to the fire, especially when the cut comes in.
Joy. Yeah. Before we go to Adara, I just wanted to let everybody know LGN is open, the new IPO. It's open. It opened up exactly at $27. It looks like the high there is $27.50. It's a little zig. It looks like the low is a little bit below 27 at $26.97. So I want to point out LGN on the NQ open. Adara, what's your take on open?
And this is more addressed to Kaz Najarian, who's definitely not going to be watching the show, but in case he is, be careful because the Open Door shareholders can turn on you very quickly if you do not kind of, I guess, comply with what they're looking for. Now, in case you're saying, Adara, that is a bold statement, I have spent way more hours than I'm willing to admit over the last day and a half looking through the social media of a lot of the people involved in this push. So Anthony Pompliano, Eric Jackson especially, because I'm trying to create a timeline again. Check this out on X at TTV Research very shortly. I'm trying to create a timeline of all of this investor excitement around Open Door. Now, we know that the Open Door shareholders pushed out former CEO Carrie Wheeler. The stock has been up about 71% since she left, and that's not including yesterday's move. I included it to the close of Wednesday, so right before we had that push yesterday. I'll have to update this. But regardless, either way, Carrie Wheeler's exit was very favored by the company. Now, initially, they really liked the interim CEO, Srisha Radhakrishna, because they thought that he was a little bit more pro-shareholder. But when he stopped answering Eric Jackson's DMs, Eric Jackson got very mad and actually threatened to sue Open Doors board, and that is a true story. So it's very easy for the sentiment here to flip quickly. And with that in mind, I think this is maybe a good aspect here with this pay package for Kaz Najarian, because then in that way he's very motivated to help drive these gains for shareholders. Now, the one issue, though, is if what he believes is good for shareholders differs from what the shareholders think is good for the company. And that's where I think there could be some issues, because these shareholders have very, very strong opinions, as I would know because I have been immersing myself in the Twitter feeds for, again, a good while now. But definitely this infographic I'm hoping to have out maybe more realistically by Monday or Tuesday. But check it out on X at TTV Research, an entire deep dive piecing all of these different pieces together of this history.
Thank you, Adara. Let's go on to, I can hear myself. All right, that's nope. A little bit better there. Thank you. NVIDIA and OpenAI eye billions in UK AI infrastructure investment. Let's get down to it. So NVIDIA and OpenAI are in talks to open a multi-billion-dollar investment in the UK focused on expanding the country's AI infrastructure as well as their data centers. Discussions have also involved cloud computing firm Nscale, with the potential deal still in the process but yet not finalized. The announcement is expected next week during President Donald Trump's state visit to Britain, where, you guessed it, your friend Jensen will also be making the trip across the pond. Obviously, Jensen Huang, CEO of NVIDIA. The deal aligns with the concept of something we've been talking about a little bit called sovereign AI, which is basically nations developing local data center infrastructure to kind of reduce the reliance on foreign technology. So they've got it all locally in-house and they can rely on it there. Governments globally kind of are counting on US AI leaders to strengthen their own domestic AI capabilities as well as national security, hence why Jensen is making his way over there with President Donald Trump. NVIDIA and Nscale have not yet commented on this report. OpenAI declined to comment entirely on this report, but earlier this year we had Jensen called the UK an incredible place to invest, citing the Goldilocks circumstances for AI development. Now, we haven't heard a lot about, AI investments in Europe. We did hear, I think a few days ago, about ASML taking about a $10 billion investment into Mistral. Nscale, another European company, hopefully that can get them on the map, Joey, but they are late, but better late than never.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I was going to say, Sharif. At least they're starting to get the ball rolling. But one thing that, again, now they're starting to be in talks with NVDA. Watch out. If these guys want to build their version of the UK Stargate, who are they going to go to? Obviously, in the likes of NVDA, it's going to benefit them more, add more revenues. So yeah, I love this name, especially in this AI race. It's absolutely fantastic watching all this capital expenditure. And what I was watching last night from all these hyperscalers, it's about to add 50 bips to GDP just due to all the capex, which is insane.
That's crazy.
50 bips to GDP, man.
Jeez, that's big.
Just capex.
All right, Joe, we've got to let them know that each year, sadly, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the United States, yet there is still no FDA-approved treatment for such. NYSE-listed Origenics under ticker OGEN is changing all that with its first in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach about $8.9 billion by 2027, Origenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. So learn more and schedule a meeting today. Shout out to Origenics. All right, Adara, this is finally Europe's chance here to kind of become a little bit more AI dependent. We know your friend Donald, as well as some U.S. AI leaders, are making the trip across the pond next week. What do you make of all this?
I don't have too much to say on this. I want to see what they actually bring to the table. You guys know me. I'm not about, I like to actually see the actual thing in front of me. And seeing is believing. And with that in mind, I mean, we know NVIDIA was previously trying to do these UK investments. Jensen trying to invest in the UK isn't necessarily news in and of itself. I want to see what happens. I want to see if this is like what happened with the UAE, where we get that massive big moment. I want to see a live stream. I want to see Trump awkwardly standing on stage with that one God Bless America song in the background. That, until I kind of see what the actual announcement is going to entail and I see the details, I don't know. That's
okay, thank you for that. All right, going on next, Adobe beats Q3 expectations, lifts their AI-driven guidance. So let's talk right about it. EPS and Say? Something's going on with Palantir, says Neil. We'll have a look to see over here what is going on. Let me just have a look over here. PLTR on the NYSE. On the NYSE, it's on the NASDAQ, because I forgot. Yeah, so here we go. We're just having a look here at the price action. PLTR breaking out big into that 170 area. Just looking to see if there's anything on the news blotter. Above average volume, normal directionally bullish. I'm not seeing anything. Go ahead, Adira.
The news is not on Palantir. Palantir is getting a ton of social media attention, though. I do want to talk about this LEES, the SEALS Q, which is getting a massive push to the upside. James Altuche calling this one a long idea, saying that this could be one of AI's next 10x winners. I want to mention as well, Amazon. I'm just seeing this come through right now. AMZN and GM. Reportedly, Amazon is testing GM's EV delivery vans in a bid to meet climate goals. So AMZN, GM on watch there, guys.
Okay. Revenue rose for Adobe about 11% year over year, up from $5.41 billion. So they beat on the top and bottom line, just coming a little shy of that $6 billion revenue mark. But they are, now let's talk about the guidance, projecting over $6 billion in revenue for their next quarter. They're guiding $5.35 to $5.40 for earnings per share, ahead of the $5.34 expected by the street. Again, as I mentioned, on revenue of at least $6.08 billion all the way up to $6.13. That's ahead of the consensus there, the midpoint that is, ahead of the $6.08 billion. Their digital media revenue forecast as well is beating expectations, guiding $4.53 to $4.56 billion. The street was looking for $4.51. So even the lower end of that guidance ahead of the expectations, with their digital media growth revenue raising about from 11.3% up from the 11 that they had previously guided. They continue integrating AI across all their platforms, and they're saying they're actually starting to monetize AI here, with annual recurring revenue coming in for AI-related products at about $5 billion, and that's up from the $3.5 billion that the AI brought in for them last year in full year 2024. So they're talking about $5 billion in annual recurring revenue for AI-related add-ons into their products, beating the 3.5 from last year. And last but not least, Joey, despite beating Q3 results, Adobe stock was down, at least prior to today, 21% year-to-date, underperforming most of its tech peers.
Yeah, that's the tough thing, right? Especially when you're going through this AI boom and you're not participating on that front. But again, we were talking about this the other day, is that Figma is grabbing market share from it, and some of these other smaller names. But most importantly is that Meta is also doing that as well too, coming in and taking share from Adobe. But they also have that premium package street where you can pay for those AI features within Adobe, so that can help a little bit as well too. But when you look at this name from a technical standpoint, and you have the likes of a lot of these AI names, and we mentioned that you're in this race and you're in this AI boom, and you're not participating, that's not a good look. And we can kind of compare it, obviously, two different realms, but Adobe to Salesforce, when things are moving like they are and then the stock is not participating, it's not a good look whatsoever.
All right, Adair, what's the take?
Honestly, we've talked a lot about the use of Adobe and how it's kind of decreased. I use Canva for all the infographics you guys see. That's what I use for that. And this is as someone whose undergraduate degree ostensibly should make me an expert at Adobe. So take that how you will. I mean, I think in terms of the company's growth, this is like probably, as someone who watches these earnings, this is maybe one of the best earnings reactions from Adobe I've seen in a while, which again, given that it's not that good, that says something. I think if it can hold that, I know Neil said about 366. I like that 364, 365 level, around the same level on Adobe in the daily chart. That's clearly level of resistance. 330 clearly the level of support. I want to see us break either way. I will say the chart, as someone who does watch and trade the stock, watching this today it's mostly been like watching paint dry. It'll give you a fake out move. It'll do the other thing. Let it, I don't know, not too much to say there. But in terms of the actual growth of the company, this is like the annual revenue growth. We are pushing higher in general, I would say.
Isn't your degree in criminology?
Okay, that's a major in criminal. I was crazy, Sharif. I have a joint degree and a major specialist and a minor I did in 4 years. So yes, my specialist was in visual culture and communication.
Gotcha.
That's how we get the Adobe, and that's where I got my joint degree. And then I have a major in criminology and then a minor in writing.
I gotcha. That's the first time I'm hearing of that.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah.
Thank you, Adair.
It's a weird degree.
No, it's good. It's good. Multi-talented. Let's talk about Gemini. We're still waiting. Over here, Gemini tapped 3660. Here's the information on Gemini. So Gemini Space Station, that's what they call the company. The IPO, that's yesterday's price, not today, priced at $28 a share, above the expected $24 to $26 that we had been talking about. The price, at least at $28 a share, that is, values the company about $3.3 billion. Gemini did cap, though, the offering at $425 million, selling only 15.2 million shares. That's actually less than the originally planned. They actually have been looking to sell 16.67 million shares. They cut that down to 15.2, something to think about there. The underwriters, some of the usual suspects that we always talk about, you got Goldman, you got Citi, you got Morgan, all of which, guys, all three of those bad boys have a 30-day option to sell an additional 833,000 shares. So that 15.2, put an asterisk beside it, because your boys here at Goldman, Citi, and Morgan can sell up to another almost a million shares, 833,000 shares within 30 days. It doesn't say trading days, 30-day option from the IPO. Let's talk about this very unique situation here. I really like how the Winklevoss twins did this. Up to 30% of those 15.2 million shares are reserved for retail traders, like people on Robinhood, people on SoFi, people on Webull, Futu, Moomoo, all those. Futu and Moomoo are Chinese brokerages, in case you think I'm making that up. Obviously here to boost grassroots participation at the IPO level. I like that by the Winklevoss boys. And obviously, as we talked about, ticker GEMI on the NQ. In case you don't know too much about the company, here's what they do. They were founded by the Winklevoss twins back in 2014, primarily operate as a crypto exchange. They hold about $21 billion in assets on its platform as of July when they disclosed this information, Joey. They did report, though, a net loss, a widening net loss, mind you, of $159 million they lost in 2024. They've already lost $283 million in the first half of 2025. Now you'll be like, well, why is this thing IPOing? Well, growing pains, right? As you grow, you typically go in the red a little bit until you can kind of shore things up. It does raise concerns, though, about profitability right off the get-go. However, if you're worried about that, let me tell you about this. The NASDAQ likes them to the tune of $50 million, Joey. That's how much the NASDAQ is investing directly in Gemini, a significant endorsement of its long-term potential, possibly. They also plan, the NASDAQ, that is, to use Gemini as a distribution partner for its Calypso trade management system. Never heard of it, don't know what it is, but the NASDAQ likes it. Last but not least, Joey, Gemini is trying to kind of just be more than a blockchain company. Yeah. They're looking to offer, I should say, crypto-backed credit cards, and recently launched another partnership with your friends at Ripple there.
Oh, okay, so that's not too bad. I mean, the space is booming, right, and continuing to grow, so not too bad of a look there on Gemini. So I'll be looking forward to this IPO. And I wouldn't be surprised if it reacted in the likes of Bullish and Circle as well. So we'll be keeping an eye on that one, Shreve.
All right, we're doing it live over here. We're going to take out the last little bit here on ISPC as it double tops into the high of the day. Good look for ISPC. Adira, are you taking the Gemini IPO?
No, I am not. I was watching it and then I was like, this tap is too crazy. I'm going to go hang out with my spready stocks for a second. But no, like, I mean, I'll be watching it for sure. But all jokes aside, I also think the fact that even you're trading the ISPC right now, which, by the way, congrats on that, is because that is also a crypto treasury play. We know that crypto is really on watch right now. If you look at the Circle IPO, it very much did that. But then, and I'm just going to focus on crypto IPOs for a second here. The Bullish IPO had a massive pop, much like Circle, but it was not able to sustain it for even the rest of that trading day. So with that in mind, Gemini has a couple different models it can follow. If you're going to ignore the crypto IPOs and just go the most recent IPOs, we had Figure yesterday, but to go Klarna, which is also kind of in that financial space, that IPO did not fare super well. It popped about $1 and then dropped immediately after. So the deck might be stacked against Gemini for a great day one IPO performance. Now, I do want to talk about our Winklevi for a second, as they're sometimes referred to as a plural, the Winklevoss twins. It's worth noting they're actually, apparently, I didn't even realize this, they were the first billionaires to be variably minted by Bitcoin. So they're the first official Bitcoin billionaires, which I think is pretty interesting. And it's worth noting, like, their reputation has changed. A lot of people hated on them during the Facebook era. And even Ben Mesrich, the author of The Accidental Billionaires, that was the basis for the social network, he said that he actually has apologized for painting them in a negative light. He thinks that, you know, they've really made a comeback, especially with crypto. So these dudes and their business are respected. I think it's worth noting. And yeah, I'm very curious to see what happens here, regardless of the IPO. I think it's impressive what they've built.
Absolutely, Adira. Well said. Thank you for that. And Ryan Nolan, thank you very much, my friend, for the $10 super chat. Can you ask Adira on KOPN News? It's popping. Sea-Dog, thoughts on the chart? I have the news here, Adira, but you can go ahead.
I already said the news. Like, I'm very lucky. Like, a minute after they posted on X, I was able to give that to you guys. But the news is there's a major announcement coming. That's not, I don't know, not super exciting.
That's exactly what's on the screen. Yeah, well, that's exactly what's written right there. Thank you, Adira. Coppin shares are trading higher after the company on social media posted that a major announcement is coming. Those quotes are not me doing that. That is literally quoting them. And here is the ticker. Let's have a look quickly at KOPN. It looks good, Ryan, be honest with you. This is up and to the right. Okay, so 265 high, closed out yesterday at 2.25. I pick it up initially at 253, and I'd be adding into either 240 to 245 if it loses that. I like that 245 level as the top end of the range of the initial bull flag, or I like that 240 level for VWAP, wherever VWAP is at. Be careful though, this could be a candle of indecision. This candle here on the 5, that 110 candle, especially if this current 115 candle makes a newer low and closes that way. I would be careful with that. So that's my look on KOPN. Let's go back into the news though. Allow me a second. Go on to the next story. Apple faces iPhone Air shipment delays in China over the eSIM issues. So let's talk a little bit about that. Apple delayed the iPhone Air shipments in mainland China, not Taiwan, mainland China, due to pending regulatory approval for the embedded SIM, the eSIM technology, which all iPhone SIM are coming with now. Apple's website updated their timeline to say release information to be updated later, replacing what had previously been written there, which was September 19th delivery date. The pre-orders for the other models like the 17, the 17 Pro, 17 Pro Max, they remain on schedule. Nothing changes with that. It's specifically to the Air. As we know, Apple is working with the Chinese authorities to bring the device to market as soon as possible, according to them. All 3 state-owned carriers, we're talking about China Mobile, China Telecom, and China Unicom, are expected to support eSIM once the approval from the regulator is secured. So it's not a matter of whether eSIM will be allowed in China. It's just about securing such regulation. Currently, only China Unicom has eSIM capability. China Telecom is waiting for the Ministry of Industry and Information, Joey, technology for clearance of such. So they're not immediately going to realize revenue from that, Joey, right away.
No, sorry, brother. Get me on this one. I'm trying to set up this. Yeah, I'm trying to set up this limit on open.
Adira, let's go and talk about this because, you know, what do you make of this? This is obviously not a good look for Apple in China, which is, let's call a spade, not been doing that well there for a while.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to lie. The market is not really caring about this, which is interesting. Usually we'll talk about buy the rumor, sell the news. In this case, I think it was sell the rumor, buy the news. And I say that because we already had this reported earlier in the morning, right? Before we actually got the confirmation from Apple. It was actually in the watch list at the time. It was just a report from the South China Morning Post. So with that in mind, like, we were actually pushing a little bit lower pre-market. Then we get the news, and sure, we do initially, you know, push a bit lower, but then right off the open, it's all sunshine and smiles for Apple. Honestly, Sharif, I think right now the market doesn't seem to care about, and I think if it is something the market cares about, it's going to be later down the line once you actually see that impact in China sales. So truthfully, right now, I honestly am not sure how big of a deal it's going to be. We're going to have to wait to see that unfold. Okay, fair enough. Let's go on to the next story. It involves Apple as well. Apple unveiled live translation during its iPhone event, showcasing, of course, AirPods Pro 3, translating Spanish to English in real time. The features allow users to kind of hear immediate translation in French, German, Portuguese, Spanish, English, with two-way conversations possible when both users are wearing the AirPods. I think that's pretty cool. Requires the recent iPhone running Apple Intelligence AI suite, so we'll keep an eye out on that. But they're not the only ones doing this. Google, the Pixel 10 includes voice translate. Meta as well. Meta's Ray-Ban glasses can also translate and display responses on connected devices. Okay. OpenAI, for their part, they demonstrated intelligent assistant with fluid translation. They're also working on new hardware with former Apple designer Johnny Ive. Translation is becoming key, Joey, in the AI background, or battleground, I should say, across big tech. Are you a big proponent of this? I know you're a learning duo, so you probably don't really want to use a translator.
Well, I don't mind. Like, if you go to foreign countries, I mean, does someone else, or is it like, so say you speak Spanish and you speak to me, it just automatically translates?
Yes, so you got the AirPod on, I got the AirPod on.
Oh,
so
we both need it? Yeah, see, that's the thing.
Yeah, so, right? Or you can speak and then it'll translate it for me, but then you won't get the translation. If we both have it, then we both get the translation.
Okay, that's very, I think that's fantastic. Even so, if someone's speaking to me and I can get that translated in my ear,
pretty cool.
That's amazing. Yeah. I think that's great. That's
Imagine,
obviously
like, traveling, how much
easier it would be, right? So you know if you're getting scammed or not, and then sure enough, there.
When I was away, I'm not going to say where, but I was away anyway. So I was taking an Uber.
Yeah.
And then the Uber driver in this European country, they can't speak English. So they didn't want to use Uber because obviously Uber takes a lot off the top, right?
Yeah.
So in his language, he's like basically trying to get me to cancel the Uber ride while I'm in the Uber and then give him cash.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, nah,
No,
bro. In my own country, maybe, but I don't want you taking me anywhere.
Yeah.
This ride needs to be tracked. I need to be safe. No, I'm playing.
No.
So that's, they're using all the translation for many different things. So I think it's very usable. Adira, is this something that you'd be interested in using if you were traveling?
You guys know how I learn language. I'll just, watch a movie or show, listen to music, and sponge it. But I don't think it's a bad idea. I think the biggest aspect of this is probably the Duolingo aspect. We know that when ChatGPT announced their language feature, Duolingo went, Apple, translation. So yeah, I think Duolingo, at least short term, is really feeling the heat on this. I think also I think it'll be about the application of it, right? The more we use it, will we actually see it as something that's being adopted by users? I suspect we will, but I really don't know how you can track the metrics for that either. But to answer your question, Sharif, I don't even have AirPods, so this is not really going to be an actual option for me, though. As I mentioned, I have considered getting AirPods.
You have, yes.
But not for the translation reason, more for like the hearing aid aspects, because apparently that is an aspect that you can do. Yep. Also, though, I think too with the AirPods, just to kind of again branch out on these features, the fact they're increasing the battery life on the AirPods Pro is good as well.
24 hours, yeah.
Also, if you're talking trips too, if you're like on a long day of discovery and you're like, where do I go? It's hot out. You're not going to have to worry about your AirPods dying, and you can also be confident, even if you can't speak the language, that somebody will be able to communicate with you. Now, the one thing too with the translation being only back and forth if you have AirPods, that is a little bit contingent on another person having an AirPod. But my one last thing I want to say, I wonder if it also can understand and translate dialects. Because if you're speaking one language in a slightly different dialect, like even Quebecois French versus French in France is distinctly different, right? So I just wonder how they're going to mitigate that.
When I use Apple now for translation, just for Mandarin, it always asks me, do you want mainland Mandarin or do you want Taiwanese Mandarin?
That.
Yeah,
Okay.
Apparently, and I was talking to Chow back there, Taiwanese Mandarin is very different. Apparently, they were using it as military code back in World War II, and it kind of stuck that way. So I think they've got certain dialects. Arabic specifically has a ton of dialects, so I would definitely be interested to see if they can translate all the Arabic dialects, because there's just so many. Great point, Adira.
Look at Bitcoin.
Go ahead, Joey.
Look at Bitcoin.
Oh, baby.
Yeah. This thing is going absolutely parabolic. The crypto space. I had that hunch that it was going to break out today, and sure enough, you got that big time move. Unfortunately, we didn't get to participate up
Joey,
there.
I got to cover this IPO as well. This IPO, LGN, is on the warpath to the high side. It is at the high of the day. It's about to take out $29. I'm talking about LGN on the NQ, another new IPO. But your boy Ozan asks, and your boy Ozan gets. He wants me to look at Gemini. We're looking at a tap here. Ozan at 37.30. That's the highest. I've seen it all day. I don't know if the boys can confirm or deny that. Neil confirmed that. That is the highest it's been all day. Shout out to my man Neil. The theoretical auction price, the tap, showing 37.30. Let's do a little bit more digging here. So we still have a buy-side imbalance to the tune of about 25,000 shares, with the paired volume about 3.436 million paired. So we're going to continue to keep an eye out on that, guys. Shout out to everybody who's waiting for Gemini, GEMI on the NQ, 37.30 theoretical auction price. Let's go on to the next story. Paramount Skydance prepares takeover bid for Warner Brothers Discovery. Oh, baby. This is going to be a good one. So Paramount Skydance, as we spoke about yesterday, is reportedly working with an investment bank, to prepare an all-cash bid. No stock, all cash, for WBD, Warner Brothers Discovery. There's been no formal offer submitted as of yet, but what could come as soon as next week, according to this report. The news triggered a huge surge in WBD yesterday to the tune of 28%, up into that $16 area. The stock's best day on record. Paramount Sky also, I think, gained about 15% while all was said and done. Let's talk about the restructuring that WBD has been doing for a hot minute. They recently announced, Joey, that they plan to split their global TV network, like CNN, TNT, Discovery Global, from its streaming and studio arm like Warner Brothers Studios, HBO Max, they want to separate those bad boys. They don't want legacy with streaming. The split is expected by April of 2026, but Paramount Skydance bid now would require buying the entire company pre-separation. So Skydance would have to take the entire thing, and then if they wanted to, they could continue with that separation. David Zaslav, the CEO of WBD, has been a vocal advocate of industry consolidation amid streaming disruption. He previously was obviously restricted from doing that during the tenure of the wrath of Lina Khan. That's over, and as we've seen, there's been a lot of consolidation, not just in crypto, but in other industries as well, Joseph. The merger would create a media giant, spanning broadcast, cable, streaming, sports, film studios. Joey, there's a whole bunch to like about this. What is your perspective?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what they're going for there, Sharif, is just to become an absolute force in the obviously in the streaming, because we know there's some big players. You got Amazon, then you have Netflix as well too, Disney doing fantastic. But I love what Paramount's doing, just literally signing some big deals. They got the South Park they added on to there. They got the UFC deal, and then now they're looking to grab some Warner Brothers. I think that's absolutely fantastic, and I think that's their game plan, is just try to completely dominate the space.
All right, Adara, this is one that you were watching very closely when Paramount Skydance's $8 billion merger with Sherry Redstone and stuff. Give us your take.
Yeah, it's been a big week for Ellisons, by that of which, of course, I'm referring to Larry Ellison of Oracle and David Ellison, who is the leader of Skydance and Larry's son, and they kind of look alike too. With regards to this WBD deal, I'm going to be honest, I actually don't think this gets approved by regulators, even with the wrath of Lina Khan over, as Sharif refers to it.
Why do you feel that way, Dara?
Because this is like, I think this could be viewed as anti-competitive. And I also don't think it's going to be good for consumers. Now, why do I say that? Sure, you get this consolidated. I agree with Joe. That was my initial thought as well. You get all of this content in one beautiful bow. But I am guessing the prices are going to be a bit higher, and I think it might be a little bit more restrictive, and I think they'll probably ratchet them up higher further. So I actually don't think this is something that regulators are going to allow. That's my opinion anyway, or that's my guess. Now, furthermore, we also had a report from Charlie Gasparino, and I know some people are like, he's a bit of a caustic personality in social media.
I like him.
That regardless, all I'm going to do is say what the report was. So he reported that apparently David Zaslav of Warner Brothers, you know, beyond this Paramount deal, they're actually trying to work with Goldman Sachs and court other suitors for the company. Now, I actually think that is maybe more likely to go through if said suitors do not already have a breadth of content that is going to be viewed as really anti-competitive. So that's my take there with Warner Brothers and Paramount Skydance. The other thing I want to add too is, given that Warner Brothers wanted to already split up its business, I feel like Paramount trying to acquire it in that way might throw a bit of a wrench in its plans.
Well, that's what they were saying. They were saying that they would have to take it pre-split, and then if they wanted to continue with the split, they would have to do it after the acquisition.
Okay,
so they wouldn't even go through with it, and they were talking about the split taking place next April. So one would have to assume that the deal closes before then, if it closes at all. So we'll have to see how that all does. Like the opinion. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, no, Adair, I wanted to ask you, do you think that the regulators would give Paramount a harder time, considering obviously the dominance that we know in the likes of Netflix, obviously Amazon Prime, and Disney?
I missed all of that.
Go ahead. Can you hear me? So do you think the regulators are going to give Paramount an equally hard time, considering the dominance in Netflix and some of the other big streaming giants? I'm just curious on your thought on that.
I mean, I think, like, honestly, I think what I said kind of answered all of that. I think either way, like, they're going to have a hard time getting this merger through, because I know we have dominance in Netflix and Amazon as well, but like, they're not acquiring other massive streaming companies,
just due to the size of the possible acquisition.
So, yeah, I don't really, I think it's...
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, I'd like to see what the regulator has to say about this. She brings a good point, because they're going to bring up prices a little bit higher.
Absolutely.
But that doesn't mean that the consumer doesn't get something in exchange for that higher price, something better. Yeah. And that's what industry consolidation allows you to do, pool your resources so you can put together a better product. So completely agree, we do probably see some higher prices, and they're going to have to justify some of that investment, Joey. They're not just throwing around money and they're going to ask you for the same tariff. So I agree with her on that, but I don't think we get a necessarily worse product.
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying, do you think the regulator, obviously I ask you the same question, will they give it, so it's not like they're running a monopoly already, and if they want to dominate this space, do you think there will be a little bit more leeway from the regulators, considering how much of the market share Netflix, Amazon Prime, and Disney Point.
I personally just think that this administration is a lot more pro-business in the traditional laissez-faire sense.
Yeah.
So personally, if you were to ask my opinion, I think it gets done, but I have no idea.
We have no idea, obviously. Yeah, I mean, the crypto space is still running here, man. Ethereum now has almost $35, $34.85. Bitcoin putting in another leg higher there, man. So some beautiful stuff. The tap on Gemini, is now 37.51, and we're tapped in, Sharif.
To that hold on, Joey. Joey, tell everybody what you're going to do live there.
I'm doing it live.
You're taking this?
Yeah, of course.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
All right, I like it.
That's why I'm hyper-focused over here, you know
That's
what I mean?
my man.
So we'll see what we got going on.
All right, we're going to tell him quickly over here that we have a buy-side imbalance. Katina Man is warming up over there, baby. We got a buy-side imbalance of 322 shares, 782. So we still have that buy-side imbalance showing up. I don't think I've seen it at sell. Maybe Neil has been. He's been watching this a little bit more. Personally, I've just seen it at buy. We got some low numbers there, 500, 300, but typically it's been buy. Let's go on to the next story. Is wheat still strong today? Better be on the weekend. Grow Generations is up 9.5 and Tilray's up 5 2/3. Everything else, including the ETFs, MSOS and MSOX, are negative, but GRWG and TLRY are up nicely. Let's talk about why. So, this is blocking the marijuana rescheduling, by the way. So a GOP-led House Appropriations Committee approved a spending bill that explicitly blocks the Department of Justice from using funds to reschedule or deschedule marijuana under the Controlled Drugs and Substance Act. The measure marks the second attempt to insert anti-rescheduling provisions into Commerce, Justice, and Science appropriations legislation. The move stalls the previous Biden administration efforts to reclassify cannabis from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3, which had already faced procedural delays. So you're getting a GOP-led House Appropriations Committee looking to put the kibosh on that. There is state-level protections preserved. So the bill will retain the 2014 rider preventing the DOJ from interfering with state medical marijuana programs across all 50 states, including D.C. and U.S. territories. However, it explicitly authorizes the Department of Justice enforcement of enhanced penalties for cannabis distribution within 1,000 feet of schools, playgrounds, colleges, or public housing. It also maintains, Joey, protections for state hemp research programs under the 2014 Farm Bill. Previously, GOP senators had filed a standalone bill back in 2023 to block cannabis rescheduling, but it failed to advance. This is on again, off again, Joey. Is it as bad as fentanyl, which is also Schedule 1?
Yeah.
Or should it be dropped back down? You and I have talked about this. I've seen alcohol destroy people and families. I personally haven't myself seen marijuana destroy people and families. That's just my personal self.
Not in the fashion in which alcohol is. I mean, you can see it on the streets. Chances are, if you live in a major city and you go into the downtown core or whatever it is, there's unfortunately a lot of individuals who suffer from alcohol abuse, and it is extremely unfortunate. But then you see the average individual just walking down the street. They can be wearing absolutely anything. Well, here in Toronto, and they're indulging in a little bit of the devil's lettuce. But I mean, again, no, I don't think they should be in the same category whatsoever. It's really surprising to me, Sharif, that they won't obviously reschedule it, considering it's like they want to be a leader in so many spaces, but it's like marijuana, no, we don't want any part of that. And I'm talking about like the likes of cryptocurrency, EV companies, AI, whatever it may be. But when it comes to marijuana, it's just like there's not a single chance. Yeah, exactly.
All right, Adira, let's hear what you have to say about this one.
Yeah, I think with regards to the question of marijuana ruining families or lives, I don't think so. I mean, like, other than after school specials or Degrassi episodes, you rarely see it portrayed in that way. But I think this was a real plot in Degrassi in the year of 2015. So, like, even only 10 years ago, things were still like this. But anyways, regardless, with regards to that question, I think, and it made me think a lot too about the Sha'Carri Richardson situation. So that was, or Sha'Carri, either way, I think I have the name right. So back in 2021, those Olympics, we had a situation where an athlete had, I guess, smoked a bit of marijuana and then failed the drug test and was not allowed to compete in the Olympics.
It's crazy.
Because of it. And there was the question of, well, is this the same as steroids? Obviously not. But like either way, she acknowledged I broke the rules. It was wrong of me. But I think the point is, why was this a rule? And I think a lot of this, with this situation and with the legalization in general, it's, I think, an idea of if it ain't broke, don't fix it. People don't really want to put all the effort in. And that's the only way I interpret this. I don't really know if it's market moving because Tilray actually capped up today either way. But
yeah. And grow generation as well. Great point, Adira. We got to tell people, especially newer traders, listen up. The first month, it's free, baby. That's right. We're waiving the fees so you can trade smarter, not harder, all by upgrading to that elite experience where you'll analyze, strategize, and hopefully after all that, you'll capitalize on their platform that has everything. You get instant data. You get infinite data and instant trading, lightning fast market insights and game-changing charts. And you can predict better with their back-testing tool, guys. You get reliable real-time data, global markets at the tips of your fingers. It's an all-in-one platform, so do not miss out. Execute your best trades now. If you're ready to elevate your trading, scan that QR code or check the link in the description. Shout out to the good folks at eSignal. There you go, Ozan. You got the eSignal ad read. Let's go on to Big Bear AI. Let's see where Big Bear is at today. They had a very interesting headline. Well, maybe not interesting for some people, as they may find it a little bit dystopian, but for the investors, it could be. They expand passenger screening at BNA. BNA is what's it called? Nashville International Airport. So Big Bear AI announced expanded deployment of its mission-ready AI security screening systems at Nashville International Airport. The tech here aims to speed up U.S. Customs and Border Protection processes for international arrivals, making border screening faster and more efficient. It also becomes, the Nashville Airport becomes one of the many airports implementing that enhanced passenger processing powered by your friends at Big Bear AI. The solution here, Joey, uses AI-powered identity verification tools for faster passenger processing. It integrates facial image capture, document scanning, customs data checks while ensuring compliance with, strict U.S. standards. The system enhances efficiency, Joseph, and reduces waiting times, but I know there are going to be people out there that hate this to the core. Big Brother's here. With AI, it's all over. Big Brother's watching us at all times, especially in these highly secure areas.
Yeah, I don't overly know too much about the company, but Shrif, to add to your point, if it's going to slow down the airport process, it's going to make a lot of people mad because I get frustrated.
It's going to make it faster, Joey. Faster.
Okay. So there you go. So everyone's getting their eye kept on it. Like I said, I'm not overly familiar with the company, but if you speed up that airport process, then sure enough, I like it too because I don't like going.
You hate airports.
No, I don't mind them. I have fun. I have fun in them.
You have fun, eh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, you know what's going on, man.
I know exactly what's going on. That's why you have fun,
I have a great time. Tap on Jemmy.
Where we at?
It's 37.30, so it's dropped about 25 cents or so.
All right, Adira, Big Bear AI. Oh, she's not there? Okay, thank you. Sassino, we'll go on to the next story. EU accept Microsoft's team unbundling commitment. So what happened here? Well, Microsoft was going to get slapped with a big boy EU fine. Looks like they may have mitigated that somewhat. The European Union has accepted Microsoft's commitment to unbundle Teams for Microsoft Office 365 as well as Microsoft 365, avoiding a large potential antitrust fine. The EU had accused Softy of abusing competition rules by tying their Teams app with its productivity software, something they don't like. Yes, I love when the government tells me how to run my business. They're so efficient. The commitments are binding for 7 years or longer, ensuring rivals can compete more effectively. So here are the terms of the agreement that Softy struck with the EU. Microsoft will sell reduced price versions of Office 365 and Microsoft 365 without Teams. Customers with long-term licenses can switch to these unbundled versions. The company will ensure what they're calling the interoperability with rival tools, which was another sticking point, and it allows users to kind of migrate data from Teams into competing products. Apparently, the accusation was Microsoft made it impossible for you to migrate your data over, which is, to me, a little anti-competitive. Microsoft pledged also to increase the price gap by 50%. What's going on? Jeff, say something, bro.
39, it opened. Let's go. Yes, Katina, man.
You guys are killing it on that. It went straight to jail.
I'm pretty sure it's halted.
Oh, wow. I didn't get in.
Yes,
I got in, Joey.
You're in now?
I got in, Joey. I'm in at the highs. Let's go. We're doing it live. We're doing it live. Let's do this, baby. GMI.
Man.
Good trade, Joey. Attaboy, bro. That's a big winner. What do you got there? Okay.
I got 37
My man's got 2 of these.
Yeah. We caught that one. All right. There it is.
Attaboy. Joseph Options. Great trade there, brother.
Thank you.
Nimit. Shout out to the OG Nimit. He's back in the house. Where you been, Nimit, man? You come over here for like a few days and then we don't see you again. What's going on? Good to see you, brother. Hope you're doing fantastic. Can't wait for you to come back. So shout out to my man Nimit.
Right,
good times when we went out there. Look at this.
There we go.
You feel good?
Dang, yeah, finally.
You feel good?
Yeah,
Attaboy.
I'm just glad that we took it.
Shout out to Joey Options, man. All right, we are halted on Gemini. 1:41:09. The earliest we will be open is 1:46:09. Mark
Did you take it, Katina?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I know.
What's going on over there, Katina? The Katina man, he's mad. He wanted more shares. Well, the Katina man always wants more shares, bro. I mean, he's a monster. Shout out to the Katina man. Good trade, brother, no matter what. So shout out to you. We're going to continue to watch as we're now involved in said name. Let's go on, though, Joey. Let's talk about this EU thing as we have, obviously, here, Gemini.
We'll show them this here quick, and then we'll pop in. Yeah, so there it is. That's it, right? So you get the limit on open, pop 2 points right out of it right there. So, yeah, as soon as it opened, I honestly panicked and just hit flatten. So,
Attaboy. That's what I did last time, too.
It's F4 and get out.
One thing from now, I'm going to do, I'm going to have a trading plan when I want to take it off the hook. So I'll know I'm going to have different level 2s so I can scalp out different shares.
So what happened with the last one, so Neil's like, don't touch the L2. So I didn't want to put orders out just in case it modified what I put in for the limit on open or changed it or anything. So I'm like, I'm not touching the L2, accept what I have, and we'll take that. But yeah, it's most definitely halted to the upside now. We'll take that 2-point banger for sure.
That's a big boy win. Shout out to your boy Joey Options over there. All right, I want to bring to your attention, who remembers BNMR? Shout out to the OG, Tom Lee. This is having a good day, Joey. Almost up 10%. It just took out local area highs over here. BMNR on the MX. It's up over 10%. So crypto names, they're in vogue today, it seems like, with the Gemini IPO coming to market. So keep your eye on this one. BMNR up 9.6%. Let's go on to the last story over here. Or did you give your take on Softy? You got to give your take on Softy. They got around the EU big fine by removing their teams from Office 365 and Microsoft 365.
Oh, really? Okay, that's very interesting. So I don't understand why the EU would make them do that, but
because they know better than everybody else.
It doesn't make much sense. But when you get into Microsoft, guys, it's obviously Azure, Cloud, Copilot, and everything along those lines. AI. And then boom, you have this massive move higher. Has this downtrend snapped? It's almost looking like it here, guys. So we'll get multiple touches throughout that. But Microsoft, I like the foreseeable future. Our guy Danny Ives said this can be the first $6 trillion, $8 trillion market capitalization company on the planet, Microsoft being leading the way. So I love what Azure's doing. Trend is snapped, in my opinion. So there you go, right? So you've broken that 500 all the way up to 511. If Microsoft starts participating, then watch out for this market continuously grinding higher and putting in these new highs. Sharif, one more thing before we go on. This is our good friend here. All right? Like our really, really good friend. Let's go. That's it, man.
I love this guy, man. All right, Adara, EU accept Microsoft's team unbundling commitments. They're going to take it off from Office 365 and Microsoft 365, and they're going to avoid that big EU antitrust fine. Adara? Yep.
Oh, I guess they're still adjusting me, I think.
Oh,
Okay,
no
here
worries.
we go. We're good to go. Yeah, I mean, I don't have too much to say here. We know that these antitrust investigations happen. They last way longer than they should, and then in the end, there's usually some kind of concession. But yeah, I mean, I do like that they're trying to, I guess, cut this battle short. They're willing to make these concessions quickly and then continue to move on. Yeah, I guess the slowing of adoption in Europe, that might be the one headwind here. But I mean, Microsoft, much like Google, has its hands in a lot of different pies. Sorry to offend you, Joe. There are a lot of different pies here. Just making a joke there. That Microsoft has a lot of different businesses in which it's involved. So I don't think this minor potential setback in Europe is going to be a massive setback for the company as a whole.
Thank you very much for that, Adair. Appreciate that. Thank you. And Joey is not offended. I confirmed.
Okay, well, that's good. I just had to make the joke, and then I was like, well.
The only thing that offends me is when you take a dig at my trading. Other than that, you can poke fun at me all you want. Just don't talk about the trading.
I don't think she said anything about your trading.
No, I'm not saying her. I'm saying people in general. I would never get mad at
what the hell?
No, I would never get mad at it.
Joey, the tap.
Yes.
The theoretical auction price. Oh, baby.
43.
It's up to 40. It was 44,
yeah,
Joey.
it was
44.
There,
so we're long here, 40.72 with your boy. So we're going to continue to watch this. As I mentioned, 141 is the 141, excuse me. 09 is 146. So it should have been open already. All right, so it looks like it's going to be a 10-minute halt then. So we'll keep an eye here on Gem. I don't understand why it has to be a 10-minute halt, bro. We just got warmed up here, bro.
Just fire it up, bro.
I know, man. Anyway, they got to make everybody sweat. So it is likely going to be a 10-minute halt right now on your friend Gemini. Ticker GEMI, guys. The open price right at 37. Again, just to give you some comparisons, what the IPO price was yesterday. Let's bring it in and talk about it quickly over here. Where is it? NVIDIA. Sorry, just one second. Just looking for that Gemini story. It should be the next one. There it is. Okay, so the IPO was $28 a share, and it was above already the range of 24 to 26. The actual open, as we just showed you, $37. We're halted now at $40.71. The theoretical auction price, Joseph,
what's it at?
44. Oh,
Come
baby.
On, open.
I'm not even going to take it out here, bro.
No, you're letting it ride. You're going to let it halt again?
Yeah. Whatever, bro. It goes, it goes. It doesn't, it doesn't. It's fine, baby.
All right, so we're going to Joey's. Actually, no, I'm not going to Joey's.
Yeah, that's a little apropos, right?
Yeah.
Joseph going to Joey. Joey going to Joey's.
Yeah,
it is Friday, actually, so it would be very appropriate to go to Joey's.
No. I'm done. I'm done. Yeah, I'm done. I had a really fun summer, man. I can't even lie, right?
Okay, I like that. Yeah. Man knows how to have fun, but he also knows how to draw a line.
Yeah,
I like
exactly.
It. All right, so guys, what we're going to do is we're just going to continue to wait for Gemini to open up. That's really what we've been waiting for all day. Let it ride. 3 halts, says 22.15 sugar-free. I like your name, man. Absolutely. Look, I don't know how many times I'm going to let it ride. We're just going to watch. We're going to observe to see what kind of buying or selling momentum there is. If it ends up, continuing to go in the direction of the upside direction, we'll let it ride. And that's all that is. Katina, man, you still holding a piece? The Katina man hasn't even.
You haven't taken anything.
He hasn't taken anything out yet.
All right.
Oh, he did take some out.
All right.
He went the beak super quick. Okay, good luck. Shout out to the Katina man. So we're going to continue to watch this, guys. Again, it likely will be a 10-minute halt. But Joey, if it's a 10-minute halt, we got a couple of more minutes left.
Yeah.
It's going to be 151.09. Super simple trick.
Dude, look at Ethereum is $2. ETHA, I should say, is $2 off of that previous all-time.
Crazy.
Bitcoin. The high is $70, so we're about $4 off of that now too. So watch out, FOMC.
That's gonna be
maybe it's a hot take, but I think so if that's the case.
Your friend Tesla too is just closing in on those highs again, Joey. Here comes $35 again on Tesla.
You know what's not being my friend right now, and that's TXN.
TXN?
Yeah.
Texas Instruments?
Yeah.
What happened?
Well, it's not doing
Tell us the story. Oh, okay. So you're involved in that?
Yeah, I'm swinging it right now.
You're swinging it?
Yeah.
Well, that's good. That's a good look. All right.
I opened it up I put the orders out last night, and then I
didn't even know. I thought you were getting into Dell. You didn't tell me anything.
I did. I got out of
remember? You got out of Dell.
Remember I was in it in the morning. I got the morning fill right at 4 a.m. And then I was just after the open. I got out of that. So fair win, yeah. small win on that one. So.
Bovin, talking about BMNR. Yes, Bovin, that's exactly my bias as well. BMNR is breaking out because of Gemini. I mean, unless BMNR has its own headline, in which case, let me know. But it's taking out levels. It's up into 12% right now. It looks like it's going to take out $54. The low on BMNR, generally, it held 49. There were obviously times it breached it, but it looked like the buyers were stepping in at $49 on the day. We're trying to work up into $54 on BMNR. This is the company that Tom Lee is involved in. You'll recall that. They're hoarding ETH. Again, keeping my eye on the atomic clock over here. We are less than a minute away, from the opening. It should be opening up in 10 seconds. So here we go. Let's see if this opens up now 44. In 10 seconds. Let's keep an eye on this 1, 2, 1. Open. There it is. Bang. Boom, into the high side. Do we go more? Do we go more, Joseph Option? No. I'll let it come down. I don't really care. All right. Let's go. Go up. It's going to hold down. Joey, that's okay. We're going to let it go. Up it goes again into 43. Do the buyers step in? Zagging here. No clear direction. We got 40.72. It's showing me 4 1/4, a little bit above 42 1/4. There it comes now. It's going to hold down. Oh no, Joey, we're going to get caught in the downhaul. I'm going to let it go. I don't care. Let it go. It's going to hold here at $40 on the dot. Actually, not on the dot. $40.02. Here comes the downhaul now. Oh, baby, we are down halted. This is really exciting. The tap showing $40. Oh, no. Oh, no. No, we're playing, of course, guys. So we're going to keep an eye here on GEMI, and we'll also keep giving you the tap, the theoretical auction price. We could have taken it out for almost a $6 winner there, Joey, but alas, we didn't do it. The tap showing 40 right now. So anything got kind of, I think, below 37, I'll flatten out on that one. But we're going to continue to watch that. I think, hopefully, we'll be able to get out while we're on the show, because last time it was a 10-minute hold, and if it's going to be a 10-minute hold this time, it's going to be 2:02. 2:02. And the big boys are going to owe us another 2 minutes.
Oh, there. All right, then. Damn it, you said.
Get it, Katina Man? Yeah, it was okay. Katina Man's happy with that, so we're pumped for the Katina Man. Looks like he did well on that one. Uh-oh. Joey.
What?
You see that?
With big smile.
Uh-oh. No, that's not big smile. Yeah. Shout out to my man Ozan. He sold at $44.55. Sorry, I just missed that. 20% of the shares. Shout out to the man. But Ozan, don't forget, Ozan's priced a little bit different. He got in earlier on. He had an earlier fill. I think, again, Ozan, you never actually answered my question. Did you get the early IPO from like the Robinhood or the Webull or SoFi that they were offering? Because remember, 30% of the shares that Gemini was offering, they were offering it to these people directly through retail, some of the retail brokerages. So let me know, Ozan, if you got your shares through there and what your cost basis is, so we can share with everybody, so everybody knows exactly what's going on. So, yeah, shout out to everybody who took this. Shout out to everybody in the chat that's been keeping an eye on this, and we've been keeping an eye on it for you. The tap now showing $38. Nope, $37.93. So it looks like, Joey, everybody looking to get out. Oh, my days. Oh, my days, bro. I'm trying to concentrate over here. I'm in a position. I'm out of the money, too, bro. Oh, no. I don't care. All right, guys. What else you got? Okay, he did answer 2 times. I didn't mean it. So he got his shares from Robinhood at $28 US. Fantastic. That's exactly what we were talking about with Gemini, making 30% of the 15.5 million shares that they were making available for the IPO, specifically to retail investors. I love how Robinhood did that. I love how SoFi did that. Like, why should retail be, priced out of the IPO? Yeah, you know what I mean? That's the move here. Exactly. I think more people should do this, don't you?
I think so, man.
I think great.
I think with in the likes of the Discord IPO, maybe we'll take a little stab at that to see if we can get involved in that in the early stages before it opens.
I'm not a big. Okay.
Discord's phenomenal. I think for group chatting, yeah. I think it's a.
Do they monetize well?
I don't think so. Yeah, that's a great question, because when I'm using it, there's no ads, but you can get more in depth with the platform as well, too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting to know.
That's a great question. What's going on? Do you guys see like any digital ads in Discord? I personally don't, just for monetization. But there's like an elite package that you can pay for, and it gives you extra emojis and stuff like that. So,
yeah. Just keep on the lookout there, Joey, because I'm waiting for this to open up. So just let me know what you're looking at over there.
Yeah, for sure, man. I'm having a blast here just looking at the crypto space climb higher. Obviously, I sold a bulk of my Ethereum at 32, but I'm still holding on to a little bit. I'm in some TXN as well, too. Nothing substantial just yet. Just a little bit under 70 just shares, right? So nothing substantial. And we'll look to add a couple contracts if the thesis does working. Why I'm involved in this is just because all my alerts here, let me pull them up here, bear with me a second, is that the majority of them are working. So I've been displaying this for some time now, and I'm like, all right, I'd rather just take the trade than feeling FOMO. AMD going absolutely nuts. Did that pull up there? So there it is. So this hammer candle here, consecutive selling, you're down over 15%. Closer to 20, right? Same thing with NVDA. You get that 10% pullback, you get that move higher. What's coin been up to? Slow grind higher, but a nice base, down over 20%, right? From peak to this current local low, 34% to be exact. Dell, we took advantage off these hammers. Volume print was there. And we didn't take fully advantage of that. But so for me, it's just like, all right, enough is enough. There's AMAT as well, too. Palantir doing its own thing, and we went over this multiple times, right? You can just see the indecision prints, the volume candles. Michael Noss was talking about these prints specifically earlier in the morning, so that's something positive. And then now, why am I in? Where did my TXN go? It's not even up here. Did I remove it off the list? So essentially, it's the same thing, right? TXN. But the thing is, though, we're at the lower end of the range, and what I was expecting here with this specific swing trade is that you have these indecision prints. There's nothing from a volume standpoint that is outstanding other than what you see here, but I would have expected a small gap higher, so I wouldn't be surprised if I get stopped out at 182 there on TXN. But yeah, as for the crypto space, everything's beautiful.
All right, guys, it's going to be a 10-minute down halt. If it was to open, it was going to open at 156.52. It is now 157.20, or at least a 10-minute halt. It could be more. The first one was 10 minutes as well, as we know, so this one will open at the earliest 2:01:52. That is the earliest this one will open, and the top, it's been zigging and zagging a little at 37, now showing 38, but that's still well below the price that I got in at 40.72. So we're a little out of the money right now. We're going to see what this one opens up at and whether or not it's met with any buying. So we're going to keep an eye on the theoretical auction price right now, showing 38. That hasn't really moved since that time. Let's look at BMNR. BMNR is still on a rampage. It's at the day high. It just touched 53.80 again. It's a bit spready, obviously, as we know BMNR to be. It trades on the Amex exchange, so don't forget that Amex exchange, so you won't be able to see the theoretical auction price if BMNR halts. You're going to fly blind. So just keep that in mind. If you're okay with that, then, hey, have at it. Just make sure you're exercising sound risk management. It looks like they're selling here at the $0.75 on BMNR. We're going to cover this as we wait for Gemini to unhalt. There goes BMNR into the high of the day. It just took out some of the sellers at 80s, but the sellers coming back in over here, do they get decimated? We have higher lows in anticipation of what feels like a $53.80 to $54 break. Why do I say that this feels like that? Because each successive candle has got a little bit of a higher low than it's the candle preceding it. So as you accumulate into a good area of resistance like that, usually, you can take out some sellers. So we'll continue to watch that. We'll report on it to you guys. It is 159 and change right now. Let's see exactly 159.15. Again, we're waiting for, Gemini to open. The top now 38.14. 38.16. Now as we get closer to opening time, you're going to see that move a little bit. I also want to let you know another IPO on the day, FOFO on the NQs up bigly, 113.75% from the IPO price, not from the low. It's halted at $8.55, but this is an important area. That's the high. It cleared the high, and the top, we're flying right at the same area, 853, 855. So for the moment, the theoretical auction price basically hanging around the day high, not higher. So we'll keep tabs on that. Let's have a look at what time it is right now, Joey. It is now 2 o'clock on the dot. Again, the earliest we will open is 8 seconds before 2:02, 2:01:52. The earliest we'll open on GEMI.
You like this here? Let me pull up my old screen. You like that? Nice rounded, and then sure enough, you're starting to break up.
I said to you, bro,
Yeah.
I said to you, if that holds the higher low, that's a fake wick, we know that. If it holds the higher low, that is the move.
It's done.
That is the move.
All right, right away. Right away.
Straight to jail, right away.
All right,
No, when you showed me that, that was my thing. That if I was putting a technical stop, it would have been a little bit below that area
level.
low.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, guys, not much time left here. We're gonna wait for this to open up again, right, Sharif? So yeah, let's see what we got going on.
Yeah, we have to wait a little bit.
Yeah, that's fine. That's totally fine. Zuck's Revenge. No, good stuff, guys. Happy Friday. I'm glad that we had the ability to lock that in. I mean, we did have some big time opportunities that we missed on. So again, in the likes of iBit, we were trying to get involved in this, and then sure enough, that was the move that we were looking for, and unfortunately, we didn't get to partake in that. But that's okay. You got to take it for what it is, and the same with the likes of Ethereum, ETHA, 222. Another big time move, and we were in up here again, and boom, goes off to the races. So I love it when the crypto space is in play. It's a lot of fun. You get some big time moves, and then obviously we got to talk about our losers as well too, and that's going to be on Alibaba. We did take a loss on this one, not too shortly after the open, about an hour or so, a little bit less than that. We take that little loss there. So not too bad of a day so far, Sharif. I can't complain about it.
All right, Joey, I think we're about less than 20 seconds now. It is 40. We're waiting for 52s. Less than 10 seconds for that 10-minute threshold. Whether or not we open up at 10 minutes, here we go. 2, 1, go. Oh, no, it's selling off. I'm going to have to flatten out here, so we'll take an L on that one. Yeah, there it goes into the area low at 37, rocketing right back up into 38, Joey. So we'll give back a little bit of the day, but we'll stay positive on the day, believe it or not. Yeah, so I didn't take too many shares clearly here.
That's good, yeah.
But that's the look right there. So we'll give back a little bit on GEMI. And oh, no, it's losing 37. Here it goes down into 36.
I mean, you had a $3 winner on it.
Yeah, I know, I was greedy. That's small shares. I'm like, let's just let it go, right? I didn't care.
Yeah.
All right, guys, it's been a blast. I had a blast this week, straight up.
Good stuff.
I hope everybody has a fantastic weekend. I will see everybody momentarily at the big desk. But for now, we're sending you to the big kahunas. Neil and Sean, that way.
There we go. My mic is on.
There you go. My mic is
Wow.
on.
So obviously
hot.
you guys just saw Gemini.
Mic is hot.
Why is the position board is incorrect?
Punch out. You're still on Gemini. What the hell are you doing?
No, it would be in the money. I'm not.
Yeah, nice
no.
trade.
I'm not in that position anymore. I was about to tell you guys the slippage. The slippage on the 37 stop order was all the way down to 36.30.
Yeah, I got 29s. You beat me.
Oh, no, never mind. No, I did get 29s. I got 29s as well.
Okay.
But you got to keep in mind, I had nothing. I had no size on this. I took way less than last time. So the slippage slippage would have been way worse. Way worse than, what was the other one the other day? Klarna? So it would have been much worse.
$2 slippage.
That's what I'm saying. This could have been nasty if you actually put on the regular size. Like, think about it. It instantly halted up. This is, just to give you an idea.
Where we punched out on Klarna? No, it was 70 or 80 cents.
70 or 80 cents.
You did better than me on that one.
I think I was 50 pennies.
Yeah.
But here's the idea how ridiculous this was. You know, usually when it opens up and there's all these outs on the way to the halt, with this, you waited a heartbeat and you were offering the halt price to the upside. Like that's how quickly it was. I'll use a 5-second chart to demonstrate. This is what the 5-second chart looked like on Gemini. It opened, and if you had shares, you were essentially getting 40. It was 37 to 40. It's the freest $3 we've ever seen.
$3.
This was actually
200 more. Yeah.
Yeah. To be honest, this would have been better for me than if I had used the same amount of. It would have been better than any of the other ones this year, just based on the way that it moved. And then you could have had 44s and 45s on the way back down. It was a grip trying to get any shares out on the way down. Like, I think it was a miracle getting any 42s, and then I held on to less than 10% to run the bottom. And Gemini, look, all the other IPOs, to be honest, I didn't really look at them. I do know that LGN opened lower than the issue price, but this will say 35% to the upside. Really, if it closes under 37, that's going to be another one of these rug jobs. So just I'm going to hit refresh. I'm not in that position. I don't know why it's not updating. But anyways, that was worth the wait, I suppose. I guess.
Yeah.
And back underneath. And it's just breaking the lows now.
Yeah, I don't have much else to say. I mean, I tweeted it out what I did. It's just, yeah, like we didn't take, so I took like 10% of the shares I took on Klarna. Like I was excited for Klarna and then it went to the downside. And the same thing's happening here. I mean, the thing is that it gave us one opportunity in 1 minute. These are 1 minute candles. So it's like get in, get out. And then that's right where it halted the first time at $41 basically. And then so we're able to get out there. That was a nice little $3 move higher, right? And then it went whoops. And then there's the first halt. So there's the halt, there's the out on the halt. So I'm always gonna get something out on the halt. And then as it was falling back down, like Neil said, it was tough to try to figure out what to do. And I was just like trying to punch out because I was like, oh no. And then right there we got out just before it halted. So we got out a decent chunk just before it halted on the downside. So it's only had 2 halts. One there, one there. You saw it both on the live show. And there's the breakout lower and Neil and I both punching out of our last little bit there as we break through $37, which is the IPO price. So what was it supposed to go out at? It was supposed to go out at
28.
28. So still good for many of you that were able to allocate there down at $28. But I said to Neil, like, how can we, next time, like, so Klarna, I think it's just anything associated with crypto. So we'll wait. Yeah. But like, the other ones were down today, right? What was it? It was you have them up here.
It's LGN.
PIA.
No, so LGN was the largest by size. And it's actually up. It opened.
VIA's only gone up.
This one was actually interesting because the issue price was 28 and it opened at 27. So it opened lower and then ran. That's via transport, right? Via transportation. That looks trash. That one, well, no, that was. What does it say down? Oh, so this one opened lower and ran too.
It was good.
Yeah, the issue price was 46, so it opened out of the money.
Right.
It opened down at 44 and then bought up right into 46. Right into 46.
I think the big thing is like nothing is the same. And
no, not at all. That sucks.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, see, so this is what we're talking about, SF Day Trader, exactly. That slippage, that's why I was saying $2. Once it broke 50, it was $2 break. And that sucked. So.
Klarna.
Klarna, yeah. That's what this guy says right here, Klarna. What did I say? I think I said Klarna. But anyways, yeah, so what's up to SF Day Trader there? Yeah, tough one, man. The SPACs or the IPOs haven't been great. There's another one, VIA, as Neil was just talking about.
There was a fourth one.
BRCB.
That's the one.
Was the other one here. Black Rock Coffee.
Black Rock Coffee.
Here's Black Rock Coffee. You're up 38%.
I'm drinking tea.
All right, and there it goes. So here goes Black Rock Coffee potentially halting to the upside if it gets going again. So that's almost no, not really. I thought it was $30. No, it's only quickly up $1 there. So this one opens up at $26.50, but then look what happens. You lose again. That went down to 25 before it battled again. So all three, so far, 3 IPOs we looked at, and the other one was LGN. LGN was the other one today. And that one, ooh, all right, we found the best one. There it is. I mean, this is the only one that actually did something that we're used to. It opens up right here at 27.
And it's the biggest one.
And then it goes, pop,
by size.
Goes the weasel. And the thing is that it might have got you out, to be honest with you. It could have wicked to that bottom there. And I don't know, depending on if there's a dark pool print that hits you out there, if it breaks through 27. But so today, 3 for 4. All three IPOs downside. And there goes Gemini making new lows right now. So thankful to be out of that one. And it's just like the minute you think you have something that's working,
they flip the script on you.
They flip the script on you. We've seen that with imbalance locators and stuff like that. Neil and I have been sitting here a couple times where we're like, oh, this is supposed to be a buy or this is supposed to be a sell. And it comes out the right way. And then in 5 minutes or 3 minutes, it flips the other way on you. And then you're like,
still wrong.
What did I miss? All right, so that's that. So 2:09 right now. We're going to have a special guest coming through around 2:30, so that should be fun. You know about it? You don't know about it? Neil does not know. Check
what?
your...
I am now checking.
Chat with me, you, and Brendo.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, it's a special one. It's not scheduled. All right, there goes Gemini right now, breaking $34 right now to the downside. So Gemini be in trouble right now. It is a failed IPO. You're going to hear, Neil and I joke about this all the time.
Nice.
You're going to hear CNBC say, Gemini opens up 21%. Really? No, it didn't. It opened up at 37 and it's now 34.50. So let's not pretend like everybody in the world is long here at $28 because there it goes to the downside rate now. So Gemini, definitely another failed IPO. I mean, I don't know if Klarna failed. I mean, I should watch the language there because still up higher than, you know, the projected range.
I think it's a fail if it closes on the low.
As day trade.
In my opinion.
Oh, closes on the low?
Yeah.
Yeah, but as long as it holds the price of 28, right? I mean, if they could do better than 28.
Well, Klarna's already got to 40 today.
Yeah.
How many days did it take? Klarna got to 40, $40.25. 2 days for it to get back to the issue
Tuesday
price.
it was. It opened
Exactly.
Tuesday.
We have the rundown ready already?
Yeah. What's up, Jake? Oh, Jake wants to know. Raider Trader, he went with another company, so I don't know what he's doing. He was an individual, and now he's with somebody, so they're not. We don't have guests on that or like selling stuff. Basically, at the end of the day, we have. We don't know. We'll maybe we'll bring him back. I don't know what we're going to do with Raider Trader, but he's.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing
his own thing.
He's doing his
right
own
now,
thing.
So we're not. Yeah, we're letting him be.
He reaches out.
Yeah, he had told. Remember, he told us a whole bunch of times he's doing something now in Florida. We'll wait to see if he has any interest in coming back at all. But we always want to have the best guests. Yeah. And Raider Trader was great. So if we can.
Oh, shout out to who was it? What was the name of the viewer with the donuts? It was
Oh God.
Anyways,
I just remember Ecuador.
A big thank you to our friend from Ecuador because it was a score.
I just cut one in half. Oh man, it was so good.
It was it had caramel filling. It was so good. So
I went and did like 400. I did like 450 calories or something burned on the elliptical.
Well, at least you did that.
At least I did that.
I just sat here.
I just put them right back on.
And ate a donut. I think let's get this rundown started.
Right back on. $33 Gemini.
Yeah, let's go. We'll go home.
Yep. Oh, hey. All right. Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. I didn't even know, but the big boys were locked, and they're loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers over here is to get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. But you got to throw in that $sign, and then followed by whatever ticker you want. Vote all the way up to 2 o'clock, guys. Here's a look at all 4 major averages. 2 are green, 2 are red. Leading the way here is the NQ up nicely, 0.42%. A little over flat is the ES up 0.7. The Dow negative on the day, down 0.47%, coming well off the highs. And then the worst major average on the day, the Russell 2000, down a little over 0.2%. But here is the first ticker as decided by you guys, TSLA. And what a couple of days it's been for Tesla. Since yesterday's open, guys, on Tesla, we are up about 12 2/3%. Today, we're good for another 7 on the back of this headline. Tesla rises after the Nevada DMV approves autonomous driving tests in public. This was confirmed by a Tesla investor. Today, I confirmed directly with the Nevada DMV that Tesla's application to obtain a testing registry certificate was approved by the DMV Office of Business Licensing team yesterday. Tesla investor and influencer Sawyer Merritt posted on X yesterday, guys.
All right, so I don't know who thought about Tesla could go up today. Put your hand up. Aye. We just hit the trade that we thought we would get an opportunity to hit, and we hit it right away at 9:30. As soon as it broke that 372, I mean, we liked it right there. 365 office, 365 support there, 372 long. I just said it was at a daily resistance. As soon as we broke above that 365 level that we made in May, I was all aboard on that trade, and this is what the trade looked like. I started tweeting it out a little bit. You guys can go over there and find the exact details, or you can just listen to what I'm going to say right now. There it was right there. There's 372, and the big break, if you sort of zoom this back out, we had 372 was right up into here. That's 369. There was no key level of 372. What we were looking at was this May break is what I typed in there. A break of 370, 369 and change got us above those levels. We were talking about this yesterday. If we could open up, remember yesterday was 368? Or something like that, and I was like, if this were a little bit more time in the day, we would have hit that. And then so today it was right away. It's the number one. I mean, we have Open Door written on here because always, but it did 1 billion shares. Tesla was our number 2 idea, and it was just the break of this pre-market high. That's all that we got 72 from. So there it was. It made a little wick dark pool at 8 a.m. I don't normally consider those, but I was just looking for an area to go long in. And if we zoom in even more, there's 70, That's 71.20. We just ramped it up into that level. 72. There's the break and there's the take, and all the way up. Right. My best out is 90s. Once it broke the 50-period moving average, this was live on the show. We got stopped out when it broke there. So the fact that it's continuously moving upside here, Klarna's going to hold the day for me, but we did really, really well on Tesla. So that was a really great trade, and $14, $15 there to the upside. Now, obviously, it would be $25, but there's no way. I don't know how to predict that. So we'll just hold it, and now we wait for 4 bills. If 400 can come through, I think it might be a short.
It's a Friday. I don't think
that's what I was just going to say. If it ramps, well, Neil, we got to 396. So, and that, how long that took to get $4?
But 4 is a huge level on a Friday.
I agree, but this was 30 minutes to go $4. So I think Neil and I are going to say the same thing. It's just if it gets to 400, I think it's worth a shot looking at the size and seeing what's there, and then probably go. Yeah, I think I'd go short 99.50, because if it breaks it, I expect 50 cents slippage, something like that. So that would be worth $1. So what I would always do is look to say, okay, let's just say you made $300 on Tesla so far today, and you only want to give back half. So that I would say you would only trade this with 150 shares. Because if you have $1 worth of slippage, which is potential in this name, right? Then short it at $399.50, wait to see what happens at 4 bills, put your stop order in or whatever, and if it breaks $400.50, then you can get out and you give back half of your day. I think that's worth it, but I don't know, like Neil said, it's a tricky one because it's late on a Friday, and the NASDAQ is up, and I thought it would be down today, so. Really surprised. We're going to go out like a lion, I guess, here at the highs, all-time highs on the NASDAQ. And, it's now, is this, I know you got to do something, so I'm just going to hurry up on this. Is this year highs on Tesla? No. So it made that, so that's December, January. So into here would be 420, 430. These are areas that puts it finally back to green on the year after all that happened with Trump and Elon and all that. But there it goes. Again, we could talk about them not selling any cars, but it seems like the market has other ideas for Tesla.
Yeah, it's true. And in 14 years, they've had 0 hacks. Yep. 0 excuses. BTCC.com delivers when others don't. Trade Bitcoin up to 500x. Even Tesla. Gold and Forex, if you're interested in that. With smart copy trading, you don't just watch the pros, you can trade like them. Regulated in the US, Canada, and Europe, and trusted by 6.8 million traders. And there's a Trader TV Live exclusive. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description box for a 15% deposit bonus. BTCC.com, where the pros trade, and now so can you. And only while it's relevant, I want to mention this because it might become relevant again. On a 5-second chart, after the halt, Gemini respected the one time it got to the volume-weighted average price, and then it was respecting the 50 period for a bit on the south side, then a bit on the north side. It just broke back underneath 50 period. I didn't want to wait till we got to it, just in case anyone's watching. I found that these lower time frame charts sometimes are pretty useful on the IPOs on the first day because you don't really have a lot of data to work with, and it's moving obviously very, very quickly. We'll talk more about Gemini in a second, though. Sharif.
Open door next, and what a move it was yesterday, almost 80% by the all was said and done today. Giving back a little bit here, guys, about 12 and a quarter. No new news, obviously, on open, but there was this little media bit from earlier on. The chair of the open board chair, Rabois, says the company's bloated, guys, and needs to cut about 85% of its workforce, reports CNBC.
So 85%.
What's interesting this morning was, look, and we had no idea. We don't always know what Michael Lawson is going to talk about, right? Sometimes I think he's going to talk about crypto because of Gemini, which we know he's into crypto. But today, he was talking about Opendoor. Now, personally, I liked Opendoor for some dip buys, unless it was going to hold over $10. Let me just get these fibs out of the way. If it had held over $10, I was looking for a continuation play. Obviously, you can see before the open, we lost the $10 level, and the only bounce zones I liked was right in here about 980, put that in the note, and then right in here in the low 9s off of this afternoon dip, which was about 1 o'clock yesterday. And both of those levels ended up being good longs. But what was interesting to me is sometimes these levels actually match. If you draw fibs from yesterday, you actually come up with those same areas. And that's what Michael Noss was talking about. He was talking about drawing the Fibonacci's. And if you look at these Fibonacci's, they actually were pretty good. Or Fibonacci's, as Sharif tells me I'm supposed to call them. So maybe there's something to look at for Open Door when intraday trading. That said, yesterday was the big, massive volume day, so maybe it was only relevant for today. You already saw it bounce off the 880, maybe not as clean off the 920, very clean off the 960 there. If it drops down, maybe have a look at the 825. And then I think he said 750, but that's closer to 740 at the absolute bottom. So it was pretty useful to slap those in there, although to me, they corresponded with some support and resistance anyways. So I think you would have liked it at support and resistance, but Fibonacci's worked as well. And this isn't even that bad of a pullback when you put this into perspective. Like this could pull back to $7.50, $8, and still be in an upward trend. The squeeze is still here. This has had pullbacks before. Down 11% doesn't really mean much. The shorts don't win if this thing goes down 10%. Not even close.
Yeah, Gemini still at $35. Yeah, so the only trade that I looked at today was Open Door at $10. And then once that was the actionable prices right at open, I didn't really want that. I mean, I thought if we came back into $10, that would be a spot where it would absorb, but it didn't really do anything. At 920, we had broke below that level. So for me, key resistance or support level of $10. We took the trade yesterday when it broke higher. Today, it's not going. And we had that pull up. Does Gemini get to $12? I thought yes, not right. Now it's all the way to the downside here today. Or sorry, Gemini, Open Door. I still think it's going to get back to the upside. I mean, you're another story away on Monday that, rockets this thing back up. When you're talking about taking risks on stocks, some days you're going to have to give back a little bit. You saw Oracle, with that huge move up and gave it all, not all back, but, broke that 300 level and gave it back a little bit. But same thing here for Open Door. It broke 10, and now I think it's trying to figure itself out. So we just maybe have to go to a 5-minute chart. So it holds that area, which is somewhat interesting there at 880. So I think that's the next area to look. Like, what about this? There's a huge gap there, right? And then comes back in and holds. So if you use those bottom wicks, I think 850. I think you can try to go long here, 880. Wait till 850. If 850 breaks, you get out. That's 30 cents worth of risk. I mean, you've already retraced back up 60 cents from that level. So I think that's good. You're getting a little cross up here between the 200 and the 50. I mean, fine. I like the stock. I like the stock at 880. So if we can get a dip buy into Open Door this afternoon at 880, let's go with it. Perfect timing, man. Gemini something space station.
Yeah.
I don't even understand what that means.
It doesn't have to make sense.
Are they trying to get like the rocket thing going on there? But anyways, let's go talk to Sharif about Gemini and figure out why all but one IPO today is now underneath its open price.
Exactly, Sean. Well said. It opened up at exactly $37.01 after it was priced at $28 per share. It's oversubscribed. It was the previous range was 22 to 24. Ended up being given to the IPO investors yesterday at 28. To us, it was at 37.01. So not much more to say than that. Obviously, the name of the company is Gemini Space Station for whatever reason, but they're obviously dealing crypto, and they were looking to expand their retail offering as well into credit cards.
If you look at the recent IPOs, they've all been trending down, with the exception of MIAX, the boring Miami exchange. All they do is take every time they get a fill, they make that money on their gateway. And
never using their gateway again.
Well, I use it. I should have taken. See, that's the thing. I use their gateway. We could have all bought.
My bad, my ex-guys out there. If you're watching, my bad. I'll give you guys a lot. Don't worry.
No, I every single day. I probably have some outrage.
Oh, you do every single day.
Well,
I have a decent rebate.
I put orders. Yeah, I put orders out on it every single day. I don't know if I always get filled on it. Bullish might be the example to use here. For
it's going to look exactly.
Like this is what the candle is appearing like it's going to look like. And if you look at the history of some of the recent IPOs, yeah, you do get an opportunity. These are prices you could have had on the first day. Like I know it's an ugly looking candle on the first day for bullish, but those were all realistic. You could have taken that open, and it was shooting to the upside. From 90 to 115, almost $120, and then you flush, and then you're in the middle, and then trending down. You get a couple of dead cat bounces, and then trend back in. I'm not completely convinced that Gemini wouldn't be any different from that. As I said, Unless something crazy happens, it's going to look the same. It's going to look very much the same. Where if you didn't take the opening print rush, then maybe you magically believed in 33. I would almost argue, like, anybody shorting this, here's the thing, like, this would be Obi, because it halts down at 40, and then it bounces and rejects 40 to the penny on the bounce, and then flushes down. So if you like the short, then it gave you the whole price, it gave you the retest, and then it flushed $7. So this can be played in either direction. I might be done with this for the day. The liquidity is actually not that good. Keep in mind, this was like 500 million. All the best ones have been over $1 billion in size. Like none of these four were over $1 billion in size. This one was only $500 million worth of shares coming out. So I think this is a one-day type event, or maybe a 20-second event, or the first 5 minutes, or whatever. And maybe you just start thinking about the backside after that. You can look for a bottom. This one, I think if it gets to $28 next week, I think we take a shot at it to the long. Because I think it tries to hold green. Klarna did today. It bounced off 40. So I don't see why this one wouldn't try to bounce off 28 next week.
I'm pretty sure it will get to $28 next week. All right, so just real quick, almost the exact same chart. So in, out on the first halt, up, boom, down, leave it alone. You're right, Sir Poopy Pants. We missed one. It's FOFO. FOFO.
The Hong Kong.
Hang Feng Technology Innovation Company. It worked. This is the IPO that everybody is on. No, I don't think anybody's on this one. So opens up 450, I guess. What's the open price? No, open price is 525, man. So that actually goes to 450. So I'm gonna slap a fail on this, Sir Poopy Pants.
Yeah, I would have lost.
Never calling you that again, my guy. Okay, but 450. So yeah, I just think that. Again, if you held it, great. But if it opens up at 5 1/4 and breaks $5, you're still holding that. Like that's brave if you're doing that. So congratulations if you did that. But at the end of the day, this one is working out. And so let's just go the other ones just quickly. Then we're going to go back to Sharif because he's got to get out of here. LGN right now. So this is another one that opened up today. So we can have a quick look at this one. This one actually is the only one of the 4 major ones that we had discussed earlier on today that looks like it works. So LGN comes in at $27, holds that level basically to the penny, and then just rips to 29 and change. So that was a working one too. Coffee, BRCB is Black Rock Coffee. That does not work. That opens up at $26.50 right here at the top end of these wicks. Tanks, I mean, I don't know, down to $25. So that's BRCB. The other one is VIA. So we get Via Transportation, Via Rail, I guess, right? We have Via here. I like Via. Yeah, and this one actually, what am I talking about? Where did this one IPO at? 44.
That one worked.
This one worked too.
But it opened underneath.
Oh yeah, that was the problem with this one, is that it was under the issue price of 46 or something like that. So, okay, it still worked.
Maybe this isn't what I think it is.
Okay, it doesn't matter. This one was good. It goes 44 to 46, then flushes down. You definitely get stopped out on that break anyways. So that's that. And then Gemini. So those are all the ones that we had looked at today. And then we'll throw in for you, Sir Pants. We'll throw in FOFO for you, but there it is, man. Nice downside play for Gemini. I think we get lower. What is bullish doing on this, actually? Let's just see quickly.
Probably falling.
Yeah, bullish falling there. So again, failed IPO brings bullish down.
Is that right at the open?
Yep, that's right at the open of the IPO right there, so no surprise there.
Of course it is.
And then Coinbase probably heading southbound on this as well. I don't think Coinbase should even move on this. Yeah, see, so Coinbase kind of just saying, hold my beer. So yeah, so far so good here today with the IPO. We both made money, so we're happy with it. I don't know what else to do. Like I said, man, I took about 10 times, I took more than 10x the risk on Klarna, and I made more money today. It's just, sometimes that's order execution.
I took 15 times the risk to make less on Klarna.
Less, yeah.
The degree to which we got away with one on Klarna, there's sometimes you make money on a trade, but it's you know it wasn't worth the amount that you risked. It was not worth the amount on Klarna.
Come on now, everyone saw you.
Yeah,
yo, Raheem is here. What's going on, my guy?
Look at you. The casual look in
Friday,
jeans.
everybody.
It's Friday, everybody. I like the casual look.
If you see me on the street.
Where's Armand at? Yeah, isn't that
School,
nice?
you can't pull him from school?
He did offer to take the day off.
Did he? Did he?
At least the afternoon.
All right, we can't talk
Friday.
too much. He doesn't have a mic. Well, it doesn't matter.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah,
We have a special guest coming and related to Raheem, but not his kid. So you have a couple guesses there if you want. But okay, so we're gonna do that in just a couple minutes.
Let's quickly get BB out.
Yeah, I guess Sharif is still. You want to still do it?
Yeah. Let's
Okay, watch out, Brenda. We got to use those cameras. Okay, let's go over to Sharif. We got B. Maybe do them both.
Let's just do them quickly.
Sharif, do them both.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go back over to Sharif.
All right, guys, let's talk about Big Bear first and foremost. Up nicely on the day, about 3.5%. It was up at 4% not long ago. Good headline for Big Bear on the day. They announced the expanded deployment of its mission-ready AI screening systems at Nashville International Airport. What it's going to do is basically going to speed up the U.S. Customs border protection process for international arrivals, kind of making border screening faster and more efficient. So good luck for them. The second such headline we've heard from them at a major U.S. international airport. Last on the list, guys, Ionic. Fantastic look for this one today, up 17.5%. Recorded record highs. Shares of Ionic rise after the quantum computing company said the UK investment security unit had cleared its acquisition of Oxford Ionics, which is a British AI startup. The market liking that to the tune of 17.5%, boys.
Yeah,
All right, here we go.
It was great for if you're looking at IonQ or Rigetti. BBAI, really, you didn't have many chances here. It lost VWAP early. That was an L. And then it bounced off 5. The only place I liked it was VWAP and 5. And every time took it at VWAP was this one was flat. That's a loser. And then it held $5 a couple of times. So the only reason I'm up is because the $5 ones worked and the VWAP ones didn't. But it's a choppy downward trend. It's just no continuation. But what's interesting about it, and this is probably the only thing interesting about it, that's the exact same pattern from yesterday. So pop, trend down, and then you could short the lower high. So if BBAI does that again, you're almost thinking the same thing. But on the daily chart, what we talked about in the afternoon yesterday is still true. On the daily chart, it has broken the trend and is holding higher. So the bounce off the 200 period on a swing basis is still good and still valid. But the day trade was like a muted one today where you had to pick the right spots to be any good with it. And as far as IonQ and Rigetti go, we'll go with IonQ first because they were the ones specifically with the story. They both rallied. This is going to close.
Why do you gain?
I have no idea.
Hot fire.
Thank you. I have no idea.
Duh.
My mic apparently is having issues because of static.
Because you're electric, my guy.
I have no idea how that makes any sense.
I told you how.
Well, I'm not shocking anybody when I touch it.
You're shocking everybody, man. You're shocking the world. All right.
52-week high break on IonQ is all I want.
It is great, yeah. We want to say a big shout out to Brian Shannon. I mean, I'm not going to. If you come over to the screen here, Andre, I'm just going to say, I've already shouted this handsome gentleman out. He was on with me on Tuesday, and I said, yo, give me a call. And he said, what about Rigetti? And again, Rigetti today up 16%, and it was bouncing off the 50-period moving average on the daily. I mean, so shout out to Brian Shannon Tuesday. This is why you always have to. I told you, we're going to have the best guests. Period. So there it is, right there. He caught me by surprise when he mentioned it. He was talking about spaghetti, and boom, there goes Rigetti. So the whole space now is starting to go upside. Look. Was it a great call? Yes. Obviously, we're here to give credit to anybody that makes good calls or bad calls. It doesn't matter. Just justified, right? I mean, you're waiting for news. It's not like it just bumped up 30%.
It's riding the...
Yeah, this is nice going. This is also the 200 period. So it's just you need catalysts. So when stuff works off of levels, it does work out in this exact situation. I kind of feel it's that same thing as Tesla, right? I sat here for weeks and you guys were always asking me, why is Tesla not as traded by me anymore? And I said, as soon as it breaks this level, we can go one way, and then the downside, the levels are a little more difficult, but right there, we just put on our trade for Tesla for the month, basically, breaking that level. So I think that's the same thing with Rigetti. Technical level, yes. Give it a reason, yes, as well. All right, Big Bear AI. I'm still long 4 and change on this. It hasn't been great. Neil just showed it to you. Active early, that's where all the volume was. Pretty much 10 o'clock volume gone. Got back going a little bit by noon when it tried to make a move higher. But yeah, this name, Big Bear AI, is pretty sleepy right now. Sometimes you got to let the bears hibernate. just a little bit. And I think that right now, Big Bear AI, it got a news story. I really don't. I mean, it respected the 200 period there, but remember, that's 450. So it's not like buying 5 is the key dollar area.
I think the stop is 450.
I would almost buy it at 450 and then stop yourself. Because, I mean, again, as Neil was saying there, it depends on your risk tolerance. But it's just like, I bought this thing each dollar all the way down and just small amounts of money. So, like, I just think if you're waiting for a 50%, 100%, 200% winner, sometimes you got to let it go 50% against you. Like, so that's why for me, I'm not putting in like, I don't want to say a number, but an unreasonable number. Something where if it does go down 50%, you're fine averaging in. And I think that's tough. I wouldn't do those kind of plays
S&P all-time high.
On everything else. Yeah, S&P, yeah, NASDAQ, everything's all-time high. Neil, as long as it's above zero.
Well, the ES wasn't. The NASDAQ was. The ES just went. The NASDAQ was already making an all-time high, but we just broke out. Well, we broke out while we've been talking. It didn't just happen 2 seconds ago. So let's get on up to the desk. We have a special... Oh, no, we're not ready. Okay,
Andre's going to holler at us.
My bad. I got ahead of myself. We'll wait. We do have our special guest coming. What is Open doing?
No, this FOFO. This is the other
FOFO
one. Yeah, I was looking at Open Door. This just halted.
What's it called again?
So this is Hang Jang Fofung Fee. Oh, this is Fee Fi Fo Fum. Right now,
want a bottle of rum.
Let's just talk about it. It's Hang Fang Technology Innovation Company. So if you know what they do, congratulations. But it's just probably just one of those names where the Chinese government trying to get a little rich off this. It looks like it's trying to do it right now as well. So there goes FOFO to the OO upside. All right, so that's going to be halted and open back up in just a couple minutes. Apple there. I thought the Apple conference was actually pretty good. We were asked questions about, do you short Apple off that? What do I do if I'm holding puts? You know, you ran right into the 200 and the 50-period moving average. So those were areas of some kind of concern there that was really bought up. So, yeah, I don't know. We actually had a negative story today on Apple that they mentioned there may be supply issues.
But it wasn't that bad
because was it demand or supply?
It was there was a regulatory issue why they had to halt the iPhone Air, just only the Air in China. So like they had the date of the September 19th was supposed to be the roll date, and then they changed it to like undetermined. But you could still get, you could still get the 17 Max. Like it was only the Air, so it really wasn't that bad of a story. And I think, once you grasp that, it was too late because they bought the dip like right away on Apple. It's not as if there was like a secondary. It was just higher, low, and then by the time it confirmed the higher lows again, you were just in breakout territory for Apple. And that's the thing with some of these dip buys. If you think something is not supposed to be happening on a quality stock, then maybe nibble in. Like if you're waiting, like myself, like I'll use myself as an example because that's a better way to do it. Like if you're waiting to get something at the 200 period, in this case the 200 and the 50 period on the daily, you can nibble in here, nibble in at 227. You don't have to get it all at 222. Right, so if you're going to put like 10 grand into something, people always say 10 grand because it's like the number. If you invested $10,000 and so then you put in 5 here and 5 when it gets down there, like whatever. Like I think that makes a lot of sense when you see something as a quality value. Don't always have to wait for that perfect price because a long-term investment or buy the dip in a long-term play shouldn't require you to get a perfect price. I think that's a good example. Amazon, with any luck, is going to make another bounce off the 50 period. The difference with Amazon is every time it's respected the 50 period, it's been a multi-day event. It hasn't been a buy it on the first day. It's shown you that it's a multi-day event bouncing off the moving averages, and that is heading to the downside today. I believe it's the weakest Mag 7 name today is Amazon. We're at all-time highs. Amazon's down 1%.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah, not good.
Yeah, I like that to buy some. I mean, I don't.
Oh, at the 50,
I'm in it, but one name that we got out $10 ago, and we only got out of a little bit is Palantir. Palantir's up 4% right now, and really started going here in the midday, man. I mean, it took down that 167, held it, blasted it through. Now you're at 171 and change for Palantir. I mean, people call this stock like part of the war machine, but honestly, I mean, President Trump just renamed the Department of Defense to the Department of War. And I mean, Palantir has all the contracts that aren't going anywhere, at least not under this current administration, I would think. And moving forward, how could they cut defense spending? I mean, you guys, I don't know, we're here in Canada, I don't know what our defense budget is, maybe it's negative. But at the end of the day, I think a name like this continues to work, and Palantir, not just obviously with the US government, but many governments around the world. And then the reason why Palantir's gotten going here since, I think it's the second best stock. I think GE Vernova might be the #1 best performing stock here on the S&P 500 this year. But Palantir would be #2, and it's starting to get back to those high sides again. So I would think that 190 maybe gets looked at again. And that's not too far away. You could be back to all-time highs next week on Palantir. And let's just hope that Citron Group and everybody covered. Because, man, oh man, the buyers came in like a lot at 150.
Of course they covered.
I would think that they covered.
You'd have to be brain dead if it holds the same level for a month to not cover.
I wouldn't be surprised. But at the end of the day,
I don't think that guy's not that dumb.
At least breaking there would be out, right? 163, 164. So that helped this move up. The same thing that helped out Tesla was breaking of key levels. And right there, same thing happened to Palantir. I should have had Palantir on the radar today, actually, because of breaking of the 164 area. So good job there, Palantir. There's 164 bottom. There's 164 on the daily right there. All right, so bye-bye. Okay, so I'm not getting into anything. We are going to go over to
I was going to go to the visualizer before we go over there.
Yeah, do it.
So everybody, by now, hopefully you know the drill. If it's your first time with the show, then hey, it's about what stocks are moving, what's going on in the market, and for that, we love your input. So jump in the chat, hit the like, hit the subscribe button. It's a subs-only chat. That's the most important thing. And remember, when you're typing in a symbol, put $ and that symbol. So don't do it yet because I'm gonna restart it. So if you just type the symbol in now, just start over again and hit it again. So we can see the names that are coming to see HIMS, Rigetti, Rocket Labs, Tesla. So we'll be able to go to our guest, and when we come back, we'll get an idea of what it is that you're interested in this Friday. But a special guest here for the afternoon.
I have no monitor, so I'm just going to wing it at this point.
Oh.
I am so happy that it's taken a long time to actually have this conversation, but Upeka Jain is here. It's for anyone who has been a longtime viewer, this is Raheem's much, much, much better half.
Why, thank you.
So
I'll take it.
It's so nice to actually have you in this chair. Welcome, first of all.
Thank you so much, Brendan, for having me here. It's really fun being on this side of the table.
I mean, you've been here a few times with Mr. Raheem, who's just off camera right now. We're going to talk a little bit about TIFF, and we're going to talk a little bit about the film festival world in general, because I was telling you just before we came on here, I was doing a little bit of reading on this afternoon, and I learned so much, not only about TIFF, but about this business in general. Starting just super high level, it's the 50th edition of the Toronto International Film Festival. If anyone doesn't know what the hell I'm talking about right now, Toronto International Film Festival is TIFF, just wrapped up here in the city. You participated in that in a couple of different ways. We'll get to that in a second, but just give me your broad strokes here for the film festival in general. 50 years?
It's huge. 50 years is huge, right? And a lot of people didn't even know that it was the 50th year coming up. But I think that just speaks to how much it's grown and how much visibility it's gotten over the past 50 years. And I think one of the most interesting things for me is actually not even this year. It's going to be next year. Because like we were chatting offline before, the federal government invested $26 million into the TIFF marketplace. And from my time at the province, I know that they're going to probably be putting in some more as well. They really want to make TIFF the flagship marketplace for film buying and selling in North America, and possibly a contender to Cannes in the world.
One of the things I was reading this afternoon, when you place TIFF in the film festival world, it not only falls right in the middle of Film Fest season, but it's also the largest film festival in North America.
It is.
Bigger than even the one in New York City that they have later in the year, and then there's a couple that happen earlier in the spring. When it comes to the business side of this, we'll bring this back to business world a little bit. I mean, the list is very, very long here as far as who is participating on the public side of things. Netflix, obviously, everyone's going to know. Apple, MGM, Paramount, Comcast, Disney, just to name a few, Lionsgate. Netflix, I think, stole the show here a little bit.
They did.
You know, not only on how much they're spending, but the amount of debuts that they have.
Yeah, they had a significant number of debuts, and I think this was the largest year for them. But what was very important is that what we're seeing with Netflix is actually they are increasing, they're putting more money into their big sort of flagship releases. So we're seeing kind of like this division happening right now, wherein the big films are getting more money, and the mid sort of section of the film, I think 50 to 100 million, though that is shrinking. However, where they're starting to invest more are the low budget films, and they're trying to kind of hedge their risks here and ensure that if the high risk, high budget films are not making it, they are getting a lot of wins in the low budget films.
Which is super interesting. I mean, I think we went through a phase where you saw, you know, the blockbusters, if you will, take a bit of a back seat. And there was a lot of exploratory, you know, creativity almost that came into the film industry. But it's good to see that maybe down the road, I mean, this is going to take a little bit, you know, to get these films out to the public. But it's good to see some of that spending coming back again. From an investor standpoint, what do you take from that? What does it mean if you're an investor looking at that saying, okay, they're spending more money, but maybe they'll get bigger returns?
I think we have to also take a step back and look at the type of content that they're investing in, because entertainment now is not just art, it's an asset class, right? So content is an asset class, which means that whatever Netflix is actually putting their money into, whatever Amazon through Prime Video and Apple are putting their money into, if, say, Netflix gets a buzzworthy film, and then it becomes an contender for the Oscars, they are going to see subscriber growth increase, they're going to see their brand strengthening, and they're going to see, and all of that will have an effect on their stock price, right? So I think it's very important to see what they're investing in and what kind of films they're picking up.
Right. This has always been, Toronto has always been, you know, a hub for when TIFF is on, you get the biggest of the biggest celebrities coming to town. What were some of the highlights for you this year?
So I'm not really a celebrity crazy person. Sorry, guys.
That's fine.
The highlight for me this year was launching our own production company here at TIFF. I think that was the biggest thing, got us on the grind. We launched that on Monday. You were there?
It was so much fun.
Thank you. And I think for me, that was the highlight, because this marks a BIPOC South Asian-led production company right there in the midst of everything, where we're focusing on strategic partnerships, we're focusing in on investors, and really people who understand how scalable investing in art in entertainment can be, because we're talking about global audience here. With our project, we are looking to tap into the 44 million South Asian diaspora, plus it's got a WNBA angle to it, so bringing in that entire WNBA fan base as well. So I think really that's the highlight of TIFF for me. I'm sorry, guys.
I mean, it should be. Come on. Is there? Can you give us a little hint as to maybe the direction you're going to head with this? What type of content? Anything you can talk about? Sure.
We are going to head into, you know, North by North, or there's a couple other co-productions. Maybe there's like a CBC Netflix kind of thing happening. Maybe it's an Amazon and, I don't know, Lionsgate, something happening there. But I think that's where the future is going. A lot of co-productions, because Canadian content is still important. But I think what makes it attractive for investors is scalability, and really understanding that exponential revenue growth that happens when you can tap into a market across the world.
Take us behind the scenes a little bit. If we're talking about the Film Fest setting, how much actual deal making, how much actual business is getting done behind the scenes?
A lot, a huge amount of deal making and business happening. Like I said earlier, Marketplace 2026 at TIFF is going to be huge. And they're already scaling to that. And I think that for investors, it is like premieres and TIFF, they don't directly affect stock prices, but they are definitely an indication to investors about where Netflix's stock is going to go, Apple, Amazon. So there are tons of deals happening right now. This is where Netflix, Amazon, Apple, they come to scout talent. Disney is looking to Disney and say Warner Brothers, they aren't going to do their Marvel and those sorts of premieres here. Right. But what they're doing is they're picking up, or they're premiering smaller projects that'll really up their cultural cachet and, you know, make a splash before they go into holiday season. So if they make a good splash, then their holiday season is going to be really good. And all of these things go back to stock price.
Which is what we're all here for.
Right.
If it's a success at TIFF, if somebody brings a product to TIFF and is successful at TIFF, do they move then on to the next film fest? Is there, like, what comes next? Does it just go straight to production, or how does that work?
No, well, it's finished production there. So, you know, we love, in the film world, we love doing the whole gamut of film festivals.
More eyeballs, the better.
More eyeballs, the better. And the more awards you can garner, the better for your film and eventually for your streamer or producer behind it.
Yeah, give everyone social media, give everyone the website. If they want more information, where would they find it?
Sure, I'm at Upeka, and it's also at Goddess on the Grind Productions. So come follow us, and that's where you'll find me.
The co-founder and executive producer at Goddess on the Grind Productions. It was such a pleasure. I'm shocked it's taken this long to actually do something along these lines, but thanks for doing it.
Oh, no, thank you so much for having me. It probably just warranted me being on the Trailer Park Boys to actually warrant coming on here.
I was leaving it up to her, but she's joining the 13th season, in fact, of Trailer Park Boys. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. It's wild to have someone like me on Trailer Park Boys, but I think it really just speaks to how they're diversifying as well and how they're trying to reach a global audience, which I think is great. And it is indicative of our Canadian landscape. So Trailer Park Boys, season 13, Julian's
Is there a date?
Oh, no, not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
But it's all over. They're doing their tours right now. The boys are doing their tours.
We'll keep an eye out. Raheem, you're fired. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Brendan.
We fired Raheem like half an hour ago. Huh? So I don't even know why he's still here.
You all have to understand, Raheem is her bodyguard. That's why Raheem
clearly.
is here. You know, he's traveling around, making sure everything's all good.
We don't need Raheem anymore.
I want to thank Upeka there. Yeah, thanks for coming. Thanks for coming.
So it's coming out next year, 2026, the Trailer Park Boys 13.
Good, yeah, that should be fun. We'll wait to see. I mean, we love Trailer Park Boys around here, so that should be a fun thing there. So thank you, Upeka Jane, coming through. So thank you so much.
Trader TV Live fam.
Yeah, exactly. That's how we're doing it around here. So yeah, TIFF has been fun. There's been lots of. I saw some Sydney Sweeney action there. Adara said she saw Vince Vaughn yesterday.
Yeah, Vince Vaughn.
So yes, she did. She just said she did.
It's always the best. My favorite story for myself personally was we had an office on Bloor across from the museum, and there's a McDonald's. Our trading floor used to be across from McDonald's. So I would go in for my morning coffee, and during TIFF, I walked in, and the dude in front of me was the Lieutenant Daniels from The Wire, and I'm a big Wire fan.
Oh, okay, yeah, I don't know who that is, but...
I didn't say what's up or anything because I felt like this man is just getting his coffee and like chilling out. And I was kind of like, I questioned whether am I really seeing him at the McDonald's right now? But he was probably just staying at the hotel that was next door.
Yeah, you just come and
that's one of the coolest things about TIFF. You get to see lots of celebrities and it's fun. But what's interesting is, as we're talking about it, you know, I said that Amazon was down. You know, Netflix is down more than Amazon today. Netflix is actually down 1.5% as the market makes another. I mean, every time we look over, you've made an all-time high in the NASDAQ and the ES. But Netflix, it's breaking down a bit. This is one that might turn into a buying opportunity. And we always talk about the 200-period moving average. How far do I have to go back? I'm going to keep going back until, my 200-period. Seriously, this is now to 2014. Yeah, there it is. October of 2023 was the last time Netflix was under the 200-period moving average, and that's what it's trending back into right now. Well, maybe not right now. You get the idea. Like it's probably not going to drop $110 today, but it lost the 50 period yesterday, and this one could be a nice little dip buy in there for sure.
We are just talking there about Netflix. We can have a quick little look at Netflix. Not doing well, man. I mean, as she was saying, content right now isn't like an asset class there. I mean, Netflix has tons of content, but they're down about 10 to 15% from their highs. So, you know, if you like the space, like the streaming wars going down, lots of stuff happening. You know, we talked about Amazon Prime and, you know, everything. Like last night's football game was on Amazon, for example, you know. Amazon's doing 80 NBA games as well.
Yeah.
So there's lots lots going down.
You know what stat that I heard? I don't know if this is true. Americans, you can let me know if this is true, because I use DAZN, D-A-Z-N, to watch football. But apparently, if you wanted to watch every single NFL game this year, not one package, but like every game, just to be that ability, and then subscribe to all of the things required, it would cost $630. I was like, really? Like, that seems like a lot for the year. We're lucky here in Canada because DAZN is considered, like, Canada's considered international because we don't have a team. So we don't have to, like, get, like, if the game's only on YouTube, then I can watch it on DAZN. If the game's on Amazon, I can watch it on DAZN, which is super great for us. But we just go to show. In the NFL, they'll pay whatever. You got to have those sports rights.
Cheers here.
We didn't say anything about Sydney Sweeney. I don't know why you're coming over here.
How come? That's maybe why. So can you do this side here? You can see how close. There you go. This
Look how close we are now.
See, look. I just go to that. Look. Sure. See, there it is. We are now one pump away.
You can slap him. I could throw stuff at him. Maybe not. I don't know. Why do I have a knife
about to
here?
get. Now, when Randy throws something at him, he better not miss because he's gonna be so close.
Bet not miss.
I know. I remember that was wild. So. Rob's trying to get the monitors hooked up over here. He's doing a good job. Okay, good. So they're getting everything all set up. Well, not that camera view. You got to get another one over there. But okay, let's go. All right, that's that. Let's check out on the chip space, right? I mean, let's see what Intel's doing right here, 24.25, and load up. Okay, it's funny because look what the Nasdaq is doing right now, just accelerating north side. You know, and then this is what Intel's doing, down 1.5%. Give me a break.
Oracle caught a bid, maybe, maybe not much.
AMD caught a bid. We were talking earlier that AMD was down, not anymore. Down to 155, now 159. Good job there on AMD as it's made its way back upside as well. NVIDIA right here. Looks like AMD might be the winner right now. You know, I've been buying some Marvell on dips. I've been loving Marvell. You guys know that. I don't need to tell you that. Now up 1% as Marvell tries to make some back from its missed earnings report. Whoops, all the way to the downside. We bought before earnings and after earnings. So average price getting back to where we need to be at least. Still not a great move. Back over to content is king. Disney, there, a quick little look. 116 and change, not great for Disney. I thought we were topping out at, 124, 125. Underneath the 50 period, looking a little southbound action there. And speak about southbound, Open Door. Yeah, I mean, 9 held again. What? 880? Isn't that the level that we zoomed out on? No, it wasn't here.
Apple.
Oh, Apple. An Apple executive leaving Apple.
Another one.
That's nothing. Who cares? It was OpenAI. Open Door. Let me just see what was going on there because 880. Yeah. Oh no, guys. This is that level that we were talking about. 880. Oh, well, it did come back in, I guess, and now bounced up off of that. Or did we talk about that? What time was that at? 110. No, so it didn't come. So it only came right back to 890. That's 2 o'clock. No, so it would have been after that. Okay, so we're not back into that level yet. All right, so 880 is where we're looking for Open Door. Not hitting yet. So my bad on that one there. Okay, so what's up to everybody there? Erie Pages, Bob the Dog, everybody that's in the chat. 420 Bud Monster. I see Neil's talking to you, so that's good.
How do you send a gift again?
I think you just have to gift it at the person.
I tried.
I think that's right how you did it. All right, let's go over. Darius got news, I guess, on Apple here.
Oh, I did it right.
Okay, keep an eye here on Apple and OpenAI, or sorry, not OpenAI, Open Door. We have news on both here. Apple on watch. Apparently, a search and AI executive for the company by the name of Robbie Walker is leaving. So Bloomberg reporting that Apple search and AI executive Robbie Walker is leaving the company. Now, Open is also on watch. We do have Eric Jackson, who, of course, galvanized all of these retail shareholders and is credited with starting that Open Door rally. He apparently went on Fox Business and said that Drake's team likes what he's doing and likes the stock. Now, in case you're unaware, Eric Jackson has been standing outside of Drake's house trying to encourage Drake to buy Open Door for quite some time now. These comments he's making on Fox Business are not new. He actually made these comments on X this morning, but either way, Eric Jackson continuing to say that Drake is apparently actually interested in what Open Door is doing or what Eric Jackson is trying to do with Open Door. Back to you.
Well, he should have bought earlier. Hey, Drake, man. Why you're interested in what he's doing? Like $6 later? If Drake had just bought shares, Drizzy would be rolling in it right now. It's just that's just not that smart. Now, obviously, had Eric Jackson actually maybe gone to where he was because Drake was on tour literally in Europe when he was standing in front of the dude's house and everybody knew it. I still say he should have done it like he should have gone up to him at the concert and been like, "Yo, bro, you got to buy this at $3." That's where it was. Right? It was at $3 when he asked him to buy it. I think this is a squeeze play that could still happen. And just out of my own curious, I want to see what that Fibonacci is. Was that another fib level? It was, right?
I don't know, 61.8. I don't know.
No, the 880. It is another. It's another Fibonacci level that it bounced off of, and now it's holding the 920 again. So maybe 920 to 960. The problem is, if I click this to save it, there's something in my settings, which only the 50% is actually showing up when I do it, but it's in my settings. I don't use them, that's the problem. But the 920 on Open Door looks like it's holding pretty decently. I might take a shot. If it bounces down, if it comes down and tries to bounce off 920 again, I'll take a scalp trade.
All right, each year over 3.8 million concussions are reported in the United States, yet there is still no FDA-approved treatment. NYC listed OGEN is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Oragenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting by clicking on our link in description or scanning that QR code to find out more information about Oragenics. A very, very important thing, and not just for football, obviously, as that's just started, but it's always important for anybody, any sport, anywhere, period, car accidents, anything. I think that's something that's going to be really important moving forward. And it's just like the rapid access, something that's important there that they have I don't know if it's a patent, but that's what they're talking about. Oragenics, go check them out. And get some more information on that. All right, BMNR, there's some people talking about the way that this, some of the crypto names have been moving around here today. Of course, the Treasury, Bitmine. They took a position in QMM, I think it was, for very, very little, or CWD, or anything.
It was one of them for $1.46.
Yeah, unbelievable. And now today that's up again. As we looked at it, Joe did a little smiley face there on Ethereum, so it's nice to see that's working out today. I think it was up nearly 2% when we saw it in the midday, and Ethereum now, no, more than that, so 4.5% right now goes ETH, and it's near its day's high right now for Ethereum. So a great bottom there. And it's funny because we had written down right here that we wanted IBIT long at 65. So let me just see how that would have worked out here today. IBIT long at 65. I mean, we went to 65.30, but at least we kind of got the gist of this trade going long on IBIT. So that was a good trade there for anybody that wound up having that. Let's just check back in on Gemini real quick to see what's going on here. Again, a well thought of IPO came to market today. We had to wait forever, it seemed like. It didn't open up until 1:30 or so there for Gemini. So yeah, we can just read a little bit of notes on what they were doing here today. Came with big expectations there. This is Gemini Space Station, priced their IPO at $28, above the expected range of 24 to 26, 3.3 billion or so. The offering was capped at 425 million. That's another thing maybe that we can find out, like once a certain number gets hit, maybe that's when we know it's going to open up. Underwriters such as Goldman Sachs, Citigroup, all supporting the name Morgan Stanley as well. 30-day, it said 425 million offering, selling 15 million shares. 30-day option to sell an additional 800,000 shares. So 30% of these shares were reserved for retail traders. So if you're part of the Robinhood program, that can get you shares, and you would have got them at $28 right there, which was good. Other names that you could have traded this on pre-IPO include SoFi, Webull, Futu, and Moomoo. All had these for retail clients. Winklevoss, 2014 crypto exchange, 21 billion in assets. So there's a lot of coinage being held on their exchange. My whole thing is, though, out of that 21 billion, I wonder how much of that is the Winklevosses themselves, to be honest with you. Because I know that they were huge in Bitcoin, like one of the leaders in Bitcoin holdings, those twins. So again, 21 billion in assets, probably significant amount of those are those guys and their friends from earlier on. NASDAQ themselves invested 50 million. I'm doing Sharif's job over here.
Which makes perfect sense why it's the only IPO recently that's on the NASDAQ. Well, one of them, anyways.
Yeah, today's IPO, I think, what, 3 of them were on the NASDAQ?
Three of the four were New York.
And then just quickly because...
Oh, no, VIA was the only New York. Sorry, it was all NASDAQ and then VIA was New York.
Yeah, FOFO here, Fang Shang Hang.
Wow, what was that?
International. Now open, just opened right now again. So this one's halted 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
I got a bad feeling about that
just
one.
All the way up here. I don't know, 15, 16 halts on this name today. Very hard to trade. You know, you want to look here. This is the level 1 price. So this is where there's an actual block of shares. So 1310 by 1363. So 60 cents worth of risk. Like if you're trading this with 20 shares, 100 shares, maybe that's fine. But hard to put any kind of real size in it, which is why Neil and I think the rest of the crew favors, you know, these bigger, well-known IPOs. But this is the winner of them all today, FOFO. So, oh man, FOFO, no mofo on this one, as it just goes whoosh all the way to the upside now 3 times its IPO price, right? Opening up at 5 and change and kicking it out to 14. So again, congratulations to anybody that somehow hit that. So good on you. And then Coinbase, I wanted to check out what Coinbase and Bullish were doing. We saw Bullish because it's a very, very similar experience to what we had on Gemini. Not the same experience. I mean, Bullish rocketed the first day, but the downside move happened on the daily for Bullish immediately the second day, and it even closed at the lows. Bullish opened at 90, went to 120 or so, then closes that day at 71, and it looks like there's the opening right there. There's 1 o'clock. There's the open for Gemini. Bullish was like, okay, if they like that, they must like us. No, they don't. And then all the way back down into $50 again. It looks like this is tomorrow's trade today, honestly. What about a bearish bullish break of $49? That's been the bottom there for Bullish. I'm looking at that kind of a trade to happen next week. And I would say faux show. You were right, City Boy. Faux show, get out if you're long.
I think that's going to be a big time rug. Like, if you think these ones are rugs, like what is that going to do when it comes back down? Some Hong Kong company with no liquidity?
What about Webull? We didn't check out Webull today.
But Bull's been
$13.
No, that's not the one to look at. You want to if you're looking at the fintech space today, it's not Bull, it's not Robinhood, it is SoFi. SoFi is so fly. The only thing it hasn't done is take out the high. That's the only thing left to happen here. I know we've been talking a lot about this one this week, but my thought is, I hit zoom out, not in. I swear I did. My thought is this is a very good-looking consolidation on SoFi. So I get it. It didn't touch support today. I think it was 25.50 that we liked. Didn't get anywhere close, and it doesn't break out the high either. But this is a consolidation at the high end of the range. This is a trend up, which is unbroken. Whoops. I have it up. Whoa. Okay, that's a little slow. There's a trend up since the dip in late August. And there's your nice trend into a top break. Seems to me like SoFi, it's just waiting a week or so, and then we'll get this $27 breakout on SoFi. We'll be there for it. It's a non-zero chance that it could do it today. I mean, it's 50 cents away, so it's actually possible. There's still 40 minutes till imbalances. I don't think it's going to happen. It's Friday afternoons. I'm not usually that big of a fan of big breakout trades, but that's too good of a level not to at least take it. And shout out to everyone in the chat mentioning HIMS and putting in the $sign. That's what I like to see. We love it when you use the $sign so I can look at it, and there is HIMS on the list. Tesla, FOFO, really? FOFO, huh? Well, we went over FOFO, but we can talk about HIMS as well. I see Rocket Labs, huh? RKLB? All right. Yeah, that's number 4 on the list. That's actually number 3 on the list. We can have a look at that after HIMS. So HIMS up 7.5 points. This has been the 200 period matters some. That 41 level matters more. Look at how clean this was. It broke the trend, and when it broke the trend, it bounced clean off support. And the top of that, sometimes I like to look at the prior trend line as potential resistance. That's not till $60. So I think this has room to 60 probably next week on HIMS. Anything past that, I would look for a consolidation or something. You can see the resistance up here in the mid-60s anyways, but HIMS on a nice tear. I love it when it respects those technicals. And RKLB we haven't looked at in a long time. This is another one flying. Are we back to the traditional squeeze names going? Is that what's happening? Like all these other crazy ones slow down a bit, Open Door slows down, and these other ones decide they get to go. There is your 52-week high break for Rocket Labs. It's too many of these. What's the chase? 53.5 is the prior high. This is what it did when it broke 53.5. This is program buying. Nothing out of control. Not a single, maybe a couple of crazy moves in here, but that's not even that bad. It's like $1 that move in here. Yeah, this is very, very much program style buying here on Rocket Labs through the 52-week high. This is such a bull market right now. It's unreal. Unless you are literally Amazon and Netflix. If you're supposed to be running, you're running. Well, that's not true. Intel's not doing anything today. Oh no, everything's crashing.
What was
my chart? What happened to my chart? No, they don't want me to look. They don't want me to look at the chat anymore. Apparently.
396. I think I'm going to take this Tesla here, breaking through 396. I mean, I just think it's, what is the high? 396.50. I'm okay with this. That's 396 flat. I'm okay taking this. Let's just take a break here of 396. We'll cross up like 15 cents. I don't know if it breaks it, it breaks it. We'll wait to find out. We're going to go for that. So a Tesla, respecting the 200 period moving average, you know, it hasn't crossed it at all today. I mean, if it did, it was right there. And you know, almost a moot point. But, you know, if we do break that, that's, what is that right there? That's $3.93, $3. Yeah, let me judge I always look for the stop before the end, really. I mean, first we got to find the trade, and if I like 396 break there, then we got to think about where do we stop out if it's a failed break, right? Because earlier this morning, this failed. Actually, this break. This went against me maybe 60 or 70 cents. But we already had our outs down here. We talked about where we were going to get it. It was a 200 period break. It was 369.50 or so on that. And this is why sometimes you can get spanked, because like if it doesn't go and it just comes right back in all the way, then you lose like your 250 or whatever it is, or yeah, I guess so, $1.250, yeah, on this one right away, and you don't get a chance to get anything out, right? So that's why I'm always very, very careful to get some out when it starts to go like that's 375 right there. So that's like the 1-to-1 area, and then as we start to extend out, we got it going a little bit more. So I would say for this one, if we have 396 break, I'm not sure it gets to 400. So 399, like 398.50, 250 worth of room. So yeah, I think back into here, maybe the 50 period moving average of 394. So a reasonable stop out if we indeed break and fake. We'll deal with that when that does wind up happening. But there goes Tesla. Yesterday's was, this was it, right? Figure Technologies was yesterday, FIGR. Did not take this IPO yesterday, and today it's up slightly. I don't know.
Deceiving.
Yeah, let me just see what that is doing.
That's a little deceiving.
So there's Figure yesterday, came in around 35 to 36 bucks. Closes yesterday, yeah, I mean, at 5:30 it was $30, so down 20%. Gets all the way back up into the close, then whooshes back down. So $31 or so. So yesterday's IPO opens at 35, closes at 31 or so. But look what happened today. This is the reason why I think we should look at it. Came right back, right into yesterday's support or resistance area where people were dumping some supply. So that's a good area for the next time. 36 or change. So what you can do is, you know, if your charts allow you, you can start to put in some trigger spots up here. Like the next time it gets up here, send me a note, because like 36.50 is definitely an area that I think you'd want to short and give it to 37, which is that top there, and then hopefully be well rewarded with much more than 50 to 70 cents worth of a win right now for Figure Technologies. Or so that would be...
Yeah, Figure Technology.
Yeah, okay. I don't know if we talked about Gemini yet. Just
it's
now.
Right. It's so close to breaking the low. So close.
That's what I was going to do. $33. That's probably a short.
Well, the lows. The lows 37.29 or 80. Actually, it's 80. It says 80. Looks like it's 32.80. But that looks like a breakdown. You know, a try at a flat bottom break here for myself. We have locates here at Real Trading on Gemini, so we can short the stock. I understand not everybody can short IPOs, but if you're trading with Real Trading, there are available shares. You just have to pay for the ability to get locates on them. So you can go into Metro, and we can go into Metro and do that. Yeah, I'll like a shot at this breakdown. I don't know what the liquidity is going to be like. Just to give you an idea, when it broke 37, the fills were 36.30. That's 70 pennies worth of slippage. There's 0% chance I'm crossing that far down on a break at the low of the day. No way. So I might cross like 20 pennies. If you get it, you get it. If you don't get it, then you get what you can get, and you don't get too upset. You don't get too. That's the line. You don't get too upset. To steal a line from Sharif, as I sometimes do. So I'm going to throw a stop in there. Just cross like 20 pennies down from the low, and as I said, I'll get whatever I get, and we'll see if it ends up holding on. But the market is slightly pulling back here. Just to quickly show you, this is the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ pulling off another all-time high and a slight little dip, but they've been buying all the dips so far. So no real, it's not breaking trend or anything. They're just kind of pulling back from the highs. Apple's so strong. Why can't Amazon be doing that? That's the real question. That's the real question, Amazon. Apple's breaking highs, Tesla's
I was gonna go long on
Apple. The chips
Apple.
aren't going, by the way.
So Tesla's gonna go. I'm also gonna take Apple right here. Let's go. FDA approves green light hypertension on the Apple Watch. The FDA likes the technology there. They like it. I like it. Here we go, man. We are in a new position. In the first position for me here in the PM show. All right. Well, we'll take out. We always take out 10%. So let's do that here at 50s if we can do that. We're long rate. Oh, we're long at 15s. Okay. So I remember I was saying I was going to cross at 15 cents. Well, that's exactly where the order ran me to. So now we're into this. I was going to get, okay, so the top was 50. I'm sitting there exactly at 50 to see if we could take out 10%. This is what I do on Tesla, man. I mean, it runs so much that it could get scary. So I'm going to take a little bit out right now, and there it is. So yes, sir. So we'll spend a little bit of money for that right now, and then we'll take out another piece, like another 10% or so, if we can get up into the 90s near 3. Actually, I wound up taking out a quarter there, actually, at 396. I have a different amount of shares than I thought. So I took out a quarter there. I actually have a little bit less. So took out a quarter there at 396.50. We'll wait to do 10% more at this point, upside at 397, and then we'll wait to see what happens at 4 bills. And look back at Apple. I mean, Apple's kind of the same story where they pulled back in a little bit and supported some of these lows. That's 233. So now let's see if it wants to go. I mean, if the market can go back to the upside, why can't Apple break those highs as well? So we're into Tesla right now. We got out of a quarter. Looks like we're lucky to do that. And now we'll wait to see where we're going to stop out at. Did not break high with much vigor there. So we'll sit in it and just wait a little bit. Not willing to give up too much on the way back. Just for an example here, I have about 10% of what I had on this trade. So the afternoon hasn't been as fruitful with the huge moves, but we'll wait to see.
Like I took the break, but it immediately bought back up. At 32.32 was the low. I ended up getting
a failed break.
I got 70s in, and I got like 40s out. And then it immediately started buying back up. The velocity just wasn't there in a break. And I kind of learned, like it was 2 days ago, Klarna broke the low of the day. And I took the short break, and I'm like, yeah, whatever, I'll give it a wider stop and just give it a chance. And then it just kept on holding the bid. I'm not going to do it this time. And there's a boatload of size on some of these bids down here. 32's got a huge bid. Even now, like, I'd just be getting the same price. So it went like 25 cents initially, but I just jumped out of it. At the end of the day, low of the day breakdowns, it should be falling all over itself. Like when it broke this low, it fell all over itself, and it never looked back. Like the 36 low here, like that was instantly at 35 and never really threatened you on the way down. So I just want to go in and out. It might work better than that. If you're holding on to it and giving it to 33 or to the prior bar, that would be 33, like 33.15. Like you'd still be good. I have a quick trigger finger after the last time, and open doors at a pretty key level as well. Now I kind of just want to get back in. There's a monster order that just flashed at 28, the issue price. I actually saw it on the book. I don't know why. That's how thin it is. I could see 28s on the book. That's silly. That's how thin the stock is. At one of the gateways, the maximum, like 10 levels down, which you shouldn't be able to. Well, it's on Klarna still, or I can show you what that. Like I was actually able to see a 28 was popping up on I think it was NASDAQ or NYB. That was like 500,000 shares. That's the IPO issue price. Someone's already bidding that price. Kind of boring. That breakdown to me should have, like when this broke 36, like look at that.
You didn't give it much. I mean, because you talked about Klarna, right? I mean, it's.
No, but Klarna, if you remember Klarna yesterday.
Look, it's starting to pop back now.
Was it yesterday? No, it was 2 days ago.
It was Tuesday.
Right? That was Tuesday.
Yeah, because yesterday we didn't. Oh, no. Tuesday, was it?
Was it?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know.
Anyway, it might. I think it was. Well, either way, it would have been 2 days ago. It has to be. Well, yeah, it was 2 days ago. Yeah. Like this is right here. 10th. On the first day, this was the break on Klarna, and there was like a little tiny wick. It goes like 50 pennies, and then look at this next candle. It then ran like $1.50 to the upside, and I had that break. So I'm like, yeah, I don't want to give anything back on it. So if it doesn't work right away, get out, because that was actually the best or the second best long on Klarna was the failed break of the low in the afternoon, right there. Well, I just kind of looked at that and said, you know what, not going to risk it. Open doors also at that 920 level. This is that Fibonacci level from here. Hey, see that it doesn't save my fibs when I draw them and hit save, like my trend lines. I'll put a ticket in for that. That'd be useful. So it's trying to bounce. Open's trying to bounce off that the 50% retracement level, which is held several times. This is finally the second test of it. So I'm going to see if I can't get something mid-20s. Put the stop underneath. I don't usually use Fibonacci's, but this was a level anyways for support and resistance on open door. This is the afternoon low at about 1 o'clock. It bounced off of 920. It's been a down day on open. You just had to pick your spots to go long.
I mean, talk about picking your spots. We had written down earlier the TQQs. I mean, this is the trade that we had really early on in the day when we wrote down 95.50 as a buy spot for this, right? And you can clearly see right now that 95.50 is well absorbed. You can go find all of these right here on Instagram. If you go find me at Trader TV Sean, you'll see exactly what's up. And this is what I'm trying to do every day. And there it is, 4 stocks to watch today. So if you just click on this, you're going to see the levels that we talked about. Open break, you know, that $10, it never broke 11. So we're okay with that one. There's Tesla, 372 long break. I mean, Tesla's at 396 right now. So we had that trade. And there's the TQQs, 95.50 long off of yesterday's level. So I'll put this in the chat and then you guys can see. And then the other trade idea that I had today was IBIT, $65 long. It's at 66.50 right now. So those are all working out for sure. So we want to shout out to Instagram and anybody that's following. Oh, yeah, I'll put that in the chat. So there's my 95.50 right there on TQQs. And there it goes. Huge fire, man, 97.40. Good level there. We got stopped out. So we took some out there when it came back through 96. And then once it reached the day's high at that time, we got out. That was 96.12. And then it just took off against us. Well, not against us, but against my out there. And now it's just upside for the TQQs here. And the rest is history. Okay, the only position I have on right now is Tesla. I'm buying a dip at 95 if it can get into there. I mean, you could also trade off the 21 period. I was going to use this 50 period right here, break of 94.50. If we break 94.50 downside, we're going to get out of it, right? So we have a first out there of a quarter for roughly, it was only 35 cents, but whatever, we still took it. That's the highest it was been on the break, so far so good there. And it's been absorbing this 21 period, that's 95.50. I was waiting a little bit lower into this mess, so we can get another long here at 395 and change. We'll see if that wants to participate for us. So that's what I'm going to be looking for.
FOFO's halted again.
Oh, FOFO's halted, okay.
So FOFO halted down a couple times and is now halted up. So FOFO, which is the best moving IPO today, I would venture to say it's probably the most dangerous one to trade, but it is the best moving, technically speaking. Halted up at $11.89. The tap is $12. So theoretical auction price is basically dead on. It's not really going to open to anything too crazy, but it cannot stay open for more than a couple of minutes before going into, as you can see, going into another halt. I think it was the right call on Gemini. It just, like that breakdown through the low of the day barely went anywhere, so we jumped out of it relatively quickly, and then it already put in a pretty decent bounce. So if you were looking long off of that low, probably a good decision, although it's not going that crazy. I'm just looking over at, have a look at some of the chip names. Like NVIDIA, look at NVIDIA. No wonder we can't hold the highs. It's hard to hold the highs when NVIDIA is doing nothing. I'm talking about the NASDAQ, by the way, for everybody out there. Like, you see so many things blasting, like Tesla today and Apple today, but if NVIDIA doesn't want to be part of the party, I'm going to guess Broadcom is also not helping us today. Yeah, Broadcom's all the way back into VWAP. The chips are not part of this rally today, unfortunately. It's just been, and then Oracle, I mean, this doesn't really matter to the NASDAQ as much, but Oracle down another 5% and trending lower. near the low of the day.
What?
Yeah, they're all sitting it out. AMD, actually AMD's up 1%. Oh yeah, AMD had that crazy rally, 1.7. Oh, the stock that had the crazy rally was, what was the news on Palantir?
I don't know what the news on Palantir was.
Yeah, was it there here? What was the story? I couldn't find anything on Palantir because, like, look right here at when it broke the high of the day on Palantir. Does that look normal? Like, that looks like something happened here on PLTR and then trending higher, 4% up. So there is some strength. It's really just not everywhere. The chips are just taking a bit of a break, and we can probably, I think it's like an AI thing. It's an AI thing, and you get to blame Oracle for it, is my guess. But open off that. I'll call it the 920 support, but you can also call it that 50% Fibonacci retracement because it also seems to be holding. I want to play it into the volume weighted average price, and that's about it. If SockCell is up, there's a few names that are strong. I know Micron's pretty strong, but there's no way it could hold up SockCell by itself.
I don't think so.
Let's go to Adara.
The only story I'm seeing here on Palantir has to do with, I guess, the military. Babcock and Palantir announcing earlier today, apparently, that they've entered a partnership to revolutionize the warship production. Now, apparently, this was released by Babcock. I'm not seeing that Palantir had a press release on it. And the only article I'm seeing here is that Naval News reported this. So looks like Palantir had some kind of deal earlier today. Back to you. Okay.
You could make, there's a decent technical argument to be made. It could just be one of those, hey, when Palantir gets shorted, I'm assuming, at least for a big cap tech name, it probably has one of the larger short floats. You don't see huge short floats, but if it's over 2% on a big cap name, that's actually pretty decent size. And I think Palantir is over 2%. So it just breaks a level like this and gets a little rally. That's 68.4. Yeah, so it picked up volume when it broke out the top on a minor story. Sometimes Palantir doesn't need much. It's not like Tesla had a story. Tesla didn't have a big story today. Sometimes these types of stocks don't need a huge story. They just make a good technical break, and Palantir seems like it did one and is riding higher. So I think that's it's resumed its Palantiring, for lack of a better term. I don't know the word I want to use for when Palantir. It's like when it goes meme crazy. That's
meme crazy.
Term.
I've coined that.
Yeah, so it had a meme crazy move today, and I think it's just purely technical. There's lots of people that love shorting that stock, I guess. Maybe Andrew Luff wants to get back in. Andrew, take your shot.
Yeah, maybe he will. I mean, like you said, he's probably, hopefully they've already.
Well, if he thinks it's overvalued, then he must still think it's overvalued.
All right, we are about to overvalue our position here on Tesla and get out. So, I mean, here it comes in right at that 50-period moving average. So we tried a shot on this one, but the move is down now. I mean, the market is down. So, like I said, we took 10% of the shares that we took earlier. I don't know how else to explain that, but that's what we did. So we take a small hit, and we'll give back 10% of what we made. So sucks, but you know, we tried it. There it goes, $94. I mean, the market just kept on coming back in right here, and Tesla could not hold that top. So we'll see. If you want to try it again, maybe 393, something like that. But we have to be somewhat disciplined here and make sure that we take the right amount of profit where the profit lies and try to do the best with the least. So Tesla right there just kept on going down. So we'll slap a fail and we'll do the flush down the toilet. I mean, at least explain like that we only had 10% of the shares, right? And we just, all we did there was add back what we bought there. So it wasn't, or what we sold there. So it was a little bit of profit, then lost that at the end, obviously, and gave back 10% of the Tesla profits there today, not 10% of our net. So, all right, a lot of the net comes today from Gemini. So you could just go over here and have a quick look. We won't be red on any names today. We traded, okay, the futures, Tesla, and Gemini. That's it. We only traded the TQs, Tesla, and Gemini. So here goes Gemini right here, breaking through 32.25. That's the day's low. We can see if there's any sort of action there. It's really respected the 50 period now that we have 50 minutes of data on here, so we could watch out for that. That level is 33.25, 33.50 right now. Temporary bottom, 32 and change. So we'll see if that can hold. I'm going to say no. Remember, we do have the imbalances coming in, and then you have Adair and I on the recap show, and that should be a lot of fun. And then we'll have Steve Tileman, I believe, coming from Trade the Pool. That should be exciting. And right now, nothing happening now on the imbalance locators. So, oops. There it is. IonQ actually right now. My bad. Does have a buy.
That had news. That's big.
And it has a buy on it. So yeah,
That's
up 17% with a bid. So maybe this runs a little bit into the close.
I've never seen IonQ with an imbalance before.
Yeah, and it's all New York
big?
right now.
3?
Yeah, 2.5.
It's done 58 million. That's a good 5% plus of the volume. Well, it's probably exactly 5% of the day's volume. It's not, IonQ's not moving right now, but what would be really cool is if that were to grow and this would take out that top. This is 52-week highs for IonQ. Maybe it's probably all-time highs.
Must be close.
Yeah, you know what? No, of course it's all-time high. What am I talking? Of course it's an all-time high for IonQ. This was not like, for some of the names you've got to think back. Like, was it like a 2020 thing? No, but this was not one of those back in the day. So IonQ, keep an eye on that imbalance. You never know what's going to be big. I'm playing VWAP to VWAP on Opendoor. Oh, here's the cool thing we forgot about Opendoor. Today and on Monday, this is going to be SSR. The uptick rule is in effect on Opendoor because it's down over 10% today. All that means, for anyone that's new to this, is let's say I have Opendoor right here. If you wanted to short the stock and sell to the bid, if you want to short at this price, 938, and hit the bid to enter a short position, the last print has to be green. So if it's cascading down, you can't hit the bid to go short. As it's cascading down, only longs can hit the bid to go down, which it tells you a little something about who is selling to the bid when that happens. And sometimes you get better bounce plays on stocks, especially squeeze names like Opendoor. But this 920 just went to 940 and might have already called it kaputs at the first sign of resistance. Well, thank you very much, Opendoor. That means I'm going to get some more out into that 940. If that scalp trade's only good, or this is the second time it did this, because when it bounced off this before, stopped out at 50, bounced here, got to 42, now it gets to 40 even. So it's not really giving you more than that. Adara?
Keep an eye here on DraftKings and Penn. We have news that the Attorney General of Massachusetts is suing online prediction market Kalshi for illegal and unsafe sports wagering operations. Now, obviously, this could be good for traditional betting companies like DraftKings who work in the sports space if this competition is being sued. So again, DKNG, PENN on watch as the Attorney General of Massachusetts sues Kalshi for sports betting specifically. Back to you.
And what was cool about Kalshi, like we were looking at who would be added to the S&P 500.
Yep. They had Tesla's expected deliveries on there.
Yeah, like they've got everything on there. It's pretty cool stuff. Now I don't remember offhand. Just very quick, I just took the break even out on the way back on open. It doesn't seem like it wants to go, like this 920 level has really only been good for 20 to 30 cents. Oddly enough, the 980 was a better long on the open. Like that gave you like a 50 penny move. This level is giving you 20 to 25 a couple of times too. So I'm out. It doesn't seem like it has the juice either. I think it was, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head without pulling it up. I believe it was MicroStrategy was like 5th in terms of getting added to the S&P 500 next. What were the other ones? I'll just have to go to the website. Kalshi.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good one. I do
What
like
companies will be added to the S&P 500? This shouldn't take long. Now, if their site crashes on me, wouldn't that be embarrassing?
Their site?
Here it is. I thought, where's MicroStrategy? Oh, there it is. So Robinhood already happened. But this is not next. This is on the year, right? So Robinhood, that already happened. Carvana, 40%. Ares Management, 30%. Cheniere, 30%. Viva Systems, I don't know them, 28%. Strategies at 19%. And Flutter down at 17%. So it looks like Carvana is the favorite now to be the next ad. That could happen. There's at least a couple big-size deals that are closing before the end of the year. The company's getting bought out. They're going to leave the index because they won't exist anymore as a listed company. And then you'll probably see Carvana. It was pretty accurate last time. I'm pretty sure the 2 of the 3 that got in were the top of this list. So Carvana, if you're betting to look to get that catalyst of addition to the S&P 500, not to say that automatically a stock goes up because of it, Carvana is at the top of that list. And look at it bounce off the 50-period moving average like an absolute charm. Look at that. That's gorgeous. Bounce off that 50.
All right, with Dow Jones making new all-time highs, we do have a new leader right here. So these are the top performing stocks in the Dow Jones year to date. So Goldman Sachs, now, congratulations. Right there, just up a small 37% year to date and adding another 3 or 4% to it. This is before today, up another 3 or 4% today. So there that goes. NVIDIA, second place. This is why I invested. I mean, I picked the Dow. I picked the diamonds at the earlier this year as a play that I was, sort of looking forward to investing in. And so I've been buying the Dow Jones a little bit there. JP Morgan Chase, second place there with 27%. Boeing, 3M, J&J. Like, these are all quite nice returns, man. We're only in now, obviously, the 9th month. So for 1 year returns, I mean, these are pretty great. And these are all major companies, obviously, in the Dow Jones. So as we look that way, even if you said 8%, Coca-Cola, Visa, Home Depot, and some of these even are dividend payers, right? And so you're going to get a little bit, add 1 or 2% to some of these returns, dividend based. And I know there's a different taxing and all that kind of stuff. But if you're going to go to the bottom right now, you've got UNH.
No surprise there.
I don't own any of that, thankfully, but I do own some Salesforce, and that's down 26% year to date as well. And then Merck down 14, and then there's Apple. So Apple still, this is why I bought Apple down there. It has
Amazon's down there too.
Yeah, there's Amazon. Yeah, still up at least. But this Apple down 8%. Amazon, hard to see. Up 5%.
I can be looking at your screen
on the year. Yeah, you can. Up 5%. Disney 5%. McDonald's. So there's a lot of different names in here. But if you're going to look at the Dow, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 names. 7 or 8 names red on the year. 23 of them green. And then they have extreme overbought scales here. So they have JP Morgan Chase, obviously the bank names, based on how they normally move, they are very
Boeing
overbought.
Oversold.
And extreme overbought as well right now is UNH.
Scroll back up. Yeah. Look at Boeing, near the top of the list in oversold. Remember Boeing in that 50 period yesterday?
So it's come down a lot, hasn't it?
It's come down pretty heavily the last 2 days, losing that 50. I think this one's it's at actually a support level right now. Well, that's not a support level. It's like a wick bottom and then a prior resistance level at 215, 216 on Boeing. It would be a dream, I suppose that's halfway pun intended, if you could get this at $200. Because Boeing's cleared out all these bad issues, and every single deal a lot of the deals that are getting cut, the U.S. is cutting with any countries for trade, or including orders for Boeing. Right, so they're just getting it rolled in. Make that commitment, and the president's gonna treat you well, and they're all doing it. So, the way I see it, we haven't really had too much bad news. I know they're not completely out of the woods yet. There's still some labor issues going on, and that could be disruptive to them getting out, actually delivering on these orders. And they are currently, I think when I was reading, it was 2 years. Like Airbus, their backlog, if you get an order, it's like 10 years. It's like 12 years at Boeing, which that should be closer, obviously, but it's not. Who else are you going to go to? There's only 2 of them. They're always going to make money. And the U.S. government's going to make sure they don't fail. That's the other thing I like about Boeing. So I'd love it to bounce here, maybe buy it next week. I'm still hoping for 200s. Because when this broke the 50 period, I threw a stink bid in front of $200. But this actually is a bit of a level here at 215. I got out of a lot of Boeing way too early on the last up move. I'm fairly certain I probably covered it in the 200 range. And I do want to get back in. I'm thinking the worst is done for them, and it can go back to being somewhat of a core holding.
All right, just making sure that we're all set up there for the closing show. Darren and I will be on the big desk, so that's what we're doing right there. Hey, what's up, hangry wife? Am I hungry? No.
You could eat a donut.
Not really. Yeah, there's donut. Yeah, but donuts don't really.
That's not going to help it doesn't help hunger at all.
No, I know.
It's the complete opposite, actually.
Yeah, so it's going to make me. No, we had that tilapia. Wasn't that good? It was on the salad there.
It was not very good.
Actually, to answer your question.
Actually, was not very good.
Angry wife. I'm pretty hungry, actually. All right, so, all right, let's go back to Tesla. This is why, honestly, you can't love all your trades, right? I mean, when they work, they're great, and you'll hear me being like, wow, there it goes again. But I mean, pretty happy to follow rules again. And there it is, out at the 50-period moving average. I mean, it didn't even hold the 200, right? And this is what I'm saying about trading in the afternoon. If you're not in the right direction of the market, like right into here, I thought the market was going up, which obviously it was. And we actually, this is at 3 p.m. The market's only fallen down here the last half hour. 3 p.m. is right here. That's the day's high. So when we take in this trade, it's looking pretty good. And sure, I expected to come into the 50-period moving average. I mean, it was doing it all day, and now the kickback is real all the way back in. But we are bouncing a little bit off 24.1. So that could be a spot right there that we wind up talking about. I actually have a headache again, so I don't know. Maybe going into the end of the week here, maybe. I hope it's not these monitors. I have to fix those one more time. But yeah, so maybe the futures start to bounce off a little bit here, but again, heading into
it is cumulative, by the way. That's what my optometrist was telling me too. It's like it's when you have like a lot of light in the monitors and essentially the effect on your eyes and how it gives you headaches. Like it's even if it's dull, like dulling it a little bit helps you, or you wear the glasses a bit more. It's still like a cumulative effect.
Right.
So like our body's still getting used to it. And for anyone that doesn't know, like we have at least 30 to 40% more screen space, which is cool, but we're also sitting the same distance. So like imagine
I'm not using the space. That's the thing. Everything's just bigger.
Yeah, it's just like imagine you got like you had a 50-inch, you went to like a 70-inch in your house, and then you didn't move. Like you had the same room, and your couch is in the same spot, but you added like 40% larger TV.
Right.
Like, of course, that's going to be a different experience. That's a good idea.
Maybe my headache is from eating tilapia. Yeah, maybe you're right.
No, the tilapia, it wasn't even that. Like, the pasta was really bad, bland, I think. It wasn't like it was really bad. I wasn't a huge fan of lunch. But I did have two donuts
What
today.
is that Flux? Have I installed? Do I know you, Hangry Wife? Please respond. Like, are you my real wife here? Hangry Wife, have you installed Flux yet? I don't know.
Yeah, what happened to the UVXY just volume?
The VIX? Well, yeah, look at the futures, man. I mean, they're tanking here. So
I guess it's not that much.
The VIX is starting to go, it helps with eye strain on your, yeah, maybe I will.
We
haven't really adjusted, I don't know, some sort of a Flux app, I guess. I don't know. But that's right here. It's a little bit brighter. Open door trying to go. Look at IBIT right here, 116.5. That's what I kind of wanted to look at there for Bitcoin. I mean, congratulations, somebody, if they bought it today around 65.30. That was a good buy there for Bitcoin because it's now up $1. So congratulations to anybody that had that range right there. VWAP right down there at 65.30, 65.40, and boom, straight there to the upside. I mean, I was calling this yesterday. It's on the sticky note today. We thought IBIT had a great chance to get back there to the upside because, there's lots of names running in crypto space and it's not just going to be Bitcoin leading the group, right? It's today we had Solana topping out at 238. The last time I checked it, now it's at 240 right now for Solana as that keeps on going higher. There was SOLT, I think people have mentioned there in the chat, something you could trade. Ethereum right now on the 7-day run of 8%, up 5 today. XRP, shout out to the Ripple XRP army. We just bought that at 280, so that's up in almost 25% since when we bought that. 280.
Ripple's actually the strongest chart of them today. Like if you look at Ripple, Solana's holding sideways.
Okay.
But look at this is XRP here. If you come to my chart for a second. Yeah, XRP is holding up really, really nicely. Like as the market pulls back into VWAP, I just had Solana up and that was like, down there sideways action. But good look for XRP. We got the things we can't actually trade this one. Like we can, like if I went to like Bitcoin, like I would go over to IBIT. Right, like we have an ETF to be able to trade it. You guys were mentioning Solana was SOLZ?
I don't know, was it T or something? I don't know what it was.
No, is this the one? But like I don't think we have one for XRP. Is there?
There is, yeah, there are.
What's XRP?
XRP, I think.
XRP?
Yeah. Yeah, there it is.
Okay, there it is.
It's
a million in volume. It's not that much volume. It's a million in volume, but it's pretty good. So if you're at real trading, like you trade through the ETFs, we can quote the actual spot price. You can go up a chart and quote the spot price. But if you want to trade it, it's not that you can't trade. It's just the way that it works is it's easy. If you already have buying power for the equity markets, there's almost no point to doing it. It would just add a little bit of a headache and there would be no gain for you because you're just trading the same thing. You make the same money. It's order entry is way easier, of course, when this trades like a stock, any of the ETFs. So if you ever see us trading crypto, we're just going to trade an ETF because it's a lot easier for us. Seeing people put them, and thank you guys for putting in the chat, XXRP. This is one of my favorite things about the community. In a general sense, like anytime people ask us options questions, I'll say I'm not an options expert. Ask Joe, ask someone in our chat. We have a few that really know what they're talking about there. And when we don't know something, we ask. You got to have the humility to ask. So XRPI, we just care about the one that does the most liquidity. That's the one I always want to find. That's why it's IBIT. That's why it's ETHA, because those do the most volume. It's a XXRP, it seems like, is the one. So I'm going to put that in one of my watch lists. Apparently, BMNR is making some moves. I don't trust these treasury plays. I understand. I understand it's worked. I get that. And there's some serious momentum to be had when they start going. BMNR finally going again. But it's had these ebbs and flows. You get a few good days out of it, but that's about it. 1, 2, 3, 4 days. 1, 2, 3, 4 days. So this is the first. Maybe there's a couple more days of this. This is the first big up day in a while. Maybe it's got a couple more going into next week, but this hasn't really had much continuation and all lower highs. So just understand what it is that you're dealing with here. For myself, I would never want to invest in any of the crypto treasury plays.
Yeah, you're so into them dropping an offering or anything like
exactly.
That. So I think if you like the coin, I would trade the 2 times or the 3 times ETF if I had a choice.
Yeah, if you want more leverage, you can. This is what I don't get. There was so here was the stat. The day that strategy had its all-time peak of its value relative, best premium versus Bitcoin. That high, what do you think it was? It was
which stock
on the MicroStrategy. So its premium over Bitcoin peaked the day before IBIT got options. IBIT got options, and because think about it,
was able to trade that now.
Because then if you want to make a leverage play in Bitcoin, what did you need MicroStrategy for? You could just do it through options and IBIT. So that's why I don't get this, because once you get options on all of them, that's what's going to happen. So maybe these are going to be okay until then for each one of the tokens and coins that they're doing the treasury for. But if it's a Bitcoin one, I don't get it, because that's already been proven. At least my understanding, that's what the trend has shown. So I just don't get it. I like Bitcoin. I love Bitcoin. I'm invested in Bitcoin. But if someone can explain to me why it still makes sense to play MicroStrategy for leverage, that I don't get. And I'll happily say that I don't understand that. I could understand it before. I don't get it now. But anyways, that's just me. I'd love to be educated on that.
Yeah, I mean, someone out there that holds MicroStrategy might be able to help.
My physio guy loved MicroStrategy. He was all over it. He probably still is, actually.
Let me see what MSTR
What up, Kaveh?
CoreWeave right now has a... CoreWeave says it'll announce additional UK investments next week. So I don't know why that's not rallying the stock a little bit more than what it is right now, but CoreWeave right here trying to go through 113 again. Upside for CRWV. What a day this name's had, man. We were already here today. It was already at 114. And if... Ooh, Google just lost a bid of some sort here. Lost some sort of a decision. I don't know. Is it doing anything right now? We just heard that in our ear. We'll find out. I mean,
2 minutes till imbalances, though.
Yeah.
IonQ still has that 2 million buy, by the way.
Okay. Generally speaking, when there's news about a stock, it should be moving a lot faster than this. So, all right, what's up?
Yeah, I looked into it, and the CoreWeave news is at least 3 minutes old on Reuters, so it could be also that it's just already, it wasn't much to the market because it's not even breaking or anything. And it never showed up on X either.
Okay, yeah, so, but this, I just heard it again about this Google. We'll find out what the story is there, them losing a bid, some sort of a court order. Okay, so Adara has the story. Let's go find out. So just before, Google's not moving, so.
Google losing their bid to further delay the court-ordered reforms to their App Store. That's in a U.S. appeals court ruling. So I guess Google is no longer allowed, or at least they're being deemed no longer allowed to further delay their court-ordered reforms to their app store. So that's all this is here for GOOGL. Back to you.
All right, let's go over a little bit, a couple earnings plays before these imbalances because they're coming out right now. So Adobe, there's no earnings tonight. It'll be Steve Tyler, Adara, myself. We'll be going over some stock, take some Q&A, whatever. We'll just go over whatever. There's Adobe right here, down 0.5% today. So it was pretty dramatic last night when Adobe came out with earnings, and they had beat on the top and the bottom line, and they actually guided, 11.3% growth versus 11%, so it was a little bit better. But then they sort of went whoosh right off the open, and they gave it all back, and then we were into some lows again, and right now just kind of hovering around as well there for Adobe, so flat. So it's implied move. Again, options writers will lose here, or writers will win, option buyers will lose, because the implied move was 10%. So if you wrote an option, probably didn't get exercise, and you're probably okay. All right, that's Adobe, and then the other one was RH, formerly Restoration Hardware. That had, again, something similar to Adobe yesterday, where we went all the way to the downside, though. Adobe went upside, and then it just clawed its way back. So still down 4%, and again, underneath the expected move. So today was sort of a failed Gemini day a little bit, GEMI. We do have the imbalances coming out in 10 seconds. And there it is, at the lows of the day for Gemini. So it was a good IPO, but just failed, and we did good to get out of it. Here you go, 3, 2, and 1.
Good single trade.
Right now, let's go see if there's anything moving around.
Yeah, I see Warner Brothers is a $2 million to the buy. You've got CNH, that's 1.2 million. NVIDIA 1.5, pretty small. IonQ 1.3 million is a lot, but it's smaller than what it was indicating before. So I don't love that. Pfizer $1 million. That's nothing big. Intel just under 1 million shares. Nothing crazy. Amazon's a buy, 700,000. The overall market is probably pretty small. The standout, I guess you got to say that WBD is a standout here, because the last we had heard, any deal that gets announced here would be next week, is what they were saying. So next week, there's expectations that Ellison-led bid would come up with an actual official offer. Right now, it's just chatter, right? It was chatter yesterday. It's more chatter today. And what was the size of that? 2.4 million to the buy side there for WBD, which indicates some accumulation. That makes some sense, because I did hear a lot of speculation. CNBC had some expert or some person saying they were an expert. I don't know, but they were pretty convinced that a buyout would need to, if it's cash, it would need to be over 20 to be accepted by the board. I don't know, like, that's just somebody's opinion, but it managed to hold up pretty well today going into the $20 level, and there's some buy going into it, so maybe they knew something about that. But I've seen the same thing before, and then the deal comes out 20% lower. So again, it was just some guy on CNBC. I don't even know what his name was. I just heard it on my drive home from the station.
That's fine, man.
But it's not like I wouldn't bet on it. That it's going to necessarily be higher, but it does give some credence to that buy imbalance. If that stays at 355, you might have something there.
Yeah, it might be worth looking into for sure, because of the percentage it is against.
Probably going to pair off, though.
Amazon 1 million shares. It's done 30 million today. Amazon trying to get back upside right here. It's a buy imbalance, so we could be able to see what that wants to do here after making those lows. I think Amazon right here is a buy. So I will give it Monday, Tuesday, see what it winds up doing. I hope I don't miss that buy, similarly to maybe what we did with Apple, as it did not ride the 50-period moving average. It was tried to get back into it, but Amazon actually has worked out quite well off of that kind of a play. Ideally, not ideally, but if it does come in, that would be a good level there for sure. Like if we can open up around 220 on Monday, which I don't think, there's no reason for it to do that, but if it does do that, I think that's a first area buy, and then we'll buy a little bit more if it gets into this like 210 area or so, and just watch out for that 200 period moving average, a great level to obviously look at there. All right, I got to get over to the, I'm going to come back, but I want to go make sure that I set this.
Yeah, you got to set up.
Yeah, because I've never been over there, so I don't know what's going on with the computer. It should be. But right now, Gemini, remember, it was 28 bucks, right? So there it is, down, 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 down. Right there to the downside for Gemini, and it just keeps on bleeding here into the close. So not a great day for that one. And then the name that was the best, which has now pulled back. High of 15 was FOFO. So FOFO goes all the way up
the
into
irony.
15 and then back into $5 again for that name. So
the one you'd least want to actually hold as an investment for a year is the one that does the best on the first day. Although there was the other one that's pretty good.
$400?
LGN 396. It's back to 396 for Tesla, for sure. There was a question about Robinhood that I'll get to. We have a couple of minutes. Yeah, it was a simple question. Like Robinhood, it's inevitable. It will not change this pattern in the next 7 minutes. So you now have multiple fails over 120 and an all-time high for Robinhood. This feels like it could be one of these minor pullbacks. So like the way I look at it, just let's just think maybe I tend to then be short biased until we get to a support level. So that would be 110 next week or 105. So I come in automatically short biased on stock. It doesn't mean you go short because it has to set up for a short trade. That has to happen. But I'll be short biased on Monday in Robinhood until we get to one of these key levels, 110 and 105. That was just a question that we got in the chat. But I want to shout out to Trade the Pool because everyone thought that if you wanted to grow, you had to risk more. That's how it used to be, but Trade the Pool is trying to change that. It's the new revolution in stock trading. You don't need a large deposit. Trade the Pool is built for any trader who wants to grow without putting everything on the line. Just small skin in the game, and you're trading with real capital. Here is how it works. Pay a one-time evaluation fee starting at $47, and that's your total risk. From there, you trade real shares, no CFDs, using company capital. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code you see on the screen in front of you. Mr. Singh, AEO is falling. Oh no, is there any news? Not that I'm aware of. I've had the news in my ear. Okay, let's go to Adara.
Unsure what that stock was. I do not have news on that, but I do have news on Corteva. CTVA reportedly exploring a breakup, according to Wall Street Journal. The company's valued at $50 billion, and they're exploring a breakup that could separate their seed business from their weed killer business. CTVA. Back to you.
Thank you very much there, Dara. Yeah, there's no volume spike or anything on AEO. If there's anything happening with it, then I would simply think the last time that it pressed for 2 days, it was a much bigger move. It pressed for 2 days. Hey, thank you to the Sydney Sweeney News. It pulled back. It pressed for 2 days. It pulled back. It's still in the habit of making higher lows, so that's at least still constructive. But when a stock's doing these kinds of moves, you've got to consider sometimes a pullback of 5 or 6%. It doesn't look all that bad yet for this. This is a post earnings run, anyways, right? So it's not just about the ad and the campaign and the short story. Like some of this is after earnings too, that they were pointing fundamentally to some good growth because of the ad, that they're getting some record sales there. So a good look for AEO recently, but yeah, Sharif won't be happy about that one. I know he loves it. The thing is, for anyone that does, if you don't watch the Midday, it's all fun and games, but Joe and Sharif have a bet that to me doesn't make any sense because I believe AEO has to get to $26, Joe. By the end of the year, and what does he have to do? Oh, you have to buy him jeans. Okay, so then Joe has to buy Sharif a pair of American Eagle jeans.
This is such an odd bet. I'm sorry.
If this gets to 26 by the end of the year, just a regular pair of jeans, not even special, any pair of jeans he wants. Oh, that's different because then, that's why you guys were talking about the most expensive pair of jeans you could find. Well, that was a dumb bet by you. Why would you say I'll get you any pair of American Eagle jeans? That's just insanity. Now, okay, well, and Joe gets, you know what Joe gets if it doesn't happen? Absolutely nothing. Here's the thing. I will take any bet if my downside is zero. It doesn't matter how little I stand to win. If my downside is zero, I'm going to take it. Not doing so would be the equivalent of buying a lottery ticket and not checking it. However, you don't make a bet under which you have downside but have no upside. Unless you're just doing it to make it interesting for the show. But I wouldn't do that. Like if I bet Sean, we don't play each other this year. Green Bay doesn't play the Bills.
Lucky for you.
But I don't know about that, son. No, actually, I don't like Mika. I don't want Parsons tackling Josh Allen. No, but if we made a bet, I can win something, but I can lose something. I'm not going to be like, I'll paint my face if the Packers beat the Bills, but if the Bills beat the Packers, you don't have to do anything. That's the dumbest ish I've ever heard of. Like, why would you ever do that? Anyways, thank you, Nimrod. We got another super chat in here. A month ago, I met most of you in person, came with questions, left with a whole new game plan. Switch brokers, hey, good look there. I hope that's working out for you. Added options to my small caps and swings. And today you're up 50% on the new account. Huge thanks. Couldn't have done it without you. Joey, show him the video and pics I sent. So I hit the like on that. Nimrod just said, Joey, show them the video and pics I sent. Okay, so so we have 1 minute to go. So it might happen on the aftermarket show because we only have 1 minute in here. Okay, well you have
showing us. I mean, it was.
No, you got to show the viewers. Don't. The viewers. Nimrod just super chatted and said, "Show everybody the pics, my brother." I'm just saying.
Yeah, he's got loaded up.
He'll load them up there.
He's got to figure out how to use the iPhone.
You can still do it on the aftermarket show as well. Like market recap, stick around. We have less than 1 minute to go. By the way, the imbalances didn't stick around. It'd be a lot cooler if it did. WBD paired off a bunch, and INQ is no longer there. I wanted to have, the IPO up. It was Gemmy. That's what we wanted. Okay, with 20, 30 seconds, yeah, there it is.
No, don't.
No, whoa, what?
No, he just super chatted again. Neil screwed up. What else is new? He just said, just you guys, please. Oh, man. Tax authorities are watching. Yeah, I've got similar issues, Nimrod.
Yeah, that's why you don't show that.
Yeah, so amount of money paying in taxes.
Taxes suck.
All right,
10 seconds
left. You got to hit the bell. You got to hit the thing there. All right, thanks for joining us.
Closing bell brought to you by VinFast, ticker VFS. More information, scan the QR code that was there 2 seconds ago as the bell has now rung. The market is now closed, and Gemini closes essentially at the low of the day. So other people are going to tell you that this was a successful IPO that gained 15% on day one. And anybody that actually looked at it and traded it today will tell you that for about 5 seconds, and then another 5 seconds, it was strong. And then since then, it has been a sell the entire time. So unfortunately, another IPO rugs it. If you were quick, you had some good longs. Otherwise, I think the pattern is essentially unabated for all these hyped up IPOs. You got to get the issue price or it's no good. That's pretty much it. But it's been a fun one this week for sure. Let's be real. Big shout out to not only our entire team, but think about the crew. You saw Joe and Sharif. The new desks are set up, so we'll be sitting at those. They'll be sitting at the new desk, just like we have the new desk with the new screen. We managed to get the big desk up in its new spot. So that you have the empty stage, so they'll get blown out. All the big changes are working out and working out well here. So we're excited for that.
Yeah, okay. No, I don't know. I can't even,
the desk's not working?
No, I can't even log out. I don't know what's going on with their platform here. I'll just go over there.
Okay.
All right, see you.
Okay, I'll log you in.
No, it doesn't matter. If I log in over there,
Gotcha. Big shout out to everyone. Thank you very much, Nimrod, for the super chats here. We appreciate you. There was something else we wanted to look at. I mean, Tesla did close near the high of the day, but it did not. I don't think it... Yeah, it didn't break the high of the day, but closed near the high of the day, up 7% for Tesla. The other thing that was a monster today, of course, was IonQ. That closes near the high of the day. IonQ and Rigetti, 17% for IonQ and 14% for Rigetti. The quantum space was absolutely blasting. Open Door, unfortunately, did not have a very good day. Open Door down 13%. There were a couple of good bounce spots on Open Door. If you took the right spots, you actually didn't lose on it. And that 920 ended up holding, except for at the end of the day there. So I want to thank everybody for tuning in. But don't go anywhere. We're going to have Steve Talman on. We have him on Fridays. He's always a fantastic guest. Sean and Adair are going to be there at the new location, the new desk with the all black behind him. So without further ado, your market recap show, Sean Adair, Steve Talman, starts about now. Ish? Maybe?
There it is. Yo, what's up, everybody? Welcome to your market recap show again. I'll turn the hat around because, got to be all professional here again.
When he walked up with the glasses and the backwards hat for a second, I was like, who is that? And I told you this. I'm not going to lie. I was a little taken aback.
Yeah. Reformed gangster. Shout out to everybody here again. It's going to be a big day. I still have either a dare in my ear or something. It's my fault. I'll take it out. I don't need this in. Anyways, we do have Steve Talman joining us here today. What camera am I looking at? Oh, it's all the way up there. Yo, what's up, camera? Oh, great. Now when I look at that camera, I'm also looking directly in a spotlight. So that is absolutely great. We may need to rethink that plan there, Fabian. That's not going to work out for your boy. But welcome to the Aftermarket Show, Dara. How was your day?
My day was okay. I was a little tired.
Yeah, it's been a busy one.
Things were done. Open door was shorted, and
good.
yeah, things were.
As long as open door was shorted, you're probably okay.
Yeah.
I do want to acknowledge. Very good, yeah.
Happy. Well, that Tesla was awesome. Congrats.
The Tesla, thank you so much. Tesla was pretty awesome, and then we also started it off with Gemini as well when that IPO'd.
Nice.
So we were pretty good right in there. We do want to say a big shout out to our roll call because whoever's here with us right now, we want to thank you for staying late. It's a Friday, so everybody get out of here, right? Watch us for another 20 minutes. We'll recap the market. We'll talk about some key stories. If any news hits the market at all, then we'll bring it to you live. So I think you're going to be in the right spot right now. But we want to say shout out to who's here right now. Thank you again to Nimrod right there. Thank you for the 600 shekels. That's huge. And then also another one there. He doesn't want the tax guys coming for him. But right there, Shadera is in the building. So you are right. Thank you, Sebastian, for that. Great week, says Neil Shade, Scott R. Henderson, Jacques D. Westermeyer as well, Joseph Brown, Buffalo Soldiers here, David, Cloud C, John, everybody. Thank you so much for being a part of what we're doing. Have a great weekend to you too, Danny, Los Polos Hermanos, Kelby, Adrian. Yo, hangry wife. Hi, hangry wife. All you did was make me hungry. My wife too. Today we have a game, 6:15. We have to be there till it's 7:15 game, so it'll end around 9, and then we gotta actually eat a little later. So I'm wondering what we're gonna have. Someone suggested shawarma. You like shawarma?
I've had it not enough times to actually comment on it. And then one time I had it, the first time I had it, I think traumatized me because I was doing. No, I was doing debate with this girl. We were whatever. We went to, it was in high school, so we traveled to Kingston, Ontario, from Winnipeg. And this girl didn't want to debate, so she intentionally made herself sick with shawarma. And I was like, that has been traumatized. Sorry for the caveat, but yeah. Had it once or twice. It's okay. How do you like it? I like falafel though. I just don't know.
Oh, I love falafel.
How I feel about because I've only had shawarma with falafel for some reason.
All right, let's figure out who's making all the money right here. We'll hit this because I don't know what else to hit right now. It's Stock Blitz, but we're not doing any stocks right now. This is who made money yesterday, here at Real Trading. So we have something. This is the top 10 traders from yesterday here at Real Trading. So, I mean, great. This is all the markets this trader traded. Can you believe that? So we have a trader yesterday that traded Amsterdam, Canada, Copenhagen, LSE. These are the same options that Neil and I have as well to trade, right? Madrid, Milan, NASDAQ, New York, Paris, Stockholm. So this is all about Real Trading. Our platform has all of this. So shout out to Erie Pages. I know you're a Real Trader as well from Real Trading, which is who we're with. There's NASDAQ, New York, 10, 10, 10, a bunch of 10s getting thrown up here. Someone in Canada hit 8,300, so good job there. 8,200, 666, and then someone that just traded, New York 47.5. So that is a couple of calculations there of who made what kind of money there yesterday in the broader market or in our show on Real Trading here. So, all right, let's go over to Gemmy again. Just have a quick little look. Today's story, of course, Gemini comes with their IPO, the Winklevoss twins. Gemini Outer Space or Spaceship or something like that came to market today, and it came out at a whopping $37. It IPO'd exactly at $37.01 off of a listed price of $28. So Gemini comes out there again. They're talking about $21 billion in assets on their exchange. So definitely one that's well respected. The NASDAQ also talking about making deals with Gemini in order to hold some crypto over there as well. So they have the customers, and today they have a new name, new stock out there, GEMI. Well traded. I don't have here. I'll put up my trades on here so you guys can see them. I don't want to junk up too many of the charts that we're looking at right here, but this is what my day looked like on Gemini. So relatively quick.
Oh, wow, that's scalpy. You have to be scalpy with that, I guess, yeah.
You have to be scalpy with it. Hey, I mean, that's what I do, Adara.
That is very true. That's what he does, guys.
Built different. $37 right there, up to $41 out immediately, out on the first halt. This actually only halted twice, and it was within the first 2 minutes. So first 2 minutes of it being open. First was a 10-minute halt right there at $41 or so. Then it rips up and it opens up on the halt at $44.50. That's where we get out of about a third of our shares, which is why it was a pretty profitable trade. And then as the market just fell back in on Gemini, we were able to get out out again at 42.50, then 41. Then on the halt, right before it halted, we were offered and lucky enough to get out. Neil and I both were able to get some shares out there on that halt print. And then when it opened back up, the rest, as we say around here, is history. And then it just kept going to the downside, 38, 37.50, downside break. And then low, the low of the day came at the close. So we'll wait to see $31, $32. We'll see what Gemini does the rest of the week, meaning next week. BLSH, bullish, a very similar thing. Came out with a crypto exchange a couple weeks ago. That really rallied into the open as well when they first came to market. This is what their daily chart looks like. They actually opened up, because it's red, they opened up at 90, shot up to 118, so a good move there. And then the exact same thing happened, falling back in and now bullish today, downside. They're near their lows as well. So the IPO market you might hear as being relatively strong, but it's in my opinion, not right now. But all the prices have been well received. They've opened up really orderly. This FOFO was one that was not very orderly, and again, a Chinese name. Halt. I think there's at least 12 or 13 halts in here, and closes the day at a decent level of $10 after IPOing there at 550. This is what it looks like here on TradingView today. We talked about some of the names. I'm actually going to refresh this. I'm not sure this is right. Oh, it is right. Okay. So a lot of red action going on here. The SPY and the NASDAQ. I know the NASDAQ. I'm going to show that in a second. I just want to regroup here. The SPY was and by the way, interfere and interrupt ASAP.
There's
People would
no
rather
news.
hear you than me.
Oh, apparently Trump posted on Truth Social, but it's not anything that's relevant to the market. Okay. He's just talking about Missouri and an extra House seat or something. That's it.
Oh God, Ramin just sent me something. I don't know if I should look at it. Okay, so SPY there.
Too hard on Ramin.
But yeah, no, I think she might have did something on crypto there, so that was good. Is it a new post, Ramin, that we have up? Okay, it is a new post. Okay, maybe I'll play it for everybody in just a couple of seconds to show you what we're working on here. But I did want to talk about the SPY flat on the day. I just wanted to make sure that that's what it was. And the NASDAQ, I think 0.3-ish upside, 0.44. So the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 both ticking a little bit higher. Okay, this is what okay, here we go. Hold on, pause right now. On Instagram, on our Instagram feed right now, it's what are you going to do with $10,000? So we had a little bit there. Ramin did this yesterday. How to invest in 10 grand. So if you need that idea, I'll put it in the chat. Go find it out. It's a pretty cool short, I'm sure. Thanks for all the hard work on that, Ramin. I'm going to put that in the chat right now. Go look at it and get some likes and some views on that one. The more we can watch it, maybe early, it gets going and we can see about it. So thanks, Ramin. That was pretty cool. Stock heat map. I haven't even watched it, but I know she's working on it all day. So thanks for doing that. We have one that's going to go out 10,000 and one that's going to go out, what if you had 1,000? So one's going to be a little more conservative. One's going to be a little more aggressive. The 10,000 one is more conservative. The 1,000 a little more aggressive. But okay, so what led the way today? The financials. Mixed day. It looked like across the board overall. As you can see here, the dark red names are going to be the ones that were more dramatic and down 1.6%. United Rentals there, CB. But as you come in here, JP Morgan, positive, up 0.44. New all-time highs today for JP Morgan. Meant Berkshire down, Visa down, MasterCard, Goldman Sachs. We talked about that. Goldman Sachs leading the way in the Dow Jones so far this year. The Dow Jones 130, leading the way, up 38% year to date. So that's that. And if you're looking at some other sectors coming through today, basically electronic technology. I mean, NVIDIA and Apple, there's where Apple is, 1.76% today, as they were talking about a downgraded movement there on their supplies, but that doesn't seem to be affecting them too much. AMD up 1.86%. It's been the Micron story this week, I feel like, Adair. We are $120 at the beginning of the week or so. 157 right now. Micron saying, hold my beer. They got upgraded earlier on in the week, and it's just been straight up upside. They're Boeing today down 2%. And going a little lower here in after hours, down to 215, 216. They had a beautiful high of 240 that was met in July and also met again right here in late August. And then the last little while, we're going to the downside right now for the Boeing company. Boeing, of course. What was the news today? Do you remember what that story was?
No, they just have ongoing stuff with like their production concerns. Kelly Ortberg, who was talking, my boy Kelly, he was talking yesterday at that Morgan Stanley Laguna event. Then they also had, apparently, even as they're kind of working out the strike, they're still going to be hiring outside. So yeah, there's still, I think, some concerns. Even though the strike is allegedly being worked out, I guess they're still trying to do some outside hiring there for the defense division specifically. That's all I read on it. And when I checked, the stock didn't move much on that. It was already so down on the day, Sean, that I don't think that move helped it much.
All right, what an end to the week, right? We talked about it. I thought that we were going to go out like a lion today, but or out like a lamb. We kind of went out like a lion, and we started to go all the way to the upside, and we ended the day up 0.5% on the NASDAQ in a very, very successful week. If you're going to go over to the Qs just real quickly here, this is what this daily chart looks like for the NASDAQ. It's just like all the way to the upside right now, holding off that 50-period little dump there. We haven't seen the 50-period moving average since May 1st. And now we just continue to ride high, and there it is, taking out all-time highs. What a week, right? Nice upside movement. Looks like we had one red day mixed in the middle there. Wednesday looks like it might have been a red day, but maybe not even. So nice move down. We got a little scare last Friday thinking that maybe we had pulled back a little bit, but it does not look like it. So there goes the Qs to the upside. Today's trade was led by what a banger that we had right here in Tesla, by the way. So this is what my first trade of the day looked like. That 372 buy. We did try to buy the close a little bit there at 395-ish, and then you guys saw me lose on that one. We got out at 394.50, so a little bit of a failed action there at the end of the day on Tesla, but the banger was off the open, and we only gave back 10% there. So we did take a nice play off that open, but Tesla did lead the way. The other Mag 7 stocks like Apple and Google also made new highs throughout the day, but not new highs, not new historical highs, but daily highs off of a quick move up right there for Apple, Google, and Microsoft, all to the positive side of things here today so far. So that was a good, actually Google actually ticked a little lower there at the end of the day. They got that that decision there near the end of the day. Some negative news came through on Google, so they did pull back just a little bit. And then Microsoft with some open AI news this AM was also a runner early, up 1.77%. This might be worthy of it. I don't know why we keep talking about Amazon at the 50-period moving average and Apple bouncing off of it. Well, we got Microsoft right here, right now. Microsoft might have had one of the best quarters to talk about out of all the Mag 7, and they seem to be languishing down here.
Yeah, because it moved, it kind of pulled an Oracle. It moved up so like crazily that I didn't really know where to go from there. I'm also seeing news here, speaking of Mag 7s, on Amazon Web Services. Apparently, the head of their startups, John Jones, has departed, reported by the information. So shout out to John Jones, if anyone knows DC, that is Martian Manhunter, but he's also the former head of startups at Amazon Web Services. You can tell I want caffeine, Sean. Either way, again, the information reporting that John Jones has left Amazon Web Services, where he served as head of startups.
So that's a relatively new story there?
I'm seeing it just came out, but the information loves to repackage stories that were old and act like they're new. For what it's worth, I've never seen it before, and I will always tell you guys, if I'm seeing the information report something is brand new that I know is old.
I just well figured
so
it out.
I don't know if this.
Okay, so that's good. Good experience on that. Thanks for sharing that. Yeah, Oracle continued to crack lower following its amazing epic post-earnings rally that we saw on Wednesday. We saw a little bit of a pullback there yesterday on Oracle, and it actually is continuing down 5%, and actually pretty nasty right there. That high of 340, pulling back nicely yesterday, and then again today, as we figured some of these talks are OpenAI based, and you know, if anything ever were to happen over there with OpenAI, then maybe Oracle won't be able to hit some of those numbers, but that worry coming right back in. You got a thought on that?
I was just gonna say, yeah, if you guys go on X at TD Research, I did a whole deep dive on all of this, and as I've said, I think it is a little, I know they're basing these on RPO, I'm not denying the numbers, but the fact that the first time you actually have this metric reported on their Form 8K is this quarter, when they had a double miss, I do think it is worth analyzing, guys, because before Q1 2023, this wasn't even a metric they reported in the releases, let alone in the Form Ks, which, as I mentioned, we've only done that once. But in the releases, they used to say prior, like, oh, we, you know, up 100%. I'm like, but from what to what? They didn't even give us numbers. And then they'd be like, oh, you know, analysts are saying we're going to get more customers in this segment. So their guidance for this has always been vague. Now it's actually at the point where not only is it a bit, I guess, and now it's not vague, it's specific, but it is very lofty. And again, the timing of it, I do want to let everyone know, to be aware of. It is odd that they have never reported it on their Form 8K prior to this earnings report.
All right, we do have, thank you, Adair, for clarifying all of that, and go check it out at TTV Research. All right, it's Friday, so as per usual, we do have our trader guest of the recap, I guess. This recap show is brought to you by Beta Pro and Global X. So let's bring him on right now. It's Steve, it's Trader Talk. Hey, Steve, hope you are doing well. You and I with the hat gang today, looking sharp there. I like that for sure. So cheers to you. We're in a new setup here. We're getting ready to renovate the studio. Well, we are renovating the studio, and right now, all behind us, all blacked out, but it's going to be much more colorful next time. You may be wondering what's happened, but we've moved our desk over here, and we're getting ready to rock and roll here at Trader TV Live. We do have Mitch coming from Trade the Pool. I don't know if, are you coming back? Are you coming down here, October, up here, I guess, October 13th or 14th? I know Mitch is coming through.
Oh, I really wish I could make it. I can't.
Steve, we have to take a time out here because I can't hear you right now, and Fabian's going to fix this. So Fabian, just go to my screen and I'll talk a little bit about this. No, not that one. Yeah, my screen and there. Okay, so sorry, Steve. Give Fabian a second. He's going to try to figure this out, and then if we can't have Steve on today, let's get him on maybe first thing Monday morning if it works for him. If you think audio is going to be a problem, okay? Fabian and I do apologize, Steve, for that. We're going to figure it out because, as I said, in a new spot here today. All right, Oracle, nice downside play there in the after hours. BMNR for everybody in the chat. Are there any names? Steve does do great reviews. We really like Steve, so hoping that we can get back on so they can hear Steve. I just can't hear him. So if I put my headset in, will I be able to hear Steve? Okay, let's bring him back on and try because I want to have Steve in play. Just make sure a program is on. Okay, all right, Steve, you're back. Say hi to me.
Hey there. Hey, can you?
Yes, I can hear you. Okay, you're ready to go.
You can?
All right, yes, I can hear him.
I can't hear him.
Okay, don't worry, I can, Adara. All right, Steve, how are you doing today?
Oh, I'm doing great. Thanks so much for having me on. How are you doing?
Great, I'm doing better now. I mean, I was a little flustered there when we didn't have you, but we do now, so thank you so much. And everybody in the chat loves you, so you can see that. They were like, do not let this man go. All right, so what a busy week, right? I thought today was gonna go out a little like I was using that lamb and lion terminology there, but the NASDAQ just continues to break higher, get into new highs, and today takes it out again and closing at all-time highs. What do you make of this little rally here in the broader markets?
Hey, I mean, we've been trading sideways for multiple weeks now. I think that anybody getting caught up on the daily charts, anything lower, but even weekly charts can be a little misleading. But the monthly told the story. We are working our way up, and I think that bears are in for a tough end of September here if this trend continues.
Yeah, how funny is that? Because generally when we started the month of September, we were reminding everybody that it was like, I think it's on average, the S&P 500 is down 1.8% or so in the month of September. And it's known as one of the weaker months historically for bulls, and the bears take over. And I guess that's just completely going oppo so far here as the market takes out new highs. Do you ever follow some of those trends when we talk about monthly expectations or things like that? Or are we just reading charts and we don't really care what's on the calendar?
Well, it's a great question. I think that you have to kind of approach it from multiple angles. I think seasonality is super important, and it's no surprise we are in the depths of the worst 2 weeks historically. Like you said, significant drawdowns were to be quote unquote expected, but yet the setup was bullish. People are, everybody's dovish. Everybody's looking for a reason for something to go wrong. It feels like I think we're seeing that's kind of a wall of worry climbing here, where.
I was going to say because next Wednesday...
I don't know how much else there is to say.
Well, no, I was going to say because like on Wednesday we have the Fed. So what do you think about a possibility of 50 points? Like right now it's hovering around 7 to 8% or so on the Fed rate tool, that is a possibility. I don't think that's going to alter too much from there. But what if he does drop the hammer and he listens to Donald Trump there and says, you know what, I'm just going to go all the way, or not even all the way, but do the 50 points now, then maybe hold off in November and then maybe go another quarter in December. I personally think 50 points might actually scare the market a little bit and say, hey, maybe there is more trouble underlying and the market tends to go down. You have any opinion on Fed next Wednesday?
So this isn't my area of strength per se, but how I'm seeing it is I think you might be right that might spook the market a little. I also think there's a potential just for increased volatility in general if we get that kind of tail expectation where we could see big dip, big blow off top. We could see just less predictability, I think. I'm not really expecting the 50, but it's pretty unprecedented times here in general in America. So you always have to look out for potential tail risks that could bring this rally to an end.
Yeah, you've got that right. Very unprecedented times right now in the market. we saw a monster move in Oracle. I mean, talk about Larry Ellison, 80-year-old Larry Ellison, now worth $400 billion. I guess he's taking a little bit of that haircut there. Maybe poor guy's probably only worth $350 now. But there goes the move to the upside there for Oracle, and we saw quite a blowout quarter there where we were up 38, 39% at its highs when the inspected move was like 5 or 6%. And then since then, we've been sort of dripping to the downside. And I don't know, to me, this is kind of interesting. There's kind of the top that we had in the pre-market that day of Oracle when they did, or post-market, sorry, when they reported. We end the day in and around 290 to 291. Can you give us your technical take here maybe, and we can share your screens, Fabian? I think we'll work out on Oracle, any sort of levels to look at, because I want to buy dips and I want to buy pullbacks in strong names. Are we seeing one in Oracle right now? And if so, is it time to buy now, or are we waiting a little lower?
Great question. Oracle, what a mover. Absolutely insane. Yeah, pour one out for Larry Ellison. He's really struggling maybe today. But I think we're looking at the 21 and the 9-day EMA. They're going to be forming a confluence of support with the previous highs. And I think that's the area I would look at. I'm not sure we get there. So I'm also keeping an eye on this 50 fib of the newly formed range here. And that's at 282.50. So I'm keeping an eye there. I think it probably undercuts and hits this 9. Maybe tags this, maybe does not. But that's kind of what I'd be looking for. It's quite a move, though. Congratulations, Oracle Bulls.
Yeah, I know. That was one of those names where I don't think anybody ever has enough shares in a company like that, because it's not a Meta, it's not like a Tesla or anything like that where everyone gets all like sort of ready to go for it, and then it just kind of like bangs. And the thing is, they actually missed on the top and the bottom line, Oracle. It was the future guide and everything, and what a crazy mover that was. All right, Open Door. I mean, Open Door yesterday was up 80 or 90%. So I'm not sure if this is a symbol that you're used to trading, or maybe you've been in this week or not. It's kind of one of those meme crazy stocks there. But we got some good stories. We got a new CEO yesterday, Wednesday night yesterday for trade, went up 80, 90%. And then today we're pulling back just a little bit, down 13% today. But Open Door still has lots of stories, lots of social media behind this. It doesn't seem like it's over yet. You guys trading any Open Door? And if so, what's your opinion?
Open Door, hell of a move there. Unfortunately, I was waiting for it to tag a little deeper. I wanted this 21 EMA, or potentially the bottom of the channel, since it was such a volatile mover. In retrospect, it had respected the 9-day EMA every single time. It came back to the center of the channel in that 9-day, and it just exploded there. So big picture, Open Bulls, I don't think they're done. I think what we're seeing is essentially a stage 1 base breakout, which is where you have this whole area from the lows to where it tried to spike up and rejected. You can also see the blue value area low. It's just surging away from that into open territory here. So I would be looking for it to heal some of these lows from the previous range that it was in, and try to recontest some levels up at the 13 range, 14 range.
No, I'm the same way. We actually had a talk yesterday. I thought Open Door had a chance to get to 12 today, but it never got going early. And I think sometimes stocks like this, of course, take a breather, right? And they take a day off, let it regroup, get into some levels where the buyers are comfortable again, and then it can get going. So that's 21 period moving average on the daily, right? Is that an SMA?
Correct. Or that's an EMA. I like EMAs for shorter term moving averages, but they're really nice because of the fractal nature of them. So if you're in an uptrend, for example, it caught on the 9-day EMA, and now I'm looking at the hourly chart here, and it's catching on the 9 hourly. So this will be an area I'm looking for it to hold, this $9 area.
Okay, great. That's the kind of stuff that I'm looking for too. We're going to look for that on Monday for sure. I mean, I don't want to stop trading this name. You know, it almost hit 1 billion shares yesterday. I mean, that was absolutely outrageous. Any thoughts? I don't know if I've ever mentioned gold to you before. I don't know if it's something that you look at, but we had brand new all-time highs going back to, I don't think you were born, but 1980, all the way back to GLD and gold all-time highs. Just put that in a couple of days ago, and then even today, looks like GLD goes out up 0.13% and trying to tick near and hold these all-time highs again. I don't know if you have a monthly chart or anything looking out for gold, but I would say, why bother even, I don't know, shorting this thing? It looks pretty strong. Might as well hold out on gold. I don't think that thesis holds anymore. Like it's a safety against stocks or anything like that. If there was a problem in this world, I feel like gold would come down as well. But it's a great asset class right now, holding up highs. What are you thinking about gold here at all-time highs? I would say a technician probably thinks buy all-time highs. But what do you think right now? Does it look okay to you?
Absolutely. I'm going to quote my buddy and somebody I really respect, Michael Noss, and saying, you will make way more money buying new all-time highs than shorting new all-time highs. This is a quarterly chart. So each candle here is 3 months. I wish my TradingView had data all the way back to the 80s, but this is not something you short. Anybody who's been following my general market theses for the past couple of years knows that I'm a major gold bull. I don't think it's going anywhere. There will be alternatives. I think you're right that there will be drawdowns with the general market, but overall, this is not an asset class you want to short. You don't short a 30-year, 35-year range when it breaks, or from the 80s, a 45-year range. That's scary.
Crazy. It's absolutely insane. That's what it was. It was a new high from 1980. I'm not sure of the month there, but does it really matter? But yeah, 45-year break. I'm getting excited when Tesla breaks 3-month ranges like it did today. And actually, let's talk about Tesla real quick. This was a trade that we had on board today, and it was a monster. I bought it down here at 372 right off the open. It was on my sticky note. It was a monster trade. We got my best out is 390, so I was about a $12 winner or so to the upside there on Tesla. And the reason why I liked it, Steve, was right into this break, and that's what we were talking about, that May high break right into there of 368 that happened yesterday, just into the close, took that level out, and you can actually go back into February as well. And this is another name, and by the way, we love, Michael Noss here, shout out to Canada. He had visited us a while ago. We went out for dinner. It was absolutely fantastic. We love Michael. He's a good friend of mine for probably 20 years or so. We had met when we first started trading as well. But right into here, 360 break right there on Tesla. Look, I think 400 is a magnet, and we got to there today. I would also say that 420, maybe puff passing there. I know Elon likes to joke around 420 stuff, but I think that looks actually like a decent level, and I think an exhaustion may be up here around 440, but I think it can still go. 440 would be 10% from here. Am I crazy to think that maybe we see that 440 next week?
You're not crazy at all, and I love that you're just reading my mind. If you pull up my chart here, I have the meme level. That's the target, 420.69. I can't imagine it doesn't get there from a technical perspective. And when you add the meme confluence on a meme name, this universe is a simulation. Let's send it to 420 and see what happens there.
Yeah, I don't think you're wrong on that one either. Give us a couple names that maybe you're looking at. I've just thrown a whole bunch at you, a couple different classes as well, asset classes there. If there's anything you want to talk about or anything that maybe you want to put attention from our viewers over anything that you're looking at chart-wise.
I love it. Great. So let's start with the big winner that I think has significant legs this week. Rigetti was our big trade of the week here. We got the breakout. It's a similar chart to Tesla there, right? So we got the long-term basing out. Obviously differences, but I think these names are explosive. They're starting to get back into the buzz atmosphere with the inflection IPO being discussed. I'm not sure when it's coming out. So there's buzz there. If you look at the other ones like IonQ, massive breakout here. I think these names have big legs long-term. This was always the thesis on Rigetti and all of these. They're going much higher once they clear the IPO bases. So keep an eye out there. If I can keep rolling, I got more.
Go for it.
Let's see. I'm looking at a lot of stage 2 breakout base breakouts here. I think these ones are the names I want to be in for the next couple months. These are my longer-term swing trades. Names like Wolf, I'm in this one from right about 10, call it 1080, I think, 1090, something like that. Probably when it broke, when it broke this day's high or week's high. So that's a new trade for me. I think it has significant legs. I love this name. I'm looking at Air as well. It's another really clean wick-off setup here that's starting to break out of the spring or the SOS. And this one, don't hate me, but I like Intel. Even though it did not look good today, I'm seeing the same kind of wick-off accumulation setup here for a move to 30 and beyond.
Yeah, no, a great call. We talked, it's actually funny because we had Brian Shannon on Tuesday in this spot, and he had talked about Rigetti as well, and then obviously the breakout now happening, and it's on there for Rigetti. Okay, Steve, Trade the Pool. We love you guys over there. Every Friday, it seems like you're doing a stream, and I'm going to guess you're not taking today off. You probably have one right after the show, so let's promote it right now. Where can they find you in just a couple minutes?
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, we're doing our regular Friday webinar. This week, it is on finding areas of interest in rotations between small caps and large caps, how to kind of profit from that in a secular sense. And then we're also going to be doing an extended Q&A session today, too, because it went really well last time. So if you have any questions at all for me, come on in, learn some stuff about small caps, and then hit me with what you got.
Great, perfect.
That'll be at Trade the Pool, their YouTube channel, and Trade the Pool on their live stream. You can find it right there.
Perfect. I was going to say, because people have more questions right now in the chat. So we're going to run out of time, but go find Steve there. Go to the YouTube channel, go to Trade the Pool, find the stream. Steve will be on there momentarily. So again, have a fantastic weekend. Thank you for all that analysis. Go Bears, go Bulls, whatever way you're looking. We're positive on all these markets. So thank you, Steve, for joining us again from Trade the Pool.
Thanks so much. Have a great weekend.
Have a great weekend. All right, there we go, guys. Again, one of the best ones there. Thanks, Steve, for all the information that he continues to give us every single week and analyzing those charts for us. There, okay, what's your plans for this weekend?
I mean, TIFF is happening, so I will continue to TIFF until TIFF stops happening. I can hear myself in my own ear, and Unity won't let me turn it off, so that tripped. I'm just going to unplug.
That's okay. You're good.
But yeah, no, TIFF. And then also, I do really quickly as well, because I tease this in the chat, I'm going to tease my Open Door infographic for you guys. So this is the many faces of Open Door. This is not done yet. I went into all these people's social media and then more. I spent hours doing this. I have a very concise timeline for how Open Doors, rally really happened. And so with that in mind, next week, X at TTV Research is going to be unfolding.
Fire!
This has been my passion project, so please check that out once it's ready to be checked out. But I do want to tease this for you guys, because look at how many people were involved in this. So many people. Yeah.
All right, so this is how many. This is my week is full of nonsense. Okay. All right, this is how many TIFF movies you've seen so far?
5.
5, boom. All right, Toronto International Film Festival, it's hot fire around the city these days. No matter what you're doing, do it with a loved one this weekend, and make sure you enjoy yourself and be safe. So shout out to all of our viewers. Again, thank you, Steve Talman from Trade the Pool, for joining us one more time here tonight. So look, without any further ado, that's Adara. I'm Sean, and we will see you. Thanks, Fabian. Thanks, Ramin. Thanks, everybody, for staying late with us. And thank you, everybody who's watching as well. We're back, rise and shine, bright and early, Monday morning at 8:30. Ciao for now.
Ciao.